This land is calling.
A very good morning. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and these players are walking into their best of 3. From this point onwards, the group stages are done. And Execration and Extreme will be the first 2 teams playing with the thing that's going to be on the line every single series from here on out. Elimination or advancement. We can look at it from the happy side of things as well. We're going to talk all about that and all about all the things that have been happening here in Riyadh with Effie and Jenkins. Good morning, Jenkins. How are you doing?
Good morning. It's good to be here. It's really great to be here at this wonderful, momentous occasion. We are finally on elimination time.
We are.
That's scary.
Are you one of the? Are we one of the people? Cause I know Fear and myself. We like the elimination side of things because it means that people try extra hard. Effie, are you also looking at that side of things, or are you like, ooh, advancement, nice?
No, absolutely. I mean, it's about time.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams, you know, they just maybe they didn't have the best games and have the best drafts, but now you get punished for it. And it's very cool because if you start in this phase and you make it all the way to the end, you've battled your way like a gladiator through a coliseum. You're just going to come out looking so cool. That's really fun for me and the fans.
Yeah, I think so too.
Do you think it's better to forget that you're playing for elimination and just play objectively? Or is it better to like know that you have your back against the wall and that if you make a mistake, you're out?
It's going to be dependent on teams. I think some teams will play better knowing that elimination is looming, whereas other teams might actually crumble under that pressure.
All right, well, here's another question. Do you think Southeast Asian teams even care about this? Or will the Southeast Asians they're just gaming? They're just, well, not gaming gladiators, of course, because they're not a Southeast Asian team.
No.
Yeah, they're not Pinoy Pride.
Maybe at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, of course they care. Like every team here cares. They don't want to get eliminated, I think.
Well, who cares the least?
Who cares the least? Well, I'm certainly the playoff teams waiting, not having to go through the
That's
gauntlet.
a good point. That's a good point.
That's a good point. Now, there's also on the side of the players, obviously they care, but the organizations will care a little bit as well. As we made a good start yesterday. Our first title took a championship. We have the first key in the totem, and it was for Rensport. That's the game that was played, and this is a very long name, but I believe they go just by Redline.
Racing games are crazy.
WMT
Redline Red Bull Sim Racing. Congratulations to them.
They just go for Redline. And I think it's important to point out yesterday, Virtus.pro came second in Rensport, and Virtus.pro, of course, a team that has also a horse in the race here for Dota 2. We also see Falcons there. We have Liquid, Navi, and Aurora and Spirit.
Heretics was in Valorant as well.
Yes.
They're right next to us.
Do you say was because they're out, or was because you just saw them?
I heard them yelling, so I think they're still in. Unless they're yelling when they're losing, which I don't. I guess that's an alright attitude. Yeah, I guess.
I think it's important to look at the teams that could actually take a first place title, right? Because you can't win otherwise. And a lot of the Dota orgs have a good shot because their teams are looking strong. Like Spirit was
Liquid,
there.
Yeah.
Aurora looking really good too.
Speaking of teams that don't feel the pressure or they're better under pressure, Spirit, this is probably the #1 team for me that they're playing for millions of dollars. Everyone seems to care that much more. Spirit's just like they're just playing.
Yep, they are. Well, actually, they're not today anyway, because we can see where everything lies with the groups. Because our group stages concluded yesterday. We had the group A and B concluded the day before that. Yesterday, C and D got concluded, and that means we know all the teams and where everybody is going, and that means we know where to start with our last chance. But let's take over look over all the groups first. We got Spirit, as mentioned. They look very good, and as mentioned, they're not going to play today nor tomorrow because they skipped the entire phase. Effie, that's a luxurious position.
It is, because they're an honest team, and I think that for them, like, had they even went through the gauntlet, they wouldn't have revealed any kind of information that other teams didn't already know about them, like what kind of heroes that they play. Whereas for P-Vision, for example, they do have a lot of pocket picks, and them playing through the gauntlet will expose some of those picks potentially way too early.
Yep. We got BB team in Group B, skipping a phase. When we look at Group C, yesterday there was a tiebreaker. Aurora won over Tundra, so they will skip a phase. Tundra will play more starting tomorrow, though, because they do get to skip the first rounds. And if you want to pay attention to the bottom 3 and 4 of each group, those are the teams you will actually see in action today. And this Group D also had a tiebreaker between P-Vision and Heroic, where P-Vision took the series in the end, and therefore Heroic gets to play today together with Shopify Rebellion and Liquid, being the most clean team, I think, here, making it through to that last phase as well, making this be the last chance bracket that will start off today. And when we look at these series, please, Jenkins, which one stands out the most?
There were a couple of groups that I think were more like top heavy. You know, I will say I think Falcons got an easier matchup, you know, in air quotes with VP. I think Shopify, same thing. Like, they actually had glimmers of hope, and maybe they're slated to win against Yandex. But like Heroic Talon looked very close in a lot of their games. Like, maybe they were near the bottom of the group, but they looked like a really strong team. Heroic as well, like, they looked like they powered up in the tiebreaker. We saw them almost win against P-Vision, and the same thing goes for Execration Extreme. Like, I think Execration, in the games that they lost, they were close games. Like, they had all barn burners, and they looked incredibly high skill with a lot of potential. Yeah. So it really depends on like who woke up on the right side of bed today for those series. Yeah,
and with that in mind, you can just see the prize pool there as well. Winning here will put you from $50,000 prize pool to $75,000 in terms of earnings, which is quite a lot. And today we once again will have 2 streams. You're watching stream A, the current stream you're watching anyway. And these are the 2 streams that we have today, with the other stream starting not yet. So keep that in mind. We have a staggered schedule today, so make sure you keep that in mind. The first series on the other stream will start at 2:30. So yesterday we had a lot of games, and we do want to show you a couple of the plays that we saw yesterday, as we have our top plays. I think our MVP yesterday turned out to be Kiyotaka. There was some cool moments from all games, though. We had a lot of teams playing. As we're going to start things off with a cool play with Liquid and Heroic.
Yeah, yesterday, Heroic, they played very well.
They were one of the few teams that took a game off of Liquid.
Yeah, this was a Nyx Assassin pick as well. They did the classic like Nyx Darkseer vacuum into you know, Nick stun, and a few times we saw like some 4 or 5 man vacuums from Whisper. Just beautiful stuff.
That is so, like, that is such a SA combo. Like, South America loves their Darkseer Nyx, and when they're playing on these combo plays, especially like a player like Schofield who loves to go crazy, it's really fun to see him like back in that kind of energy in Dota.
Their team fighting is insanely high skill, and the thing that they like lacked, I think, historically speaking, when this region in general is not seeing some success, is strategic play. And yesterday they showed that they have that, as well as like drafting, because we've never questioned their team fighting abilities, right? Like Whisper will get a kill 1 versus 5. Like they can pull off these crazy clutch plays. So we saw some of that yesterday. I hope they go far just so we can see more of that, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And of course, like Kiyotaka, our MVP of the day, like when he's on, right? We have like, we always make these jokes about him, about he's gonna win the game by himself and that EE energy, or lose the game by himself. And this tournament, he's been in his I'm gonna carry the game mode. So
Yeah. We're just gonna forget
The puck.
the puck in the first puck.
The first puck.
What was the warm-up puck?
Yeah.
But the second puck that he played. I mean, I think that yesterday, and when we talk about Kiyotaka, but also just Aurora as a whole, the fact that they went for the almost full same draft after they just got obliterated with that and definitely did not play to their best abilities, and then they went for it again, and they did do well, and they did come out on top. I think that just speaks volumes of confidence.
It does. I mean, it also speaks to the stubbornness of Aurora. Like, I think out of all the teams in Dota, they have perhaps the strongest opinions, and it makes them so fun to watch, and you can see it in their play. Like, this is reflected in how Kiyotaka plays as well. It's like he just has an idea, like, I need to cut waves right now, and he's gonna cut waves on puck until he's died 8 times in a row. And it's just like, no, I do need to, I was right about this, I need to keep doing it, but I just played it wrong, and I just need to play better. And then he'll even go into the next game and do the same thing. And then he will play better.
He did. Yeah, it was very cool to see. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of teams stepping up their gameplay today, as once again mentioning elimination on the line. Every single series from here on out is going to make or break some teams. So for our first series, we're going to focus our attention on Extreme Gaming versus Execration. And it's a cool matchup. I want to focus our attention first on Extreme Gaming. I think both of these teams are coming in with very different ideas and very different stories. And for Extreme Gaming, of course, we are going to be seeing the Chinese team that is the last one standing. Speaking of that, actually, one more thing I need to mention first is for our match of the day today, we have chosen not this series. So, you know, we had to make a choice. We went for Yandex and Shopify Rebellion, and I feel like for Yandex, this is a team that we don't get to see that often. And these two teams have obviously never played each other ever. Yandex is also the lowest ranking Eastern European team here, which is, I don't know, putting a little bit of extra pressure. I think they're in the same boat as maybe Shopify, maybe, well, in the same ranking maybe as Shopify, but the region, Jenkins, is supposed to do well, so Yandex can show up here.
Yeah, I mean, they have extremely good players on their team. Like, they have players that have had success before. Like, TA2000 was on, like, the legendary iteration of Quest that was, like, top 4 in the world. They have Solo, who is one of the goats of Dota. We just saw him on the Gentleman's podcast, of course. Chira Jr., I've heard a lot of people, like, the hubbub about him, that he's just straight up, like, dominating people on the mid lane. So I feel like for a team like this, it always goes back to, have they found a way to play together that is unique? Have they found an identity? And that can happen within a series. Like, legitimately, it just clicks and you realize, like, let's just try drafting this or this archetype every single game, and maybe they start having a lot of success.
Yeah. Let's see which one of these two teams will have success. I know you've been following the Chinese scene quite closely over the last few years, Effie. Extreme Gaming, are they... Because they're the product of a lot of tournaments obviously happening, and the region slightly growing again, I want to say, recently.
There's been glimmers of hope and life in the region. I mean, the last couple of years have been very hard, especially as a fan. Like, you follow, the results aren't there. A lot of teams aren't getting the ability to have the exposure in the international stage, which is very important. But this year, there has been an upsurge, because at Dream League, for example, we got to watch Yakult Brothers, and they looked so good. So it seems like something's lit a fire in a lot of the older players who want to rejoin and make teams. So we still don't have that much new blood in that scene, but Extreme Gaming, they've always been kind of independent of that. Yes, they are a Chinese team, but I consider the way that they perform, draft, and play quite international in that they were never really affected by the region's downfall.
Yeah, it's a very unique team, even internationally speaking. You know, we always have to mention the Ame factor. This guy will whip out Juggernaut when it's not good, and he whipped out Juggernaut in this tournament, and it turns out it is very good. It looked like an excellent pick. To be fair, it was a really good pick for the game, and I think they said, like, yeah, it was just a perfect pick. They've played PL as well. He will play normal things, like he'll play the SFs and the TAs of the world. Of course he can. But you know, if it gets to last pick and Ame does not have his hero, like, you're going to see something weird. He was the guy who invented the carry Queen of Pain. Like, he's the first person we saw do that.
Yeah, what I really love about Extreme Gaming is that, like, and it's the former flavors of the old LGD, but if other teams have, like, looked at a pool of 20 heroes that they kind of want to lock into their drafts or just take from that, Extreme Gaming has double that. Like, they pick odd heroes, and because between Jinkyu and XM and Ame, I feel like the hero pool is so wide and accounts for so many different styles of play that you can't really pin down what they're going to do in that game. This tournament, of course, been a bit of an exception. They've been very fond of their Shadow Fiend, and you know if it's there, they're going to take it. But they're capable of a lot of versatile drafting in the past.
Yeah. Speaking of versatile drafting, I want to find out how Execration is going to play this matchup today. We have not seen that much of them on this particular stream, but they were a team that started off very hot, taking a game of Falcons. But then, since then, but to be fair, actually, Jenkins, I want to be very fair to Execration, because a lot of people, myself included, would have looked at these groups and would have think, well, Execration, you just got the worst group you could possibly think of.
Yeah, they got a really hard group, and I also have didn't get to watch a lot of their games, you know, actually working on the panel. So I went back and I watched some of their games, and a lot of them were very close. They have some, like, Siggy heroes where I feel like if they can get them, they will play a whole lot better. Like Lewis on Storm Spirit looks insane. This guy, and even if they don't have some, like, coddle, you know, hero that's like buffing Storm, they'll just pick it. He's just that good that he makes it work. In the second game versus Falcons, he played Bristleback, and the draft looked a little weird from Execration. I feel like that was part of why they lost that game. It was still kind of close, but the thing is, like, that was more so, I think they were adapting to Falcons, and I think Falcons picking Bristle is something they've learned is not good, and so they were kind of like mind gamesing themselves, where you're trying to next level and then you just like previous level yourself. I think if Execration can have a good draft and just pick the heroes that they're good at, this will be a much closer series, or maybe even a dominant series for them when people are not expecting that.
Yeah, they've had some very interesting picks, especially from the 5-roll.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like that they really believe in Witch Doctor for some reason. I don't think that's a very valuable hero, but, like, they've also jammed a Lich in, and I also think that hero just falls short in comparison. But they've had cool picks, right? They've had offlane Venos, they've had mid-invokers. Like, they are experimenting.
The Veno looked good, I will say.
Yeah, they are experimenting with a lot of things, but I do agree with Jenkins. Like, Lewis has looked incredibly good on his Storm Spirit, but also Tino and his Beastmaster. He's really been setting the pace.
Yeah.
I think the most thing that impressed me about Execration is when I watched their game versus Vatboom, which is one of the strongest, if not the strongest laning stage team in the tournament.
Yeah.
They held their own. Like, they even won the lanes and the post-transition to mid-game after, in their second game versus Vatboom, where they had offlane Beastmaster, they won high ground super early, like minute 18, 19 versus BB team, and that's where they threw. That's where they lost. But if you're capable of pushing high ground versus BB team and threatening high ground versus them that early into the game, this team's got such a good foundation to work with.
Yeah, I totally agree. And to go back to, like, the 5-position weird picks, I kind of get the idea. I feel like Palos, every game, is even if they lose, he has high net worth. Like, he's coming out of the laning stage with some sort of advantage. Like, he's always competitive. And part of that is that CML is playing lane-dominating 5 positions. And
like a Witch Doctor.
Like a Witch Doctor, like an Enchantress. And when he gets Enchantress, I think Enchantress is, like, genuinely a good hero. Lots of good 5s are experimenting with it right now. And so, of course, you if that's banned out, or maybe that archetype doesn't fit, you still want, like, a 5 position that's doing some lane dominating. And Witch Doctor, Axe, Lich, these heroes all fit into that archetype. However, I do believe that there are stronger, more meta heroes that do that exact same thing, where you're like, you want to guarantee the lane win. For example, can we see a Chen come out? Like, Chen has a 100% win rate in the tournament right now. And Chen fits the same archetype as Enchantress. And maybe it's even better at laning with the Satyr. Like, it really feels like Chen counters, like, every off-lane duo right now.
I think Chen might be too specialist of a hero. Like, the win rate is high because only the Chen specialists have played it. Ducalis, for example, played it yesterday.
It's mostly Ducalis, actually.
Yeah, it's not a hero that teams have like looked at as high tier outside of the hands of like well-seasoned Chen teams or Chen players. But I do agree, like Enchantress, for example, that's an unusual 5 pick, but that laning stage that's coming out of Enchantress is also very destructive. We've seen some Enchantress picks in this tournament, one from Execration as well, where they completely crushed the laning stage. So maybe something like that hero too. Also, I do want to note that if you're running Witch Doctor to win lane and you're playing against Dawnbreaker, which they did versus GG, they picked Witch Doctor after Dawnbreaker. They killed her like 3 times in lane, but guess what? They lost the game because it doesn't matter if you kill Dawnbreaker 3 or 4 times on lane. She's just going to farm the jungle, press Solar Guardian, get a kill there, and then just farm the rest of the map for the rest of the game.
Yeah, she'll still be able to get her ult off when it matters.
So what I mean by using that example is that if you're choosing to shut down a lane that doesn't really care if it gets shut down, you have to reprioritize which lanes you really want to put your focus on.
Yeah, or maybe you can like pick Palos, a hero that can, once you dominate the lane, he can play alone, and then the support can rotate through the portal, get some towers. Enchantress is a great pick for that, you know. But some way to like take advantage of the lane domination, like you were speaking about.
Well, we are in game 1 of this elimination best of 3.
I love these targeted bans already from Execration. Seeing Sniper first phase ban is like,
that's nice.
You know XM's on the enemy team, you know?
Dazzle as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they open with that Dawnbreaker on the side of Execration themselves. The bans on the side of Extreme are not too surprising. Left in the pool, potentially worth noting, is the Doom that we see banned out a lot, but I don't know if either of these teams would favor it that heavily.
Potentially later, because there's also still TA and there's still Queen of Pain, which are also very high value.
Extreme ban, yeah.
There's also Templar Assassin.
There is.
I think if you see this Dawn, if you're a comfortable TA team, you are happy to pick it here.
Yeah, you can TA. I mean, you can also just go for a more casual, like, Shadow Shaman, you know, support pick. Some teams are valuing Tusk, Marcy, like these sorts of heroes.
There's also Monkey King, Nature's Prophet, other valuable first picks.
Yeah, the downside, I think, for Extreme Gaming to pick TA would be that they already lock in Ame, and they do like giving him last pick if they have the chance. They'll go open up with the Bane, so they are gonna do something different this time around.
It's funny how these matchups have changed over the years, because before, Dawnbreaker versus Bane was like a hard counter. You can always interrupt the grip globally, right? But now it's a little different because you're kind of playing Bane for the Sleepwalker facet to like nightmare somebody, have them, you know, walk into the tower. You're playing it to dominate lane. I think Bane in lane will do well against Dawnbreaker because if she presses Q, you can simply nightmare her and it's going to stop that. And then also Dawn instantly coming into the fight with Aghanim Scepter, she's a pretty great grip target. Like you can grip through her Aghanim Shard, like immunity, and that doesn't feel that good for Dawn. So it's just interesting to see like Bane come out into a hero that like traditionally actually countered her.
Yeah, we got the second phase ban. Tiny so far taken out. That's the thing about first picking Bane. Extreme is not giving anything away.
Yeah, but also they just secure a strong lane for themselves. Like if you have Ame on your team, you want to make sure your 5 can win the lane or at least go even. But I think Bane's looked really impressive this tournament as a setup hero. Like, I've seen so many Banes just hiding in the trees, like smoking to odd lanes. If you can pair that with something like a Nature's Prophet for global presence, I think that would be really impressive. Like, yes, you're playing against the Dawnbreaker and she can counter, but like the sleep into TPN has always been so strong, and it's looked especially strong this tournament.
I mean, you can hunt the Dawn herself. Like, I like any hero that can set up on side lanes against Dawnbreaker because she is just going to be always playing on her own. And if you go on anybody else, that's the annoying thing about this hero when it's meta. If you go on anybody else, she just saves them. So you have to go on her. So if she makes herself really hard to kill and play safely, like your play options are limited.
The Pango for Extreme, fairly early, should be for the hands of XXS. They don't flex it to mid that frequently, I want to say. Is that fair to say? Is that my memory serving me well?
It's fair, but it is a hero that XM can play. So I think they wanted to like break the mold of we're gonna pick the mid carry flex hero and just have like the offlane mid flex, so they can set up for an overall last pick for Ame. It's probably what's going on here. But for the Bane, I don't necessarily see the greatest synergy between Bane and Pango. It is nice that Pango from a long distance can follow up on the Bane setup, but you're needing damage now. Like these two heroes, lots of control, lots of team fight, not enough damage, so that's what should be compensated for.
Yeah. Speaking of control and team fight, I feel like those boxes are ticked for both sides now.
You know who I would be so tempted to pick. Okay, maybe not into Ench, but I was thinking Silencer. Like Donald and Shadow Shaman Shackles, like some sort of way to counter-initiate all this like very hard committal from Execration for Extreme. Let's see, what can they get for our boy Jin-Q? Tusk is banned. I mean, Marcy to save from the Shadow Shaman Shackles.
Maybe, potentially. I think they still lack damage even with the Marcy, so I suppose that's just going to be the big Ame hero, right? Like some Terrorblade or something at the very end.
Yeah, they got themselves the Monkey and the Marcy there.
And of course the flex is still open with the Monkey King, so it doesn't give away too much. But these are very skirmishy heroes on the side of XG. I think they will actually look for skirmishes more than Execration right now.
If they do end up running Monkey as a safe laner on Extreme, I think Execration is very tempted to run Ench in whatever lane the Monkey is in. This is a pretty hard counter. You can just enchant off the Jingu stacks, and he feels incredibly bad about that. And I also think Ench trading into a Bane with a creep feels pretty good for Enchantress. Like, Bane is not good against summons. It's an option. I mean, Shadow Shaman generally does not like playing in the safe lane that much, but I have seen some teams do it.
I see the logic. I just worry about putting Shaman versus the Marcy plus potentially Pango lane, because if Marcy gets on the Enchantress and disposes her back, she just natures attendance. Like, she will not die, but the Shadow Shaman will die to dives like that. So I think they might just be better off going traditional just to secure their side lanes, but that's a good shout for sure. The thing is, the Monkey King could also just go mid.
Yeah, exactly. They need to, you know, have an idea of where it's going. But it's not like they need to pick something. This is just a decision they make at the start of the game.
Yep.
And also, you know, you can always rotate the Enchantress through Portal at like early on into the game, and it's still the same problem. Like, lanes don't really exist as much as they used to in Dota. Like, the lanes get broken very early on. Like in Dota's history, it was like 10 minutes lanes would stop. Like in the current patch, like 3 minutes in, you can have a tri-lane or like a mid just like constantly camping a lane, especially if it's a monkey mid.
Those portals definitely have a big impact on that. We got the Storm Spirit still removed, the one that you said you'd like for Lewis. And the Puck, I think that's an obvious one to still take out as well, even with them having the Monkey King. So that's a lot of respect there.
That's what I think. Could this indicate that they might be considering putting Monkey King on the safe lane? Because if you're if you're banning two of the heroes that Monkey King traditionally wins mid against, you're just...
I think the general take now is that Storm versus Monkey is like pure skill matchup. Maybe even favoring Storm with the Monkey Jingu nerfs. This is what I've heard. And I think Puck with the new facet, it also does not really lose lane. Like, the Monkey matchups have really changed since they nerfed the healing on Jingu. It's very skill based.
I still think Monkey King should win most of them, not completely crush, but win at the very least. It could just be that they don't really... Maybe it's that they don't count on Bane's ability to lock down a target, because sure, it is an instant stun, and it is something that could catch either Storm or Puck, but if you're playing against Dawnbreaker, they do have the counter for that.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just not comfortable in their ability to catch these heroes, and in that, I do think that makes sense. I still think XG need an Ame hero in that case, because they're lacking damage unless they get some kind of Lush Rack or something from the mid lane, give Ame the Monkey King, but you just need something to capitalize on all of the catch. Like, who's gonna do the damage right now? Monkey King will later on in the game, of course, with the Wukong, but not at the start, not the first 15-20 minutes.
What do you think about the Primal ban? Is that just you're playing against XM, you don't want to give him some cheese mid?
I think you protect Enchantress that way. That's always been her traditional counter, and because she's kind of a new pick and that people haven't been playing her, you have to pick the old school counters.
Are there still other XM heroes that should be on our radar here if he is not going to be playing the monkey, as it is going to be the last ban Kunkka? And that also maybe, yeah, it does imply that they're expecting that Pango to go mid, as the Beastmaster you talked about for Tino still comes out. Or will that be a Lewis Beastmaster? Who's going to be playing it? Who's playing Dawn?
What a fantastic question, Sheever. It could also be a Lewis TA, and
it could be.
There's,
to be honest,
some carry Dawn.
I will say maybe there's a slight region bias as well for putting that TA mid. We see a lot of Makoto TA in that mid lane as well. Maybe Lewis will do that.
That does happen. There is always a regional meta that exists.
I mean, Beastmaster can play on all 3 lanes. So it's kind of hard to make the call right now if you're actually, I think you just don't react to the Beastmaster pick, and you just pick something that does some form of high damage but also AoE just to cover for it in that sense. But you can't really read the lanes right now.
I mean, at least for Extreme, I think they're pretty comfortable putting Monkey mid. I think Monkey will do fine against all of these heroes. And they go for Medusa, okay. So there's no good like diffusal hero on Execration. And Medusa, very good against TA. She's got a ton of minus armor. This has 0 effect on Medusa's mana shield. It's before reductions. So that's, you know, 1 counter.
I don't know if I like it though, because like you pick Medusa, like, oh, we're going to counter the Beastmaster on lane, but you didn't really have information on where the Beastmaster was going to go.
Yeah, he's mid.
So now, yeah, you pick the lane counter, but Dawn's going to do fine. Medusa does do very slow damage, so now you're looking at XG, and they're going to like play for these like longer and more drawn out team fights. Whereas Execration, you look at their heroes, they're super bursty. Like they get on top of someone with the roar, you follow up with the TA meld. Like they're going to be able to take shorter, quicker fights, and because of that, they'll have a much earlier timing. I would have liked the Medusa if Beastmaster went offlane, but again, that wasn't super open.
So a big question is going to be, can Extreme delay the game, the start of this game? Because
that is a good question. Yeah, because in the overall late game, it's a super solid pick, right? But they're gonna, I think, run into a wall for the first 30 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I'm not a huge believer in Medusa currently. I feel like with the mana shield nerfs, even when you pick it in a game where there's no like good diffusal heroes, we've seen TA legitimately just man up and like melt a Medusa. So I feel like for Extreme, they need to win the lanes, and they don't have the greatest lanes. I do question like how does the Monkey versus Beast matchup go, because I think Monkey can run around and do stuff a lot earlier than a Beastmaster can mid.
Okay.
Also, I think a really important question is, do they have counterplay for the early Enchantress rotations? Because like I said, they're going to be lacking damage for some point this game. If she just plays on her creep and her nature's attendance, they're going to be able to take towers. She's going to be able to like face tank a lot of the like smokes, and she's going to get away with it.
It sounds like we can expect a lot of early aggression coming out of Execration, with Extreme Gaming maybe struggling to find an answer. But if they do manage to survive long enough, they will be a force to be reckoned with. Can they make it that far into the game, or will Execration take this first step in this elimination series? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Sheever. That's right. These two teams, this is their last chance. Elimination phase is on. It's time to start getting some of these teams out of here and see who will make it into playoffs in the end. Extreme Gaming or Execration, one of these two teams will be the first team eliminated out of the Esports World Cup. Avery, your initial thoughts on the strength of these two teams? Who looks weaker right now and who looks stronger?
Honestly, relative to expectation, I think Execration have overperformed a bit, and I think Extreme Gaming have underperformed a bit. So if you're going by how people saw these teams going into the event, I'd say you give a little bit of the upper hand to Execration. They've had some strong, I think they've had a stronger performance than their score indicates.
Yeah, so I was going to say, when you say overdoing their expectations, that's one win. They've gotten one win out of their group stage.
I get it, but of course, both these teams are here for the same reason, right? They both struggled in that first group stage. At this point, you're in the same spot. Your score is irrelevant. I still think Execration, like they had some games where they were going high ground at 20 minutes and they throw. And they had a lot of games where they did really well in the laning phase. And I think that is more than people expected. I also think their group there was a tough group. Like they had a very tough group on paper going in.
They did.
So you should weigh that a little bit as well. So I would not say they are even unfavored in this series. I think this is a straight up 50-50 series if you look at how these teams have performed at this event. Of course, XG has the benefit of, you know, historic players, TI finalists, a TI winner in the coach. This is a team with a big resume sheet and should be able to come out with the win here if you're going by that. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's very close here.
Execration, meanwhile, a squad that has been around for quite some time. Many of the players have been here for years and years and years, and this would be one of the highest positions that many of these players have achieved. If they can manage to beat Extreme Gaming and move on, they win that series as well. They're into playoffs. This would definitely be the highlight of many of their careers. And I agree with you. I'm watching some of those games. It did feel like, considering how tough the group was, Execration was in very winnable games multiple times. They are not lacking in the skill to take on these players individually. Like, they can actually walk away from the laning phase with a win or a tie. It does feel like they can get some momentum going in 15, 20 minutes. There does seem to be that problem, though, of ending games to their favor rather than watching their own throne explode, Avery.
It can happen with young teams. It can happen with C teams, especially. You get on land, you get some nerves, you don't close out as cleanly as you need, and experience takes over. Like, experience counts for a lot when you're in these elimination series, and particularly on the really big stage when the money's looming, the prestige is looming. It's also a tournament where kind of the last big show for Execration this year, because they're not going to TI. Those slots for C got split across 4 teams.
Right.
You got one shot. It's not as if you have a backup event to go to, so it's all on the line here for Execration. Definitely a lot of pressure going into this young squad. That said, in this game 1, I like their draft. I mean, if you look at their draft on paper, there's a lot of synergy here, right? A lot of early game tempo between the push heroes of the Enchantress, the Rasta Wards, the Beastmaster, really easy Roshan, really good single target burst and focus. They got a BKB piercing disable for the Rolling Thunder later on. There's some answers here.
Ooh, foul play does not save Shanks here. Pelosin is able to get the final hit in as the invulnerability of the foul play fades away. And now that puts him at an advantage here. Bane, 1v1 for the Lotus Pool. I think this is guaranteed for Pelosin.
Sleep's coming back up.
Yeah, he could just Nightmare Tino away if it's absolutely required, and it's not.
Nice laning start for Extreme Gaming here. And this is where they can just outperform Execration. If they come in, guns blazing, and play as well as we know they can, they should come out a little bit ahead in all these like little mechanic trades, I think. That's where they can shine.
Do you feel like draft-wise they're favored on the lanes as well? As Palos in some trouble here, Swashbuckle, but Meld, they don't have any detection, obviously. Nobody really brings detection this early into the situation, so Palos is able to get away because of that.
Another sleepwalk top. Rasta dragged into the snake.
But now that you've used your disable, it means full shackles for Shanks onto Ame, who is almost out of mana.
He still had mangoes, right?
True.
Double mango, 1. There's a mango on Pelosin. A lot of extra mana you're going to have to get through. Really tough hero to all in here. I think these lanes look pretty good for Execration on paper, but they are getting a little out-executed here, especially in this top lane. This Bane Medusa lane is really taking it to him early.
Got the snake on too. That's value.
I also want to see how this mid lane develops over the next few minutes. So far, it's been going pretty even, but of course, Monkey King, explosive mid, particularly against melee matchups. Could be a lane that Extreme Gaming try and rotate to with the Marcy. Always this hero that has that old school Earth Spirit threat of just TP in, rotate to the lane, pick me up the hero in. Monkey King is a scary hero to get pick me up on.
What'd you make of the Beastmaster pickup for Execration? It's a hero that they've been rocking a lot for Tino, but instead they swerve it into the mid lane for Lewis here.
I like the idea of getting something for the Rolling Thunder because they had literally nothing to defend against the spell in the team fight.
Sure.
And I do like the synergy with the lineup, right? I think Beastmaster, Enchantress, TA all function really well together. Like, this is a hero you can rotate to, you can push. The downside is the mid beast tends to be a little greedier and a little slower than that offlane beast. Doesn't play with that same tempo. And I think that could be a liability here. Like, where does the overlap come from the mid beast plus the TA versus the offlane beast in the TA? I think the offlane beast has a lot more synergy. The mid beast, you're kind of fighting for the same Ancients. You're fighting for the same Roshan. You have some timings that can align pretty well. Like, you get Ags, you get your item after that, and you can align with the Deso timings on the TA. But it really comes down to how good the beast early game is. So you need to make sure this guy has a good time. Maybe you get a roar kill on this monkey, rotate supports into him. Execration are lurking around here. Still half a level from the level 6 on the beast, but they are threatening a dive with this Enchantress, putting some pressure on Extreme Gaming.
Top CS across all the lanes for Extreme Gaming. things seem to be going very well for them.
For the 6-minute power rune.
And not having level 6 on Lewis yet is a bit of a sad point here. Can't contest as aggressively as they would like to. They're going to use the pick-me-up, get on top of CML. CML is going to be pulled back into the Wukong's command. That's that synergy you were talking about. The Marcy works very well with the Monkey King.
A deadly duo around the map, really hard to contest. The second he gets on you, you're stunned for a little bit. It's already 1 or 2 hits from the Monkey. You can't really fight him back to dissuade the Jingu. You just have to go on him first. Do you have a Dispel with the Enchantress? That's about it. Did get the power rune. Wisdom Shrine's coming up. XG moving their supports bottom here. You get a back-to-back kill on this Enchantress would take a lot of his early game out the window.
Nightmare. Oh, he had the ghost, wakes himself up, but it looks like he's still going to be rather easily bursted down. Palo still wants to fight this with the rotations coming out. Mid laner coming in. Lewis, he's going to try and even the odds here. Gets Aurora out onto the supports. Did not get a crucial core kill. I thought maybe they would twist towards going after XXS, but
a little slow on the reaction there from Execration. You get a return, but it's not the biggest kill for Lewis. And you don't get to contest this Wisdom Shrine at all with having the multiple cores in the lane. And sad deaths for CML. I mean, this is not the hero you wanted having the slower early game here out of all the supports.
Sure.
Like, he can really speed this game up with rotations into mid, rotations into bottom if you combine the supports here. I think Execration have the tempo advantage if they can find the openings. So far, XG have been making the better moves, and shutting down the Enchantress makes a big difference here.
Shanks biding his time, waiting out the Nightmare. Gets the Shackle. Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in. That's going to chain stun up XXS. XXS still has a chance here, especially with XM coming in with the Wukong's command. They couldn't quite burst down the Pango, and now he's trying to hit it with a Starbreaker. No! The Boundless Strike stops the final hit. Tino is unable to claim the life of XXS and will die himself underneath the Tier 1 tower.
If you have Starbreaker to throw out instantly there, I think you can all in him, but he had it on cooldown from that top lane. It cost him a lot off that gank. Nice idea with the Solar Guardian, but once again, Extreme Gaming just prepared. They are ready around the map. The Monkey King can counter-rotate all these moves. Scary hero to try and make aggressive plays into when he just comes in and has a free fight with early Jingu. 3 points already up. Spooky hero to skirmish. And all the time you're distracted by what's going on, Medusa's free farming. That's exactly what Extreme Gaming want. Ame, you're not going to get touched for 20 minutes. He's going to come out. He's going to be an insane beast in the fight. He's going to take the game over. Don't have a lot of damage to all in this Medusa with the mana burn. No sources in this game. You have to do it the hard way. Generally, you want to be ahead, or at least have Roshan to take that fight to him. If Ame gets Aegis this game, it looks real hard to take the fight.
Rolling Thunder going to be put to use here. XM popping out of the trees. Palos is surrounded, calling for aid. The teleports, they might just be a little bit too late here as the Shadow Shaman actually cancels his TP.
Overrun.
Yeah, too many heroes here in the bottom lane. Execration lose this situation. Jinkyu trying to throw out the blood grenade for the CML kill as well. Will not find that one, but Extreme still got to be very happy with this. Monkey King rotations have been on point.
Execration not getting aggressive moves of their own, and this is just giving a lot of space to Extreme to find these little openings, combine the Monkey King with other heroes on the map where they feel the weak point is. He's even going to steal some stacks with the end of that Jingu. Lewis not too happy about that. You either have to play defensive on your own as Execration and read where this Monkey King wants to go, or, again, make the move of your own first, right? Like, smoke the Enchantress Shaman, get a numbers advantage somewhere here. Here's another
Better
smoke.
run, CML. That is not a creep that you can enchant. That is XM in the flesh.
I feel like I've seen this before.
A couple times. He does manage to stop the Fiend's Grip with the Ogre stun.
Yeah, that's a nice little Ogre smash. I mean, that just feels bad. Like, that's your third death. You got gripped as an Enchantress.
And you have to know that Palos is getting run at here.
I mean, where's
the response? Palos, he stuck it out here. He could have run to the gate. Instead, he chose to keep farming out this bottom lane.
This was not that well executed, though.
No, it wasn't.
That was pretty bad.
Was Rolling Thunder not up at the start of that?
He just got caught on the weird tree line. The Boundless Strike didn't go out right away. That was awkward all around. We'll get another pick-me-up in the mid lane. I mean, again, there's no pressure going into this Medusa. So you still have to be happy with any of these outcomes if you're Extreme Gaming right now.
The awkwardness being compounded, Extreme Gaming failing that gank on Palos, but still finding kill in mid, still pressuring the mid tower, while also the bottom lane tower is pressured. And the Medusa is still free farming. Execration, their lineup, it's reaching this valley where they can't really seem to be aggressive yet. And this is the downside of the mid Beastmaster you were referring to at the start.
He needs more stacks, needs more time. The TA and the Beast both need to just keep farming Ancients here off cooldown. And it's pretty easy to just go to these spots if you're XG, load up with some heroes and go for the gank with whatever ults are up. You have another grip in 30, you have another Rolling Thunder here. This tower bottom is just gone. Got to be making moves if you're Execration. You got to get the Rost awards up, maybe drop them on some tier 1s, put some Enchantress keeps into these objectives, bring Ame out of the jungle, because right now he is beasting it up. 120 CS on this Medusa. The Manta is going to be done here in the next 2 minutes. There's the smoke. Finally, a move comes out. They're going to get Lewis involved. Not a game where he can just AFK farm to the Ags. They can get Ame. It's a massive kill, but this is
it's a hard
tanky
kill.
Medusa.
Okay, already overlaying the stuns a little bit. Now the Nightmare to dodge a little bit more of the stuns. They did manage to get through all of his stuff, but he got out the Stone Case, and that's going to be a problem now with the Rolling Thunder. This is a problem for Execration. They got what they came for, but was it too high of a cost? They lose 2, possibly a third as CML's on the run. XM's going to give chase. He TP's out, but the damage from the shield crash will overwhelm him.
Honestly, if you lose supports for that Medusa, I think it's worth it. Losing 3, and a lot of it going, again, into the Monkey King, who's just dominating this early game, not a worth trade-off.
Yeah.
Especially since this Medusa's just going to respawn and go straight back into the farming.
Clutch use of the Lotus is there to be able to get the mana for the Stone Case in the first place. He doesn't get that off. Maybe it's a much better situation for Execration. But
Sleep Save also stalls this up a considerable amount.
Oh, it was beautiful from Pelosin.
And that's a tough place to go on the Medusa because it's so close to the tier 1. The help that comes in from XG is instantaneous. If that is a kill that goes farther up the wave or somewhere in the jungle, you have a lot more time to operate there.
Did you notice that Ame locks his Lotuses on the smaller one? Doesn't actually combine them? Wonder why.
Isn't it just a loss of total heal?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's if he feels like it's a waste to use the big one because he wants, like, the small one is enough to get a Mystic Snake off, right? If you don't have the mana. It's not enough for a Stone Gaze though, and that's kind of the important one.
Maybe he just likes it, you know? It's player preference.
I guess so.
He likes the little Lotus.
Maybe it's just about inventory management. Doesn't want to clutter up his Palos. They're really not helping out this Templar Assassin too much, are they?
No, he's been left on an island. Double Diffusal already up for Extreme Gaming. They are compounding the pressure right now. There's a lot of early mana burn, a lot of chase down potential, and the tag team duo is just continuing to go to work. They are a combined 9-0 and 9 here at the 14-minute mark between these two cores. That's a lot of activity, a lot of tempo, and a lot of space.
Well, we tried to hype up Execration going into this, but this performance in the first 15 minutes...
A little sleepy.
Yeah.
A little sleepy at the wheel.
They're just letting Extreme Gaming kind of do whatever they want. That'll be another tower given up to Extreme.
Gonna have to make a move with that Ags on the Beastmaster. Play this hero on the mid. You have a slower game because of it. It's gonna have to pay it back eventually here. That's your big timing to try and fight back in this game.
CML almost dying again. Ame, he's gonna farm up the ward here, and he's gonna farm up Tino's life. Gorgon's Grass, Tino. Teleport away, but he still has a Nightmare, so that's not going to work for you. Try to get the hammer out. Meanwhile, the other side, Palos, surrounded by the Wukong's command. They burn through the refraction just so quickly. Tino did actually manage to make it out, though. Good for him.
He will survive. Unfortunately, he's going to watch his carry go down for a third time this game. Right as that Ags arrives for the Beastmaster.
I mean, Pelosin is slightly faster than him, right?
I don't think he can kill him, though. Gotta group up here soon if you're Execration. You're just bleeding too many kills around the map. Too much map control. Can't get the lanes out. There's another one. More freebies. Oh, maybe
Shanks not dead. Okay, spoke too soon. He does go down, unable to get off any good shackles in that situation.
Just so
Support
much
for
space.
support.
So much space for a Medusa lineup. You win the early game with Medusa on your team, you are feeling quite good.
Yeah, he's rushing straight butterfly after the Manta.
This is absolutely the correct item build this game. Don't mess around. Get the faster, more aggressive timing. Combine that with an Aegis. You can just push and threaten to end this game.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. I think you could actually end the game by 30 if you're Extreme. Because there's just going to be this massive amount of time where the Templar Assassin does not interact with the Medusa. Still trying to get that Desolator.
You're going to be missing the big defensive items too. Like BKB it for TA if he wants it this game, long way away. BKB for the Beastmaster, that's going to be the quickest one here, but it's still a ways away, and that Ags for the Dawnbreaker. Big items are probably 5-6 minutes out.
Yeah.
You can threaten erosion that time if you're XG. You get a big fight going.
Pretty
So,
much saying
smoke move.
the Beastmaster has to get a good roar on XXS every fight if these BKBs are going to be that delayed. Otherwise, the Rolling Thunder is just going to play absolute havoc with your team fight. Jin-Q baiting out this bottom lane. Got a ward down, spots Palos, immediately jump right to it. They've killed Palos once here, and they'll kill him again. Though the Wukong's command does go out alongside the Tino ultimate. They're trying to blow up the Monkey King and get rid of these statues. Doing what they can. XM fights to the death, but he does eventually go down. Jin-Q gets run down by CML. Meanwhile, XXS is going to make a run for it, leaving Pelosin behind. Finally, Execration. They get a one-team fight.
Oh, he gripped him there too. Real awkward. But
It's
Ame's
still
here.
not a clean win, as they will lose both their 1 and their 3.
Took him a while to bring that Monkey King down. He got some evasion procs from the Sister Shroud. They missed some key hits. Had to commit the Solar Guardian, all the Dawnbreaker spells, and the Roaring to him, which means you give a free fight to XXS on that Pangolier. Got to pick your poison in that scenario. Technically a one fight, though. We are seeing the power of the Beastmaster in the middle of these skirmishes. He does a lot of damage. I mean, that's a fight you would clean up if this early game was better.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you're behind. The early fight items are there from XG, and they're taking advantage of it, which is why they're being highly aggressive. And they know that Ame can come in on the back of this, and the second he shows up, you don't have the spells to all-in this guy. That fight's over. You have to retreat.
The Aghanim Scepter done on the Pango. Execration better keep up with some aggression here. I feel like they can't just be initiated on and then Dawnbreaker ultimate respond. This Rolling Thunder is going to be way too devastating. And you see just a little bit of that Aghanim Scepter coming to play here on the kill on Shanks.
Just such a difference in the trajectory from these carries. It's Paulos who's getting hounded this game, 4 deaths, ganked multiple times. Every time he's gone to his bottom Ancients, he's had to fight an entire team fight for it. And on the flip side, the Medusa, you got him once, but there was a nice turnaround fight from XG off of it, and he's just cruising through everything, uncontested.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 4,000 net worth difference between the Medusa and the TA. That's 50% of his net worth. That is an extreme gap this early in the game.
And they're already setting up on Palos once again, these same wards.
There's just no freedom for the guy. As we see the Butterfly arrive for the Medusa, so Extreme Gaming, they're already hitting their timings. This is a Roche potential. We see the Deso arrive for the TA. Like, both teams would have won a Roche with these big carry items, but this Butterfly is just so much faster.
Yeah. I feel like the timing of this lineup that Execration built, it's just not their style, frankly. I feel like you need a clear division of timings. This is more like a lineup that I would say slower teams, Tundra, Falcons, they can make this work, right? Where you've got this valley, you need to dodge, you just need to be efficient on the map.
I think it would have looked a lot different if the lanes didn't go so poorly.
For sure. But banking on winning lanes against Extreme is also a bit of a gamble. Highly skilled team. 7,000 net worth lead at 20 minutes for Extreme Gaming. It's not too big of a lead. It's not an insurmountable lead, but it's about what the potential is here. The potential.
There's a lot of potential on the map because this Roche is just kind of looming there. And
Ame hasn't really been much of a factor until now, but now that he's got the Butterfly, he's going to get involved.
He's smoked up. He's looking to lead the action now. Finds a little Arcane Rune. Nice little extra HP on the Medusa.
CML, he's the one to break the smoke here. Gets caught by the boundless strike. The inhibit of the diffuser blade slows him down long enough. And they will get that kill. So straight to Roshan for Extreme.
Yeah, pretty easy, straightforward. You have Wukong to defend it. You have Rolling Thunder to defend it. You're going to have a defensive position with the Bane for grip if you wanted to contest this with the Beastmaster. Just impossible here. Have to give it up if you're Execration. Probably weren't contesting this anyway, even if you don't lose anybody. I think that team fight just looks way too difficult. You are hitting your item timings with the Ags, Dawnbreaker, plus BKB Beast, and they are smoked up. You're just too late to the party.
I'm surprised they contested at all. I felt like that was a moment of just get the lanes pushed in, farm as much as you can.
Or send this smoke to one of the side lanes where you think someone's going to show after the play.
Sure, yeah.
They could still follow it up here, assuming you don't break on Shanks. That was very close. Might be able to snag XM. Doesn't have his BKB yet.
Yeah, this target is pretty much perfect. Get him, stall out his BKB a little bit more. He's hopped through the trees, he's breaking the smoke. Execration, wrong idea of where he's at.
No blink on the Beast, makes this play really hard.
And now they're going to get caught by the Monkey King. XM, he's just going to jump forward. TP out from the Beastmaster, good call by him. Plays it extremely safe.
Absolutely the right call. You're just banking on the Bane not being there, and he wasn't.
No.
Nonetheless, you're losing map control, and you're going to lose some gold now because Ame can just play on his own. He's a one-man army. He's going to take away a lot of your map. He's going to start pushing towers.
Yeah, he'll keep mid pushed in and also help his team taking down that bottom tier 2. So it's not like you're going to give up too much to Execration while they take this objective.
It's going to be a really tough part of the game for Execration to hold, especially if XG decide to start poking high ground, bringing heroes back. It's just not an easy way to take the straight-up fight into the Medusa right now. Don't really have auras to help you. It's a really good Crimson Guard game for Execration, but who's building it here? Maybe Dawnbreaker eventually. It's just not the typical build-up we see on this hero right now. Got to keep ratting the map. Try and keep this lead down a little bit. Keep cutting waves with Enchantress creeps. Find that extra farm. Maybe you get a pick off with the blink on the Beast when it arrives, and if you're XG, just keep abusing the fact that Ame can play on his own, can push in multiple waves, gives you a lot of map control to play with. You can smoke and try and pick people off on sides of the map. You can go tier 2 into the high ground if you want to try and bring people back. I'm kind of surprised they're not forcing that issue a little bit more. This feels a little clunky from XG.
Chasing after CML one more time. Good force staff up to the high ground, though. Smart little play. And Execration are stalling things out. A little surprising to me because I didn't, honestly, everything that I've seen from Execration, this is not really their skill set. Stalling games. I feel like what they're best at is actually taking a bit of momentum, swarming the enemy team, playing aggressive. I feel like that's what I've seen from them that looks the best. But they're doing a good job. I mean, it felt like this Medusa was just going to overwhelm them. They've kept it as 6,000 net worth lead.
They still have their tier 2s up as well. Something about what XG are trying to do here just feels kind of weird. Like, they're sitting around mid behind Ame, who's cutting top wave and hitting mid. But they didn't smoke anywhere. They didn't force issue behind the tower. They're not pushing it straight up.
They definitely do not need to be near Ame.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this guy is invincible right now. So here's the smoke move to another part of the map. I think this could have happened a minute ago.
You could probably be in your fountain right now, and Ame could get gone on by all 5 of Execration. I bet you would get to Ame before he dies a second time.
That might be a little bit of an exaggeration.
I don't think it is, honestly. How do they do damage against him?
Well, the thing is, Execration is just never going to go on him in the first place.
That's true.
It's a moot point. The smoke will miss bottom, and it might miss top. Dude, XG are just getting
spotted by the courier. Get through the gate, get through the gate. He's away.
Are they actually going to go back? There's no way, right? That's like too demoralizing.
Yeah.
They're trying to find somebody on the side. They're looking for Beastmaster up here. Do they commit for the chase? No. They're just getting rope-a-doped right now.
They really are.
I mean, nice rat action from Execration. Exactly what you want during this Aegis period, right? Just waste the timer down. Unfortunately, that's a lot of space for Ame. He has a Scotty now.
Yeah.
Your Medusa problem just went from bad to worse. He's got almost 400 CS. That is absurd. He's just been cutting top wave with illusions, farming mid, taking towers, doing triangle. It's an insanely efficient farming pattern. And this will be your last tier 2. Decent Aegis for extreme map control-wise, or I should say objectives-wise. Not as good as it could have been, I think, pickoffs-wise, but they still have a chance to force the high ground here because even though your Aegis is expiring, with the items Ame already has, he's got a built-in Aegis regardless. Tough target to deal with right now.
That tier 3 is dropping so fast. This is not a slow push.
Got to buy out here if you're Execration to try and even the net worth advantage. I think saving buybacks is not as valuable as getting some bigger damage items online, assuming you can afford them.
Yeah, did anybody get anything new recently that stands out?
Hurricane Pike for Palos. You have 2k gold on the Beast and the Dawn, but they're holding it, so they are going to use it for the buybacks. Feel like they can't get a big enough item.
Watching him try and hit the illusion. Miss, 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 miss. Like, how demoralizing is that? You can't kill his illusion. How are you going to kill the real thing?
And they were looking for a flank to try and find heroes that weren't the Medusa.
Yeah, smart move.
Instantly cut off from Monkey in the trees.
Gonna have to get a little bit more creative with the Rolling Thunder. Makes the initiation at the same time. They got
Nice
the jump of the
roar.
Monkey King. Pretty decent. Oh, and there was the pick-me-up, but it get canceled by the Nightmare. Still, though, the fact that XM gets out and gets off the Wukong's man, he'll survive. He stays inside with the extra armor. Tino pulled back in. Jin Q trying to beat him up. Tino didn't get up to the high ground. Now he's gonna be landed upon by Jin Q. Jin Q takes some damage on his way out. Not dead yet. Doesn't fall. Glimmer Cape protects him from the final hit from the Templar Assassin. 2 down on Execration, and Extreme can resume their high ground push.
Wow, what a close fight. You're super low on both supports, plus that Monkey King. A really nice roar counter initiation, but you're not able to follow it up with the big damage from Palos, who's getting zoned by the Rolling Thunder. XXS does his job in that fight, and Stone Gaze, it locked down those 2 cores, even through the BKB, at the perfect time to bail the Monkey King out. I think the target prioritization was fine there from Execration. It's just the initiation from XG was a little faster.
Yeah.
And again, you can only roar 1 core in this game. You can roar the Monkey, try and take him out, or you can roar the Pangolier and try and control the ultimate. Can't do both.
Good catch. Got something.
Yeah, that's Wisdom Shrine too.
Yeah.
Nice little find for them. It's going to repel Extreme Gaming. You got a decent amount of gold off that Aegis, but you did not get a Rax. Got 2 tier 3s.
Yeah.
Guess that's something.
It is something, and Ame's about to complete a Daedalus. You get the second Roshan.
He's pretty massive here.
Execration, do you think they have a better chance at defending the Roshan or defending the high ground?
Defending high ground for sure. You're going to have better angles for the fight, but killing this Medusa twice seems impossible.
Yeah.
So I think you have to contest the next Roche, or at least go for the smoke play to take the fight before XG walk in the pit. I think that's your best opportunity, because if they're set up around the pit, that's pretty unassailable. They're going to deward the area. You're going to have potential night vision with the Bane. You're going to have a Pangolier and a Monkey King and a Deuce, a Stone Gaze that can all just throw AoE control around the pit and man it for that Aegis. That's a near impossible position. Snake for the tower.
I have never seen a ward get farmed, the Giga ward get farmed as much as it has been in this game. That's how far behind they are.
Well, Marcy also does a pretty decent job.
Marcy does it really well. Dusa is also so tanky, she doesn't care about the Giga ward damage, where many heroes do. They're pretty far ahead. Paolo's getting a tier 2, that's decent.
He is working towards the MKB. Would be a big damage pickup.
Is Extreme going to go in on the bottom lane? Are they trying to get all tier 3s before they take up barracks? I've never seen this. Is a bold move.
This is like Monopoly. You can only build a house on each property.
All right, Ame, he's going to take the mid lane barracks. Daring Execration to do something about it.
Well, you can't. You can't do anything about it.
No. I would normally, normal talking point. Oh, but if you do lose this fight, you potentially lose Roshan. There's just no way they can lose this fight, so.
I like a Tormentor here.
That's nice.
Solo pick off. There's a shard for the Shaman.
And fortunately, Ame has multi-shot, so split shot kind of helps deal with that pretty well.
Funnily enough, the net worth situation improved for them a lot, losing that Rax. They gained about 3K on Extreme by giving up the Rax, getting Tormentor, getting tier 2 top, getting more farm.
Tormentor is a weird one because it gives you such a high amount of net worth, but how effective is that net worth, right? It's like the 1,400 gold on the Shadow Shaman. Well, you'd much rather have that on the Templar Assassin and complete out this MKB. That is what Execration is currently waiting for.
He does have it. Question is, can you assemble the team in one spot? Because this map is really split right now.
Yeah, you might just get picked right now on Lewis.
Getting hunted.
Lewis, how quick is he on the blink? Can he BKB? He's gonna get into the trees. They spot him. No, they got him on the Fiend's grip.
Nice Shivas from XXS.
I wanted him to live so badly, just because I want to see Execration get like an actual 5-on-5. But it feels like because that pick off, now it feels likely that Extreme is going to be able to get Roshan, and then we just won't be able to see like a true 5-on-5.
Guaranteed spawn here soon.
Yeah, Templar Assassin knows the timing, knows it's late, so Execration can just keep playing the map. Ooh, caught by Nightmare, quickly waken up by Shanks. Shanks is probably going to be killed as a result, especially if that Nightmare takes him all the way down to the low ground there. Shield Rune on Palos. He's got to blink away before he gets grabbed by Jin Q.
That was not the time to linger.
Slowed down. Hurricane Pike pushes him away. Jin Q will tank some of the damage, tanks through all of those shots somehow. And now Palos is caught in the thick of it. Nice kill onto the Marcy. Palos quick enough with that one. Thanks to the Shield Rune, he can continue to blink out. Unfortunately, XM, he can continue to chase. He knows exactly where you melded, Palos. Hurricane Pike once again, this time on Ame. Only takes him so far.
He did as much as he could in that situation.
He did,
Buys time for the Beastmaster respawn, but this should be a pretty big signal for XG to just march in the pit or march down a lane, honestly. They can also just go high ground here.
Yeah, I almost feel like it would be bad to go to Roshan.
Well, Ame disagrees. He saw farm on the map. He's going to take farm on the map.
Yeah, that's fair. Got lanes to clean up. They still have 50 seconds left on the Templar Assassin, so.
Hard to argue with him when his net worth is just completely out of control this game.
Yeah.
This is a 10K difference almost. Very difficult to overcome when it's on a hero like this that just plants itself.
Execration is getting items that really help with this matchup. The MKB is done for the Templar Assassin, AC done for the Beastmaster. Armor upgrade plus attack speed for the Templar Assassin, very helpful.
I don't have issue with any of their itemization.
Yeah,
it's just too far behind.
It's not going to be enough.
You don't have easy ways to itemize against Medusa. It's a later pick Medusa. It's pretty good against your lineup in the team fight. There's no diffusal buyers. There's no real good heroes at all-inning her with Chain Disable here, considering how much interrupt XG have. You just have to fight him straight up, and it's been difficult. XG going for the throat here. A fatal push if you don't find a way to get an angle here as Execration, which is happening. They are taking the flank route once again.
They are.
Play.
You just need to make sure they don't run into the Monkey King. XM, he's ruined these smoke plays before. And this time around, he may not be able to do so. It broke the smoke on CML, but that's not important. Lewis, he'll get the initiation. They found the Pango. This is exactly what they were looking for. They got to pick me up to try and drag him out of this AoE. XXS, oh, we got off the Rolling Thunder. The Fiend's grip on the Beastmaster. The Rolling Thunder going out pretty much ruins this team fight for Execration. You had to all in the Pango just to have a prayer to be able to win this. Instead, lose 3, get nothing. And Ame, he'll close it out.
Too hard to engage with everybody into this Stone Gaze zone control. Plus the Wukong can get thrown on the ground. Even when you find this Pango, you have 2 more AoE ults. You have to somehow get the TA through. It's just too overwhelming.
Yeah.
XG playing a pretty nice game 1 here.
They did. They played it clean. Great reactions to any moves that Execration did. The only real sticking part was the fact that they had that window of time where they couldn't actually find Execration out on the map.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't exactly know what happened with that, but the thing is it didn't really matter because Ame, like net worth was even, but Ame was pulling ahead and ahead.
Yeah.
And that's what counts in this game. His timings are the end all be all. You can't contest him. That never slowed down.
Yeah, the rest of Extreme could probably just kill all their items, and frankly, Ame would be enough at this point.
little impetus damage. There's an axe on the Bane. Someone's going to have a
By
bad
the time
day.
they get through this, Ame will have killed the throne. See if they can take away that Aegis at least. Ame, he just focuses on it. Like split shot getting the kill. Tino with the initiation. They finished off the Bane.
They got him once.
XXS gets off the Rolling Thunder. Medusa, second life though. It's guaranteed. Nothing can stop him. You need five Heaven's Halberds just to have a chance to stop Ame from ending the game there.
Pretty nice game from XG. Again, that mid game was like a little weird for them, but didn't cost them anything. So I think they're fine just trading that out, getting the Medusa to her timings, getting another Roshan, ending the game. Nice, simple, straightforward strategy. They had some good aggressive moves in the laning phase with the Marcy Bane. This Marcy continues to win. Slow game from Execration on the flip side. Like that laning phase, I don't think they made a single move. It was just the Enchantress getting ganked over and over. Maybe this Beastmaster out of mid was slower than they anticipated, and there was a decent amount of overlap trying to get the TA and the Beastmaster farmed up while maintaining map control. There has to be pressure from some core in this early game, right? If you're not going to go to the Dawnbreaker lane and throw yourselves at the Dusa early to try and negate that potential time bomb, then the pressure has to come from one of these other lanes. You're either tri-laning with the TA or you're going mid and just repeatedly ganking this Monkey King. They kind of looked for it, but it wasn't there. And of course, XG are a good team. They're going to read some of these moves. They had some good defensive positioning. They interrupted a lot of these plays. They had some good D wards. And I think, honestly, Jin Q and Paulson set this game up pretty well. Like, they controlled the early tempo. They made sure the space was there for Ame to free farm, and that's what counts.
I think the last thing I just want to see going into game 2 is just, we saw some good defensive plays out of Execration, but that's not the good stuff. That's not the razzle-dazzle. It's the aggression from Execration.
100%.
And we didn't get to see any of that in that game 1. If you're going to go out, at least go out in the style you do. We'll see what changes they make going into game 2.
I hope one of those changes will indeed be playing the draft they got for themselves. I was promised Execration movements, early aggression, and it was going to be extreme. That would have to weather the storm that Execration would bring, and then Jenkins, the winds were still no storm.
Yeah, there was not much of a storm going on there. There was some very good early movements from Extreme, I would say. Like they, maybe not movements, but like counter movements. I do think that Execration was like trying to play really fast in the early game, but there was that one situation where like Pelosin was just sitting behind Ame, and like even though Ame goes down, they still respond with enough heroes that they get a bunch of like counter kills. Like this really resembled like Liquid gameplay to me, where Extreme was just bringing heroes in at the right time and always bringing the numbers that they would get some advantage in pretty much every fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're the Enchantress team, I always expect you to set the pace, like dive these towers, like make the smokes, make the aggressive movements. But it was actually XG that were setting this pace, and it really started from the lanes. Like they came out swinging from all 3 lanes, and what I really wanted to point out was how well the supports played with XM on his Monkey King, and we actually have a small little highlight reel of that early game, how they were able to secure their lead after a strong laning stage. And basically, we've got a lot of rotations going on, but here Execration goes for their first play in this bottom lane with their Dawnbreaker ulti. Of course, you got XM TPing in on his Monkey King, and while it looks almost dangerous for XXS, he just barely gets away. Like, then the dive continues here from Tino on his Dawnbreaker. Jinq showing up, of course, and that was their first reaction to one of Execration's aggressive moves. Afterwards, they gained confidence, right? They're the ones playing on tempo. XM, Mischief hiding, they're diving the Templar Assassin here, and yes, Enchantress TP's in, but if you see, it took Shaman 5 extra seconds to TP in, and at this point, Execration, who have the aggressive draft with the Enchantress, are the one reacting. Here we see Paulison and XM again, like making a move, finding Enchantress. And I think when you find Enchantress in the jungle, it's really key in shutting down these kinds of drafts, because this hero wants to be like assembling a creep in like smoking, like going for a rune, going for an aggressive ward, going for a tower. You catch her, you stop that. And then here they're able to even pressure Palos because he stays in that bot lane area. They end up kicking him out. And this one's just simple. Like, Shaman's just farming mid. He gets stunned and then killed. So there are even pickoffs happening where there was an individual hero standing in a lane and just dying. So to me, I felt like Execration did have a strong draft, they just got outclassed by Extreme Gaming here.
I want to go back to what you said about Enchantress, because I don't know if you knew this, Shiver, but actually Aoi 2000 played on Fart Studios, aka Arkosh Gaming, prestigious top 3 NA team qualifier, TI qualifiers. But Aoi, he explained a concept to me at the point that, for me, this was like mind-blowing, because when you see a position 5 dying in the jungle like that on Enchantress, like you would think like, oh, it's a position 5, making space, right? But the idea of Enchantress is you're supposed to dominate the early game. So if you're killing a hero that's supposed to be dominating at a certain point in the game, at that point in the game, this is not good for that hero. The entire reason you pick Enchantress is to destroy the early game. So in that sense, it's not just a position 5 that's dying. It's a hero that's supposed to be controlling the game. So finding Ench in the jungle that early, smoking to gank the Ench is actually worth it. If this is an Ench dying at like 30 minutes into the game, she's done her job, you know? It's like at that point it's space. But at the points that they were killing CML, like it was not good. This was not good for Execration.
It was not. It also, I think the clip that we saw on the first bit where we saw XXS barely getting away, I think that's the closest he came to dying in the entire game, because he didn't end up dying. And if you do look at the kills that Execration did get, in terms of cores, they only were able to get Ame once, and they got XM once, and that's it. No.
And GQ 5 times.
Okay, but that doesn't count as support.
Yeah. Very true. Like, on the other hand, if you look at Execration, there's a lot of deaths going on, but you look at Lewis's score, and he's 6-2-2 on that mid Beastmaster. Like, he was their saving grace in this game.
Yeah.
And this is a player that you can build a team around and build a draft around. Like, we saw what their draft was capable of at certain moments. It's just that their road to getting there was like filled with errors. So maybe they need to simplify their idea a little bit. These Enchantress drafts may be a little bit too hard to pull off because the hero isn't in the strongest state that she's been.
Yep, and then of course the early game doesn't go the way Execration want, and that allows Extreme to just be more aggressive for what they should be doing with their draft. And Jenkins, I think one of those fights that they went for is one that you wanted to take a closer look at.
Yeah, we got a clip. We'll go ahead and roll ame.png, the clip. So this is Ame. It's, you know, you can call it an aggressive play because this was a bait the entire time. Pelosim was just sitting in the trees, beautifully using the Nightmare to dodge the stun coming out from Tino. Turning around with the Fiend's Grip, not getting that canceled. Monkey King ult comes in. And this is where I said, like, they look kind of like Liquid-like, where they have only 2 heroes top, but they have the other heroes ready to TP, and they have them ready to TP in an order, which is completely devastating for Execration. And so, yes, Ame goes down. Yes, you're getting like a core kill there.
Only time, by
right?
the way.
The only time he dies. But also mid, that's Monkey King. This is also a carry hero. Like, he was doing so much damage in the game where, like, the game gets to a point when you have these, like, dual carry lineups where, like, if you spend all of your resources to kill one, then you have nothing to kill the other one. And you just lose, especially when it's like a TA matchup. You know, TA does not like playing into Monkey King late game. TA does not like playing into Medusa late game. These heroes peel off Refraction easily. So it was very difficult for Execration to play past these early game points.
Yeah, we're gonna find out how they're gonna try to recover from this. Again, I will continue saying it, and we'll continue saying it the whole day. Elimination on the line for all series here on out. So a lot of pressure on game number 2, which will be coming your way after a break.
If I heard that you 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 What a shame, The way I live life. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. The way you do it.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. You're watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we are getting ready for our second game in our first series here for the last chance of these two teams. We got Extreme Gaming and Execration, a best of 3 for them to decide who will move forward in this elimination bracket. And game 1 was taken by Extreme Gaming in a way that was supposed to be the way that Execration was supposed to win. So there's a lot to break down for the teams during this break to see how they can recover for Execration going forward, because I'm sure they would have gotten a stern talking to FE. How do you want to see them change? Because it felt like it was mostly a play-related issue rather than a draft-related issue for them in this game 1.
Yeah, I would say that they came close at a lot of moments. That's where I want to give them like grace. And to be fair, like had XXS not lived with 100 HP, maybe he wouldn't have dove, which like started their net worth loss. Maybe top, if Medusa hadn't gotten slept and it bought her that extra 0.5 seconds, they wouldn't have stayed long enough to get gripped. So the plays they were making were good. Extreme Gaming were just like a step ahead. So maybe to that I would say, don't try to outpace XG, because they've shown their expertise here, or they've shown their experience rather, and what that translates to. Instead, like, build for a strong mid-game timing instead of a strong early game timing. Play off of that, because Lewis, he always gets his farm, he always owns.
Yeah.
You're always going to have an entry point into the mid-game off of him.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I was also looking at Lewis. Like, if you look at his hero pool, obviously, let's take out the Bristle mid against Falcons. That doesn't really count.
Yeah.
Mostly, it's like Spirit-type heroes. It's Storm Spirit, Invoker, Queen of Pain. Like, even Pango, in my opinion, is like a Spirit-type hero. Like, you are the one that's going around and, like, actively starting the fights, and, like, you're the core guy for the engagements and making things happen. And I feel like it's definitely worth just trying to put Lewis on that sort of hero again. Beastmaster, he played it very well, but it's a different archetype of hero. Like Mira mentioned, it's a hero that you're playing on pacing, you're grouping up, yes, you're a team fighter, but like Ember can break the lanes at 5 minutes or 6 minutes into the game. Storm Spirit can do the same, right? You can smoke like off cooldown. It's a low cooldown skirmish type hero. Beastmaster is not like that. Like, he's more about taking these that like one big engagement, you know? It's a very different archetype of hero, and not at 6 minutes. It's like a 10 to 15 minute timing.
I also think a hero like Nature's Prophet, where they could flex that between support or just put it on Palace, could be really great for them. Like, just giving them that like added global presence. Like, with the Dawn, it almost worked, but I think something like a Nature's Prophet really does simplify your gameplay. I believe it got banned in the second phase.
It did, yeah.
So that's a hard hero to want to get through, but maybe prioritize that for your first phase.
Well, they will have first pick in the upcoming game, so potentially that is something they will go for. I do feel like if you are first pick, it does give you that extra flexibility, because there's a lot of heroes you do not necessarily need to ban. That's for second pick teams. They have to ban certain heroes that they don't want to give away. So we'll see if they'll let, or if they'll get the Nature's Prophet, because that was still in the pool at that point. Other than Lewis obviously setting him up for success comes also from potentially the supports, and the idea was there with the Enchantress, but it was very clearly read by Extreme Gaming, as we saw that that CML Enchantress being picked apart a little bit in the early stages of the game. Is there anything they could go for that's maybe a little bit safer that would fit their playstyle?
I mean, I think something like Enchantress can work, but they did have a Furion with it, and having the Furion with it like changed the dynamic of that hero, because instead of having to stay around a carry like a TA who's getting dove, you can play the map. Furion can just hit the jungle, he can join fights himself. Like if you're gonna run an Enchantress, you need a self-sustaining type of carry, or a carry that's independent or has avenues for independent gameplay.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like when I was thinking about Ench, like okay, you know, one game he went 0-8. I don't think it's enough to just stop picking like the most important hero for the team. I'll just say it. Like they look amazing when they play with CML on Enchantress, and I think they know how to strategize around it. But also, if you have a mid laner that's like Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, and you have an Enchantress that's getting slowly killed in the jungle, these heroes can actually respond to that. What is a Beastmaster halfway to Ag's components going to do when an Enchantress is dying? Like Lewis before would zip in and get some sort of counter kill. It would turn into a fight, right? But with Beastmaster, he's more that like you hit a really hard mid-game timing. You try to like end the game, take objectives around that time.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I think Beastmaster is a great hero for them. Like, and I understand putting it on mid lane because I wanted to dodge the Medusa matchup, and it looked really good mid. Not many heroes can lane versus Monkey King, but Beast is one of them.
I think you just throw it off lane and say screw the Medusa matchup.
I think Beastmaster plus Ench, I like that. I like that a lot, but I think the Ench plus TA is where it went wrong for me. Because TA as a hero, like whether she's mid or safe lane, she's going to need help, and she's going to need resources, and she's going to be focused. Whereas like you just build more independent cores to play with the Ench, or just let it go for now. Like they have won a game with the Enchantress, but she's such a hard hero to pull off, and she's ultra nerfed. Like everything about her is just objectively weaker than it was last year.
Well, in terms of adjustments, we are going to see a little bit of a change for Execration, because they go for the Bounty Hunter. And it is not going to be the first time that we see Bounty Hunter, but I think it's the first we see it overall first picked.
I think they actually overall first picked it against Falcons. So let me check the Dota buff.
It was 17. I have it up here. So they picked it 17. Right here.
Okay. I know, I had to see it on my... I was already loading it. I mean, yeah, this is a specialty hero for Shanks. Like, they like the hero. I mean, the strengths of BH in general are, like, if you can get some lane combo with him, Darkseer, for example, it looks really good. You're a hero that can run in and get vision for ganks. You're not necessarily providing that much to the ganks yourself, depending on how much farm you have. It's a great aura buyer as well. It does suffer into, like, 5 manning, but if you win a couple of team fights, the game is just over. Like, legitimately, there's no better snowballing hero in the game than Bounty Hunter. And I feel like with how Execration was actually having like some decent fights in the last game, if you can take one of these fights with some early game heroes and a strong timing, like maybe there is potential to snowball from a Bounty Hunter pick.
Yeah, there could potentially be. We of course did have a change in the bans as well, where they banned Dazzle instead of Sniper. They'll still ban it in the second phase, together with the Ancient Apparition, who we haven't seen that much of this EWC yet. And then Nature's Prophet was the first pick coming out from Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Darkseer afterwards.
There's going to be some like heal-dependent hero coming out for Execration in the second phase. Whether it's a Morphling or an Enchantress or something like that, I do believe that they're at least trying to set up for that.
Because Alchemist is no longer a thing, right? Not really.
Not really.
No.
Here we go, Carry Huskar coming out.
Well, we got the Willow first, so a very safe support coming out for Extreme Gaming. Don't really give away too much with that. And I will say that I like the priority shift for Willow instead of the Shadow Shaman, which would be the other option here that they could have gone for.
I just like Willow a lot versus melee supports. Like, Bramble Maze is incredibly hard to play against, and a hero like Bounty Hunter who wants to get on top of her, or like annoy her, track her, or hit her, you can't really do that to Willow. She'll just bedlam you and kill you, or chase you away. So she's a very cool hero in that sense. I also like that with the Willow, you know that whichever target you get on with any stun, you're going to have early game damage. Like, you're never in a situation where you think, oh, can this hero die if we make this play?
That's so nice, honestly, in Dota. Like, I feel like Leshrac was that hero for a while when he was strong, where there are just certain heroes in Dota, you pick them, and you no longer have to worry about damage in your draft, you know? So, I mean, the thing is, Shadow Shaman is a similar hero in terms of you pick it, you don't have to worry about Disable in the rest of your draft. Like, he has enough. But, yeah, Willow is super nice for that. And such a strong laner. The extra regen that you get on her W is... It's crazy. Like, even just sitting in the fountain, regenerating to full HP is so quick.
Yeah, it's actually super impactful because, like, often people, well, in the past people would go Bramblemaze level 1, and sometimes people do if they're fighting for their rune. But, like, now you can take really crazy trades on the side, press Shadow Realm, eat a Tango, and you're, like, really high up while the other support is still slowly regening, and you can do that, hit the carry over and over with each Shadow Realm too. It's very annoying. It also gives you range secure. Like, this Willow playing Shadow Realm level 1 has really changed the way that people lane against her.
Yeah. I love Monkey King as a hero, by the way. Gaiman really convinced me on Monkey King during Wallachia. Like, even not knowing what you're playing against mid, just picking it and saying, like, no mid matchups are really that horrible for Monkey King, because there is no more oppressive hero, like, economically speaking, than a Monkey King roaming around the map. You know, like, you show up in a lane, I can't think of a more annoying hero to just be in my lane as, like, a melee guy, and you're almost always going to have one core that just does not like playing into Monkey. So he can, like, get some levels mid, and then jump to whatever lane that guy is in that he doesn't want to play against him, and then kill that dude over and over and over again. And very few things, like, genuinely destroy Monkey King mid. It's like Queen of Pain, Batrider, they're getting banned in every single game. Phoenix mid, but nobody's going to pick that.
I mean, if you have heroes that require him to buy an early BKB, that's usually when he suffers. But if he wins the laning stage and snowballs, it's hard to even get to the point where you threaten him without a BKB. But I do feel like when he's afraid of walking into a fight, it's tough. I mean, Willow is really good for that too, like the terrorize out of Wukong's command and things like that. But it's not enough between all of XG's heroes. You definitely need more.
And we now have secured the Nature's Prophet as a core, as the Tusk gets picked up. Should be in the hands of Ame, and that means for the side of Extreme Gaming, we are most likely looking for an XM hero. XSS has played the Kunkka a bunch, but I'm sure that XM can play it too if really needed. Actually, if you think you're going to be playing up against a Monkey, would you be happy with Kunkka mid?
No.
No.
No. You would want to run this as your safe laner or your off laner. This is one of the matchups where Monkey King does still dumpster. Is versus Kunkka. I like the pick of Tusk, by the way, here, because I feel like there's an element of you're also blocking it from execration. The most annoying hero to play against as Kunkka in the current patch is one of the most annoying is Tusk. Like, the snowball save from all of the ground targeted stuff that Kunkka does, you completely combo break it, and to use that on the ground after snowball is incredibly impractical. Like, he can snowball on creeps. You don't know when he's going to, like, press the snowball. You know, he can snowball on a hero, and the hero runs away.
Yeah, I also think just if you look at Bounty Hunter, like, both of the supports on XG are good versus Bounty Hunter. Like, Tusk is one of the better heroes at hunting him early on because the hero has, like, a lot of move speed with track, runs away. You know, you just ice shards, get a +1 with a dust. Like, you have a means to chase him. Like, Willow won't die if she gets caught alone by him. Tusk won't die if he gets caught alone with him because he's very tanky.
You're totally right. This is a rough Bounty Hunter game, which I suppose is the punish to, like, first phase picking this.
Yeah, the plus side to Bounty Hunter, though, is that he has an ability to, like, find Furion for his team. Like, Furion usually farms the sides of the map where the jungle is, and basically you'll pick something like a Bounty Hunter to scout him out and some way to instantly connect on the Bounty Hunter, which actually Execration don't have yet. Sure, Monkey King can do it, but it's not like a Storm Spirit who just jumps in from a distance to follow up.
Ooh, unusual hero joins the fray. We don't see that much Mars. Do we like this? It will be giving us potentially more team fights, which is something you guys said that in the mid game you kind of want because you got a Bounty Hunter so you can snowball off of that.
It's really good versus Furion carry. Like, just everything about it is good. Like, you can trap him with the arena, you have Bulwark. I mean, Furion is not going to really kill you in the early game either. The only thing is eventually he will have a BKB. But it's good, and then you also layer the Wukong with the arena.
It's a Tino hero, yeah, and I feel like they really, like you said, they needed something to just lock people into Wukong. They're between, like, Abba, Monkey King, Bounty Hunter. their best stun is Boundless Strike. Like that's not good, right? You need some sort of like hard lockdown. So this is probably the best Tino hero for that. I mean, you know, they could have like Magnus, for example, but this is countered by Tusk. I think Mars is much better against what Extreme Gaming has going.
Do we want to see this Abaddon as a 5 or as a 1? As a carry or as a support?
I think Aphotic Shield is incredibly good against Dark Willow, so you can run it carry.
But that would mean that they get their 5 as their last pick?
No, I mean the flex is open, right? But I guess the only way to keep it open until the very end would be to find a core support flex, but those aren't very good right now.
I think they'll just last pick their 5 because they have to pick out a phase anyway, right? So they've picked all the important heroes at this point. They don't get any new information from Extreme, so what would be the point in saving a core for last pick? They're gonna pick Witch Doctor just because. This is why they banned the Ancient Apparition. they were anticipating the last pick Witch Doctor.
They go for the
I feel
Dawn
like there
ban
has
out.
to be a way to try to keep it open, because do you want Monkey King to just get like Huskard or something? I mean, you are playing against XM, right? He plays the Razors and Vipers, and there it is, the Witch Doctor. That's so funny.
Awesome. That's awesome.
I hate this. I hate this for them.
I love this. This is cool.
But I mean, their XM plays like the lane dominating mid heroes.
As
so.
long as you don't misclick the Gris. Shoutouts to my boy Fear.
Yep.
This is a solid hero.
I'm gonna go ahead and call myself a hater of this Witch Doctor pick.
That's okay.
I am a hater. I respect it, but I also dislike it at the same time, if that is possible. I respect that they really like this hero, but they're 0-2 on it. It's one lane, but then it's just done nothing in the game, in the series that they picked it twice. And XM, he just gets his overall last pick Storm Spirit. He's comfortable in the Monkey King matchup. He is playing against stuns, but once he gets BKB, he's pretty untouchable in this game.
I think Execration are absolute Giga Chads for they're one game away from getting eliminated from the biggest, arguably the biggest tournament of the year.
They pick Witch Doctor.
And they pick Witch Doctor BH. Like, this is really cool. I mean, they have the Mars to set up for it. They banned the Dawnbreaker, which we saw as like a good counter to stop the Witch Doctor ulti. I will say, this is looking like a pretty nasty Storm game, though. There is not good lockdown for it. They're going to have to Mars Arena him or, like, get some sort of Orchid on Bounty Hunter, like some sort of disable for XM on Storm.
Well, I will say that Execration, they have grinded for a long time. I know Paulus is the latest addition to the team in February, but before that, I mean, some of these players have been on the team for over 3 years, you know? So that's a long time. This year, they didn't qualify for anything apart from this. So this is their biggest tournament, and I do like that they obviously come into this EWC with an idea of what's good. And they have that in their heads, and they're like, you know, if we're gonna go out, at least we gotta do it with what we think should be good. So there's some respect there.
You know what? That is cool. You're absolutely right. And they do have a means to win the game if they snowball out of lanes, the same way that actually did, like if they win their lanes. But if they don't, and Storm gets BKB plus Aghanim Scepter versus 4 melee heroes, I don't know what their counterplay is to that.
Well, maybe we're just gonna find out. Maybe they're gonna surprise us all and make this Witch Doctor a little bit of a higher priority for everyone as we're heading into a game number 2, Extreme Gaming Execration with Cap and SVG.
Well, in order to make that Witch Doctor a higher priority for all the teams involved, they're going to have to perform better with it than they did in the group stage, Avery. I do not like this hero. I don't like the fact that they keep picking it. I didn't like in the group stage. I don't like it here.
Tell me more.
Well, I was just discussing this with Effie this morning, how I really hated some of their 5s that they pick, that I don't feel like they actually do that much for them in the draft. And I think Witch Doctor, is that hero to the T. That's a hero that's fun to play as a 5 position, but I don't think it actually gives you very much in the draft. Am I wrong about that?
No, I agree. The hero does not usually help most win conditions. He's just a killer. Like, that's what the hero does. He slays. And generally, supports that do that are not that valuable because your cores are big damage dealers. They'd rather just have their better lockdown, better sustain, better map control, or better laning. Witch Doctor can be a laning meta. So that's like the one area. If you just completely dominate some lane, you take a hero out of the game, that's where you can find his value. And in theory, honestly, it's not a bad Witch Doctor game. Hero kind of owns Tusk, Kunkka, Furion a little bit. So he has some okay matchups here. To me, this is a game Execration are just going to have to play even faster than game one. They're going to have to come out really on point, find some good early moves, get some snowball lane action going between the supports especially, and just play through the Monkey King. If they can play a fast game, they have a lot of early skirmish power between Abaddon, Bounty, the Witch Doctor, the Monkey Mars. Like, there's not a lot you have to wait for in this lineup to come online. A lot of your spells are pretty low cooldown. Even your ults are pretty low cooldown in this lineup. That's what they have going for them, whereas Execration or Extreme Gaming got another pretty good last pick. Zhao 8 coming out today. And this Storm is pretty deadly in this game.
Tino helps out his support with the God's Rebuke, much needed. Otherwise, that might have been your first blood. I don't want to, be too much of a doom and gloom guy, but Bounty Hunter is also a support that doesn't give you very much in the draft. Am I wrong? Their support duos is not giving them hardly any win conditions.
Gives them momentum, though.
It does give them momentum.
Get the ball rolling.
I do like that part with the Monkey King. I will say
it can go fast.
Yes. Zoom, zoom.
But you got to go fast and not off a cliff. Hopefully that's the case here, as you're one game away from elimination. Not an easy position to be in. Not an easy position to usually play this style of lineup either. So time to put up or go home. Quiet start. Probably not that good for Execration. I think they would like a at least a couple kills on the board here in the first 2 to 3 minutes.
Sure.
Some random chaos happening.
Yeah, I mean, you always say that killer heroes, they want kills.
Yes.
Largely because of the experience they're gifted, right? Bounty Hunter, Witch Doctor are good examples of that.
Yeah, I don't really like what's happening right now for Shanks, right? He's pulling waves, you're resetting equilibrium, you're giving a lot of soul XP to Mars, but you're getting very little XP for yourself, and you're just falling behind. Maybe you can make it up with some courier snipes. 2 more couriers coming out on the map, but you don't have a ward for it. So it's kind of tough to see these. Flip side, this Witch Doctor lane, the lane got pushed out super far. You haven't really gotten any early harass or good trades on XXS, and your camp is blocked. So kind of hard to reset it right here. You're not getting that good value out of the Maledict. There we'll see Blood Grenade plus the bounces, some okay damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, the lane is so pushed forward they can't actually, play off of the miss slowing down XXS. So couldn't really get much of a chase down there.
We'll get the Lotus at least. That is something.
That is true. Focus on the upsides. Mid's going well. He's got 6 denies on the Monkey King.
I mean, Lewis played pretty well in game 1. Just wasn't much he could do to salvage that on his own. And he is taking it to XM here. Shanks looking for the little Roman here. If you can deny some runes out from the Storm, that's not inconsequential. And you get a D-ward as well. Nice little play. Lewis on this mid lane boosts him up considerably. I would like to see some fast Monkey gameplay here. Contest the Wisdom Shrine potentially, gank a side lane, run some of these heroes down. You have really nice supports to combine with the Monkey and run some of these heroes down the lane. That's one thing extra you got to worry about. Like, good matchups for the Monkey King. He's good against the Furion, he's good against the Kunkka. These 2 cores do not man fight. And that's why the Storm pick is really nice, because the Storm gives you another win condition, and it's a really good Storm game.
Nice cask! Unfortunately, the Shadow Realm is going to make things a little bit more awkward. Aphonic Shield, XXS, he will die here. And with the Maledict AoE damage, helps do a little bit more to Xin-Q, who will not end up going down. In the end, though, Extreme still walking away with the first blood. Nice stun on XM, followed up with a Blood Grenade. I think they've actually got this kill. Lewis, they should dive this. He's going for it, and they got him. Pelosin here with the punish, but it's a Jingu'd up Monkey King. You're not taking him down.
Already level 5. Boots online, easy run down on the Storm. That's the type of roam action you're looking for. That's what can snowball this game. Not only put your Monkey in a position to have high impact, but shut the Storm down at the same time. That's massive.
Yeah, the analysts were a bit concerned that the Storm Spirit would have a pretty free game.
He does. He has a very free game here. There's not a lot of early itemization that's going to shut him down. Bounty Hunter is the only hero that can really build something in terms of Orchid or Atos or whatever it is. You can get a Yule's Mars. That's something else. But there's a decent amount of bailout for XM anyway. Even if you build 1 or 2 items and you catch him, he can get Boat, Rum, he can get Snowball saved. There can be a Terrorize that forces people off of him. You're not going to get early BKBs in this Execration lineup. He should be confident to cruise through this game as the Storm and find high impact in the fights.
Tino doing what he can. It's a 1v2 lane with the Bounty Hunter missing. And Extreme Gaming are very aware that he's in the bottom lane. Shanks is still trying to make it work, though.
Looking for the cast connection.
We managed to get him some bit of damage, but again, the Shadow Realm will protect against any further aggression.
If I'm Execration, I am absolutely wanting to go for both Wisdom Shrines in this game. I don't think Storm might have 6, but he's going to have to jungle for it, which means his resources should be low. And you should be able to contest it here with an Abaddon on one lane, a Mars on the other. You have a Bounty Hunter who can be off-map, potentially at both, a Witch Doctor who's great at fighting of them, and of course, the Monkey King who can connect to either one, depending on where you feel you need his strength. That could be a huge point in this early game that XG have trouble defending before their ults are online. Like, they need Wrath of Nature plus Boat to kind of skirmish in this game.
Oh, Haste Rune doesn't go for the Storm Spirit despite Shank's positioning. He goes for this kill in the bottom lane.
Well, yeah, go to the Witch Doctor. Go to the Gree.
That's true. Not the easiest kills in the world. Jinkyu, he's got the Shadow Realm. And Lewis, he'll wait it out and get the kill.
Nice little pick off. This were 30 seconds later. That's a guaranteed Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah.
Might get it anyway, though, if you can just linger around here, because now you have the Jingu up. Hard for XXS to walk up here. This tower taking a lot of damage as well. Catapult got saved with the glyph.
Just putting damage on XXS, weakening him up for the upcoming Wisdom Shrine. Extreme Gaming do not seem to be in a position to take either one here.
No, they don't have the resources right now around the map. They're converging mid, but it's kind of the last place you want to be right now.
Yeah,
it's just a Bounty Hunter soaking XP. They're gonna lose both shrines here. No contest, no Wrath of Nature or Boat to do it.
That's crazy because you have a Nature's Prophet. Shanks. Okay, Lewis is going to be set up here with Wukong's command.
Nice
this
setup.
3-man dive onto a Bounty Hunter. Okay. You lost your Wisdom Shrines. You successfully killed the Bounty Hunter. You almost lost heroes for it. Fortunately, they will manage to get away. Storm Spirit with a zip out. The other teleporting away. That did not feel the greatest for Extreme.
No, they are down bad in experience right now. Gonna have to make it up elsewhere. They also lost that bottom tier 1 to the nice push with the Monkey King coincided with that catapult. They kept it alive. Just took the tower down. In fact, the catapult's still alive down here.
Tino's got his level 6. Oh, I thought maybe he would was thinking about getting aggressive with Ame with Shanks returning to the lane, but Shanks is actually going from top back to mid again. 8-minute Power Rune is coming up after all. Wants to keep every single one of those Power Runes out of the hands of the Storm Spirit if possible. See him out. Ooh, did not get around to the other side of the shards and now blocked in. Bodic Shield will help him. Trying to get the heroes close enough for a good casket will not happen.
I brought Ame in for that one. He wants some extra experience and gold on the map because he's going Hand of Midas here. Interesting option for him. Used to be a build-up on this hero because the levels were super valuable, but I don't think it's as valuable experience-wise anymore. That said, the hero still has very decent stat gain.
I feel like that's antithetical to what Bounty Hunter is supposed to be doing to you. Don't you want to be able to fight as best as possible? Palos in some trouble, not quite level 6, and will not get level 6.
So
meanwhile,
close.
Tino's going to show it. Got to inside the arena. With Lewis down here, both their lives are forfeit.
They just lined him up. Spear on multiple heroes. Boundless Strike on multiple as well.
Oh, almost got a third kill. The swing from the Bounty Hunter does not quite connect.
If you have 6 on Abaddon, if some more creeps go down there, that's a terrible fight for Extreme. Bringing the Fury on aggressive to hit this tower, just a missed position here. You have to respect the aggressive potential from the Mars Monkey Bounty early, and they're going to take the fight to you every time. That's a free matchup.
I've seen CML in this position a few times. Caught in the jungle by XM.
It's had a rough series, man. At least this time he's got Grigori running.
Tino, he's got help. Ame should not think that he is solo. What a move from Execration. They take the fight bottom lane and bring 3 heroes through the great gate to the top lane. Ame dies a second time. He's going to need that Hand of Midas at this rate.
He's getting punished trying to get there. Nice aggressive play with this Monkey King.
Shanks does get spotted. He'll be the victim. The counter rotation from Extreme Gaming. So they get still something out of it. Execration are not breaking away with the game. Not yet anyway. Net worth wise, still relatively even. But the big thing is experience going the way of the Bounty Hunter. He's closing in on that 6.
That's going to be the center point of this lineup. You can start running around the map getting track kills. You can use the Witch Doctor Monkey's aggressive potential and translate it into net worth advantage. Much different game for Extreme. They haven't really read these moves as well as they did game 1. Ame's not nearly had as much space. Definitely been shut down. And it's Execration making the aggressive moves.
How close is Shanks to 6?
He's going to get it here.
He's going to get it off the creep wave? Okay. So now Extreme, they really got to tighten up. They can't afford to be losing some of these fights. Otherwise, Execration will really start breaking away. Got
to think about these tier 1s. If you can make good moves around them, bring the Abaddon in, take these towers down, you're going to have a lot of space to operate in this game. And it's going to be harder for XM to find power runes on this Storm, which is what he wants going into this mid-game.
Lewis?
This is an ambitious attempt.
Yeah, they've got the Wrath of Nature that will help. I mean, between the Wrath of Nature and Bedlam, they do have some high damage early on into this game.
That felt like it did a lot of damage.
Yeah, how much did that Wrath of Nature do?
1,300 HP, 13 armor.
379, 900 damage from the Willow.
Dark Willow things, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that facet is still pretty bonkers.
Oh, it's right as he was finishing Diffusal. Nice time to take him off the map. You get the tower top as a trade here. I don't think Extreme had any plans defending that.
Yeah, and Extreme are trying to trade here, but they're moving to Abaddon lane, and Execration is already set up. They're going to get the punish. XXS, he gets gone on before Extreme even show up with their move across the map, and he'll be run down with a Maledict on him.
Not respecting that.
They're going to jump back in, though. Go all in on the Monkey King. He gets an Aphotic Shield. Walrus Punch up in the air. Half HP. Trying to get some hits in. He's got the Jingu, but he can't hit anything. Meanwhile, CML caught by Ame in the river. He's going to die here. Terrorize goes out from Jinkyu trying to protect himself, but Shanks is here, and they've got the track kill for it as well. So killing streak and a track kill. That was worth a lot for Execration, but all around Extreme, not too bad of a trade-off.
I got a lot on Ame, who's had the Midas running this entire time. If he joins fights and gets to clean up while he has a Midas, that's going to feel really good for him. That was a nice turnaround. You take the monkey off the field, it's huge for XG. It slows all of Execration's game down. That's a lot of their early damage. And now he has to walk out from base because he TP'd to that bottom place. So this is a lot of time wasted for Lewis, who is otherwise having a very nice early game here.
Palos is moving along nicely. He was the other one who benefited from that fight. He may have died that one situation where he didn't have level 6, but since then, he is cruising along to a Radiant. So Extreme will have a bit of a window here where Palos is not much of a factor, but soon he's going to have that Radiance. It's going to be difficult to fight into that.
Actually going to poke him down here, looking for the ult.
He hasn't leveled that ult just yet, so he's making sure it doesn't go off prematurely. Bought out the Relic.
Such a tough tower for XG to assail.
Yeah.
Every time you come down here in the lane, because you lost that offlane tier 1 so early, you can't bring reinforcements into this play. If you want this tier 1 in this game, you're going to have to smoke for it.
Bad place for the smoke to break. Tino on the low ground. Not going to find the hero immediately. And Jinkyu actually wants to try and stop them from retreating here. He's got heroes behind him. He's got the dust. They are going to pin him up, though. Got the Maledict, and he's quick to die. Now, XM has a shield rune to be able to fight this out with. So he is probably the one who made the call. He wants to fight, but he doesn't have that much of a backup behind him. Meanwhile, Execration, all 5 of their heroes hit him with a Boundless Strike. Got him inside the arena. XM almost out of mana, but enough with a Soul Ring. He'll get out. It's Pelosin who will die instead. Now an X, though, underneath the tier 2. This is an awkward spot for Execration to be in. They try and defend him with the Death Ward, but the Wrath of Nature is too much. Takes down Palos, delaying up that Radiance.
Didn't get a lot of value out of that ult. Was holding it for a long time in this game. He skilled it. He got a couple hits in, healed him a little, but not enough to bail him out of that situation. And more gold for Ame.
Also
Just
more
jungling with the
experience.
Midas.
He got the Wisdom Shrine, so
nice pickup for him.
yeah, he's going to
already
be
to the
real
Maelstrom.
boosted on levels.
He's just playing to scale. He is going to farm. He's going to scale. He's going to try and beat you in the late game here. So you really have to keep finding fights with this bounty hunter. Get him to the Orchid. Shanks will be going that item to try and shut down the Storm. Could be nice this early game. There's not a lot to bail XM out of that situation. He's just going Witchblade of his own. You have a snowball save and the boat roam. That's kind of it. You can absolutely all in this Storm in the fight with the early bounty hunter Orchid if you get there.
Can't believe Jinkyu has a Yule Scepter. guess he just kind of brown boots rushed it.
Brown boots, wand, 2 empty slots.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
There's the Radiance, 15-minute Radiance for the Bad. Not the greatest timing. Not the worst either.
I think it's also pretty good considering how weak the laning phase was for him.
Yeah.
Recovered decently here. Have to keep using these item timings, though, if you're Execration. You can't just sit on them. Eyeing up Pulse in mid, they'll get him.
Nice pin. Tino, it's easier now, but I always appreciate the Marses who are confident enough to lead with the spear and then follow it with the arena wall.
They're professional gamers, Austin. This isn't your average North American pub.
I'm just saying, I'm seeing some pro gamers that not as comfortable on the Mars. Shin-Q.
Okay, that's a little greedy there.
Well,
okay, it works out.
Really well for him. In fact, big punish. XM and Ame both join in on this. And while they do not get CML, they will get the extra kill onto Tino.
I mean, where's the team for Execration to back that up? That should be a fight they're willing to take here with the Abaddon Radiance. You have the Monkey Wukong ready to go. Yeah. If XG are going to bring early fights to you, when you have the Bounty Hunter Monkey King lineup, you should be prepared to take them. Can't give away freebies like that. And you know the Storm is going to want these power runes.
Yeah, Execration were putting so much effort into defending those power runes earlier. One bit of awkwardness is that Tino was rather low. He was kind of sitting at that 400 HP marker, so maybe he didn't feel comfortable wanting to fight despite the extra life he kind of has. He's full resources now, and will back up Execration's smoke play.
Oh,
it's not in the smoke, but XXS, I mean, the Kunkka is a hard hero to go for first, especially behind towers. This is a little dangerous.
He's dead to Maledict, I think.
He's going to teleport out. If they can stop the TP there, got him.
That's a nice Witch Doctor matchup. Yep. Should result in the tier 1 tower dead. I like this move centered around the objective. If you'd found Ame a little deeper, you would have been happier, but you'll absolutely take this. Nice little kill, track gold, tier 1. Can still make another move on the map. They're going to bring the killers top. Continuing to look for the Furion in the jungle. Almost find him.
This is the part I like about Execration. Kill mid, sweep. Look for more. Found Shin-Q. And they've got the spear for the AoE stun. They lead out with the spear. But they don't actually commit for the kill. They know Extreme, rather, is behind him a bit.
Yeah, they saw him gating through bottom with a ward on the bottom Tormentor slot.
Now the Palace is here. They'll feel a little bit better about the situation. Spear does manage to stop that teleport. So that'll be another track kill if they reset it. Yep, there it is.
Get everybody in range, put the track up. A lot of extra bonus gold. Counteract that Furion, who's taken a lot off the map right now if you're not killing him.
Ame, meanwhile, continues to grow.
Instantly into bottom. Again, this ward on the gate has done some work. Scouting the moves out from XG. I like this setup. Might not be something XM expects.
Got him on the spear wall. Now the follow-up, the Boundless Strike, chaining the stuns, and while Pelosin was angling for a snowball save, couldn't find it.
2 for 1.
His brain is so big indeed, Lewis. Just whoever made the call on Execration, fantastic call.
That was very fast. This ward really did some work at both sides of that map. It ruined XG's play and it set that entire sequence up. Take the Storm out of the game. Feels amazing here as he's trying to get to that BKB. And this will complete Lewis's, I believe. Yeah, Monkey King done with his. He's basically invincible with this BKB on the map. You're not fighting him in this early game. The only hero that really does anything to this Monkey is Furion when he scales up way later, but that matchup is not good for Furion anyway. It's just if you have some insane net worth advantage. The Storm is the most annoying matchup in this game, but if you continue to shut him down, XM is going to have to go a defensive item here in the BKB. Orchid's done for the Bounty Hunter.
Wrong time for Lewis to jump down. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him his BKB charge, but at least he doesn't die for it. Extreme will finally get this safe lane tower. Crazy 20-minute safe lane tier 1 in an even game.
Product of losing their own offlane tower there. It just took them so long to bring numbers down here. Scary tower to fight around, too. Just didn't have vision here for a long time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tormentor spawn. Execration, they're up here.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Not the fastest Tormentor killing lineup. Wonder if they're even going to go for it. No, they're just gating. They want to kill Ame, have a ward on him. Oh, he's
They
done.
can stop that teleport. He's done for. Great pickup. Obviously, anytime you can kill the carry, that's great. But I do feel like Extreme Gaming will be capable of fighting Execration when they get the BKB on Amiya. So the longer they can delay that BKB, the better.
It's the value of the Bounty Hunter. The matchup versus the Furion's quite good. You just set up on him. Not much you can do about it unless he's willing to BKB TP out. And a lot of gate play this game that has worked out for Execration as they hold on to a minor lead here. Tormentor will help boost that up.
Either shard is going to be fantastic here. Witch Doctor or the Bounty Hunter one. I actually feel like the way Execration is playing in this game, Friendly Shadow might actually be the more valuable one.
I would have voted for that, but I think every Witch Doctor player happy with this switcheroo.
Trying to move to the Shrine again. They'll be late on it here. Shanks being a little skittish there. Doesn't know whether or not there's a Sentry Ward combo on that high ground. Common occurrence.
I think Execration are finding a little here, but at the same time, Extreme Gaming are just farming the triple BKB, and they're going to have it here in the next minute.
Yeah, the Execration has not actually broken out a large net worth lead.
Storm is going to have his here after one more camp. Furion's going to have his after two more camps. The Kunkka just got his delivered, so triple BKB timing for Extreme Gaming versus a lineup with no BKB peers. It's just a question of can the Monkey King stand his ground and fight back, which he can right now, but not alone.
XM's going to be
he
spotted.
trapped himself.
Oops.
Not his finest moment. His ice shards are too good, even for his own escape.
Will catch anybody, including myself. And damage for Palos. Is it Roshan?
It's one way
you
to
got a
speed this
pick right
game up.
next to it. That's a wow. That's a great opening.
Not too slow here. XG, they're going to respond. I mean, again, they just hit all their BKBs. This is not a bad time to fight.
Oh, that is a three-man terrorize. Now, this is just stalling. There's going to be no punish from Extreme. They're just waiting for their Tusk to be back up. I really hope Execration knows what's coming their way.
Oh, they smoked.
It is 3 BKBs. This is not a fight you just want to stumble into thinking it's guaranteed.
Tough to go up the hill here.
Tino's going to try. Throws out the arena. Immediately the BKB goes out from XM. Pal's going to chase after the Kunkka here, but Tino's stuck inside this arena of his own making. CML, who walked up to the high ground, will also die. Now Lewis, oh, hit the boundless strike, got the silence onto the Storm Spirit. Storm is dead. Orchid helping him out big time. Now Lewis is just going to BKB TP out. The X on him. He has to do this, has to retreat, which will leave Palos in an awkward position here.
Oh, nice tree cut mana. At least you escape with people.
Yeah, they do. And got some decent damage with that shuriken and stuff. Do Extreme feel good enough about taking Roshan themselves? Seems not.
Too low. Damage was significant there with the Monkey King coming in with the Wukong. That's just a really tough fight. Going up the hill into their outpost, blind. You aggressively jump with the Mars, it's honestly as good as you're going to get. It's just the BKBs are there for Extreme. You just pop them. There's not much you can do about it. At least the fight goes on long enough that you can catch the Storm post BKB duration. That Roche is still there, though. That's the issue for Execration. Didn't really progress the game how you wanted to off that fight. Just kind of stalled out, which is more time for Ame to farm the map. Time for XM to pick up a nice little regen rune.
That's a tasty one.
Smoke from Extreme on the hunt. Want to try and get something into the Roshan here, and if they don't find anything, they might just force it.
It's going to go to the other side, though.
They can kill it here. It's missing some HP.
Yeah, they're going to need Pelosin in there for the tag team. But yeah, you're right. They can do it fast enough.
Nice little move for them. This is a Roche Execration absolutely would have contested. Just had the wrong read around the map. They're going to give it up for free. That is a super nice Aegis for XM.
A regen and an Aegis.
He's living a little life now.
He is.
Still one of the poorest cores in this game, but that can change if he can stay alive in one of these fights.
How's he doing galvanized stacks?
Only 9.
9. Okay.
I mean, he's gotten focus this game. It's not been that clean of a game for him, but he has Ame picking up the slack, so XG are just fine with that.
Execration is an awkward period of time. Triple BKBs plus an Aegis. I don't think you can really win a straight-up 5-on-5, so what's the next timing for them?
More items on Lewis in particular. That's your big scale this game. That's the guy who's going to be able to stand against the Furion as this game continues to progress. So if you can take any fights or track pickoffs with him involved and he survives, that's what you're looking for.
CML, his shard does go off. And Tino can hit the spear off of this one. Maybe follow-up stuns? XM, he's just giving up this Aegis. He knows he's dead. He's just going to try and do as much damage as possible to the enemy team. And there he goes. There goes that Aegis. Got 2 hero kills out of it. Now Palos is going to be in some trouble. The Storm Spirit zipping in. Does not go for the grab on Palos. Lets him go free.
What a connection from Jin-Q. Just lands that Terrorize on the edge on that Monkey King. He's trapped in the Sprout. Just never gets anything off in that fight.
Now the map's beginning to close down. Nature's Prophet between the Wrath of Nature and the tower taking. Though he does not stick around for that tier 2. Once his Hurricane Pike, I suppose, before the next fight. He's got it now.
So hard for Execration to start fights. They don't have a lot of vision around the map right now. The Bounty Hunter hasn't been able to be super aggressive and get deep wards or the Courier pickoffs. He hasn't really found the Furion. Ame's farming pattern's been on point this game. So how do you start a fight if it's not the Bounty Hunter scouting people? You can't just run in.
Yeah, that's asking far too much of Tino.
In fact, is there not a single Radiant Ward on the map? Where'd they all go? They all get killed?
Not sure.
A lot of Dire Wards on the map.
Yeah.
A lot of very valuable ones, too.
And I see a fair number of sentries from Execration, just not finding those wards out on the map.
They're just getting outwarded right now. It's killing them right here. High end up mid. Would jump XM if he shows here. Well, they see him.
Tino, can he get the spear back? He's got him. Snowball pickup from Pelosin, though, will bail out XM. They'll hit him with the Boundless Strike on the way out and kill Pelosin, but of course XM has his BKB. So Pelosin will give up his life to bail out his core, but Execration are sticking around for a while, not realizing Stream are still ready for the fight. Ame's teleporting in, boat over the top of everybody, very tanky now. And look at Abaddon, man, he just took a ton of damage from a casual go from XM. He's gonna blink forward after them, Boundless Strike onto 2. Ame is the target here. Palos trying to do what he can. Oh, Hurricane Pike, but he still got the spear on him. Ame, he gets off the BKB now. A beautiful Terrorize will push back the rest of Execration. Lewis, his BKB is running thin. Now with the punch up in the air, he uses Boundless Strike to get out of dodge. Meanwhile, Palos jump forward, finished off Ame. Palos with the Blink Dagger. Now Yule Spear coming out from Tino. Knocks down the Storm Spirit. What a big grab. XM still able to get the zip out though. Had enough HP, but it did get a kill onto Jin-Q. A buyback from Pelosin. All the BKBs use and Execration still win the fight.
The Furion ticked out in the fountain. Do I think the Abaddon Curse plus some extra Maledict damage or something from the Witch Doctor? Ame gets the TP but does not survive, and that's huge for Execration. Gives him the confidence to keep chasing there because if that Furion gets to base and lives, he can heal. He can come back in this fight. You're going to end up overextending.
Yeah.
So is Mass if he goes down there. You're able to follow that up. You got the Storm BKB out earlier. That means the chase is on. And that's what this lineup wants to do. Get the initial fight going, trade BKBs out of Extreme, reset, heal back up. You have some sustain between the Witch Doctor and the Abaddon, and then just chase him down. And at that point, the Storm can't re-engage because there's this Orchid threat. There's a Monkey King waiting for him. And honestly, Shanks' itemization has done some work this game. The Orchid's been a real threat to the Storm, and the early pipe here, really nice with this lineup because XG are pretty magic dependent outside of this Furion.
Yeah, and the next up is the Scythe. Tino, who we said, you know, it's a lot to ask from him. Well, he certainly answered the call in that last team fight, finding the opening on the Storm Spirit, then the opening on Ame. I mean, just two fantastic spears. And the result of these one-team fights is he's actually getting close to a scythe of ice. That'll solve some of the initiation issues you were talking about for Execration.
Again, I think the Execration itemization is pretty good here. Even the Basher on Paulus, I kind of like it this game. Like, you just go in. If you find any of these heroes in the BKB and bash them, that's a significant win in the fight. Because then you're making the fight easier for the rest of your team to control the Storm or fight this Furion. You stop maybe the Furion BKB TP out, right? That's another big factor here. If Ame's trying to reset, he'll come back in.
I know, I was just about to comment on that. 880 gold on this Grigri. When is he going to pop it?
What is he going to pop it for? Divine Rapier, Witch Doctor.
I thought surely when he was building the Solar Crest, I was like, okay, he'll probably just pop it to finish out that Solar Crest a little bit earlier, but CML really being greedy with it. Maybe this is his read of the game that it's going to go a little bit late, so you might as well hold on to this for a while.
At the same time, early utility items are pretty valuable. If it keeps you alive once, it pays itself back. Like Glimmer Capes here are good. There's the Hex. Tino gets it done.
Yeah, 31-minute Hex.
Helped by some track gold, and there's the other support shard. So some stuff coming online for Execration here. They haven't been able to snowball this game, but they're itemizing well to combat XG's scale, who've just gone this triple BKB route into Ags on the Kunkka plus raw damage for Ame. If they don't gain a significant advantage early on in the fight when they pop their BKBs, that fight does not look too favorable for them. Yeah, they don't have sustain yet. Like, if you have Satanic on Furion, maybe it looks a little different. If you have late game items on the Storm where his mana pool is getting out of control and he has, Parasma, Ags, whatever it is, then that sustained fight looks a little different. But right now, they're pretty dependent on getting something out of the BKB duration, and if Execration stall that up, survive, sustain, go back in, they're going to win the second half of that fight.
Yeah. Execration, I think, have also increased their chances to win the first 3 seconds of the fight. Because now they've got Eye of Scotty and the Basher on Palace. They actually have real ways to keep heroes inside of Wukong's command.
Scotty's also good this game. I think it's annoying for Ame to play against.
For sure.
Annoying for XXS. If he's just getting chased down in a scenario, it might put the Kunkka in a position where, do I have to throw out spells early? Do I have to use this Ags boat in a position where I don't want to? And there's the full Abyssal for the Abaddon. So your opportunity to TP out just got way harder. More lockdown for the Storm, and they're going to smoke straight into Extreme Gaming's triangle. Smoke on smoke.
Runs into XXS. Couldn't get the Scythe before XXS hits the BKB. Quick reaction from him, and now it's going to be Tino in some trouble. Throws out the Aphotic Shield to try and bail him out here. See if he can get off an arena at least, but no, the Terrorize, it covers it beautifully. Now CML, he's up next. Wukong's command in from the side. Boundless Strike hits on a Pelosin. Snowball dodge. He's going to come back right in the middle of all this. But he does manage to get a blink away. Shanks inside the safety of the Wukong's command. Won't last forever.
There's
and
Bailey.
He has been shanghaied. He'll go down, and at least the Monkey King is able to teleport away, but not a great situation for Execration. All due to XXS's just fantastic reactions there. I mean,
part of it is XXS reacting really fast. The other part is, I don't know if Execration need to blink blind in these types of circumstances. Like, you can send the Bounty Hunter up the ramp, you can place a ward on that little up-ground spot and see somebody to get the insta-hex, right? You are giving him an opportunity by jumping blind here to get that counter BKB off, and when he does, the fight becomes way more difficult. You just lose positioning on everybody. If they're there 2 seconds ahead of time, they're going to catch the Kunkka coming up the hill, and that's a way different fight.
Yeah.
These little things matter a lot, and that's going to push Ame to full Daedalus done. He was thinking about Satanic, he's thinking about Butterfly. This Storm just got Kai Assange done, found an Amp Damage rune, looking for Parasma. Damage just picked up considerably for Extreme Gaming. You didn't get that good fight out of the Hex Abyssal you were looking for. Pushed onto the back foot as Roche is available, so Execration going to try and make another move here. They look for that promised team fight they need to secure the objective. But once more, it's Extreme Gaming just holding defensive position. They're just sitting on their outposts, sitting on this high ground, waiting for the fight to come to them, which they feel is going to come eventually, and they're correct. They'll show XXS mid. Not an easy target to jump with Snowball save behind him.
This time they're going to play, got the jump on a Pelosin instead. Still got off the Snowball, though. with the Maledict. XXS is in a bit of trouble here. Dodge the Terrorize. Execration doing a good job of this one.
Oh, he can't hit him.
out from XXS, and Palos unable to get the hit because of the shard blocking him out. Good play from Pelosin. Quick reactions all around.
Plus the shard.
Yeah.
Palos bashes him there on that TP. Heads up play from Extreme Gaming. Unfortunately for XG, this pushes Roche top. Really nice for Execration here.
Oh, yeah, they've
Given
got
how
this,
the map control was set up. Oh, you got tossed. That's
they'll
a
slow
lot of
things
damage.
down a little bit.
XG are going to fight this. They still have amp damage running on XM. They have BKB on the Storm available. That's the big one here. Ame ready to come in for the fight. Doesn't have buyback, but he deals a lot of DPS.
Lewis in a position to maybe break some of the smokes, but just wrapping around through the river. Lewis, he jumps down. Got a silence onto the Storm Spirit. Him with a boundless strike, fall with the Abyssal Blade. Lots of damage to the Spear, finishes them off. Pelosin not in a position to be able to get a blink out. I think it's because Palos got him with the Radiance. He wasn't able to go forward. Now Ame's BKB'd up. Palos, he's going to activate his ultimate.
Oh, what
trying to
torrent.
get some heals. A beautiful three-man torrent there. Xinqiu getting a lot of damage out. Some of it heals up Palos. Palos blinks away with the buyback from XM. He's looking for his revenge. Goes after Lewis. Lewis with the BKB. Tries to go for the teleport out. Pelosin still on the punch. So now Lewis on the BKB going away. The Cursed Crown. He gets into the trees. A Phonic Shield from Palos. He gets out. XM still chasing. Still hoping to get more kills out of the situation. But they're not finding it. Execration have just disappeared into the dark, and they will get out.
Why'd they let him leap like that? That was so weird. Awkward team fight for XG. XM going in. Not respecting the chain stun capability, and the save was not there. Will get an Aegis in the end. So maybe it's not the worst trade-off for him, but not a clean team fight for any means from Extreme Gaming here. And Execration, these guys just don't stop. They're instantly smoked. Straight back out on the map. Don't even have the Monkey King BKB. This could be a smoke that XG do not expect. But what can you catch? Just, once again, the vision is not there for these plays. Honestly, a big factor in these fights has been the lack of ability to get out of Sprout for Palos. He gets sprouted on this Abaddon. He's just stuck there.
Yeah.
Ame's just wailing on him.
Harpoon next for him?
That's one way to maybe get out of it a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, the shard for the Nature's Prophet.
Oh,
he was trying to
done.
scout out where the Monkey King is. They found him.
That's a massive find. That's a gem as well. They don't see it because of all the brambles.
Oh, you're right. There it is.
They might be able to get it on the courier, but there is a ward down here.
Yeah, he's got it on the courier, and he's running away. Okay.
Well, some recovered net worth there.
Yeah, seriously.
Still a big pickup as the Monkey King does not want to have to buy back into this fight. Does have it available.
Tino, can he get yet another opening? It's going to go for the Kunkka. Not for Ame. The chain stun alongside the Death Ward. It looks really nice. XM, he's got to be careful here. Doesn't want to lose his Aegis too early. Goes back for the kill on Tino. Phonic Shield helps out Tino. Tino not dead yet, but eventually will be overwhelmed. Now Ame. Well, he's getting bashed up by Palos right now. Palos with the early use of the ultimate. Harpoon trying to catch up to Ame. Ame, he's going to be surrounded by the Wukong's command. Terrorize trying to push back Lewis, but Lewis still at the BKB, and he will keep on Ame. Kills him. Storm Spirit back on the second life. Oh, he got bashed before he can zip away. Oh, 30 HP. They tried to catch him on the blink forward. Palos almost snuck in another hit. XM. So close. They'll get Pelosin here on the end of it. An extra track kill. Not insignificant whatsoever.
That is a tough high ground push for Extreme Gaming. You don't have 2 lives on Ame there. And the Storm's second life is, he can only BKB one of the times.
Yeah.
So it's honestly not that impactful as long as the Abaddon with the Abyssal and the Mars Hex are available, and a really nice initiation. You took the Kunkka down for free. He gets bowed off, but that's your AC Blade Mail Pure Cloak Kunkka going down without basically reflecting anything. Really nice spear back. This Abaddon is causing extreme problems. They don't have an easy way to go in, break, take this guy down. They just have to fight through it, and that's a lot of time for Ame to sit there, who still doesn't have a second life mechanism. We haven't seen a fight where the Furion buyback and joins it. We haven't seen him get to Satanic or Butterfly, a big survivability item.
Brambles, 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 trying to stall things here.
I mean, are XG going to be the ones to lose a Rax off that Aegis push? That would be some irony here.
Backdoor protection goes up for a second. It should go back down, though. Creep wave is coming in. They blink back. With the Extreme Heroes coming back into play,
Yeah,
they do not want to risk it. And I think that's a wise idea.
You got to keep in mind that cost them the Monkey King buyback. That was expensive. They have been using these Lotus as well. They keep farming up the Lotuses, getting these greater healing ones. They threw one into the Mars in that fight.
Oh, that's how he got so much heal. Yeah, I was
they
like...
they have another on Lewis right now. These add up, man, if you save them.
Yeah.
Not insignificant in the late game. And there's the BKB for the Mars. That's been the big item waiting, at least in my eyes. Because
Sure.
Tino has found amazing initiations this game. He just can't survive once he goes in. This lets him survive. As the butterfly arrives for Ame, that's one of the big two.
This move. Yeah, don't think you're going after Palos first thing. Also, I do think that push, CML got a full death ward in that.
Yeah, he
because
actually wrecked
the
the
great
Kunkka.
positioning of the arena. That is something you kind of have to keep in mind. The Kunkka is not actually that bad of a target for Execration to go on first because, I mean, you've got a fight position that just puts out tons and tons of damage.
No, I don't mind. I think they'll jump any core.
Yeah.
If you show any core on the front line, they're going to jump him because they can all in him.
He still has 1,300 gold sitting on that green.
Dude, that's insane. You got to pop it.
Please, pop it, man.
You really
I feel
gotta
like these
pop it.
fights are like, the game is decided right here and now.
Yeah, this is potentially a game-ending fight. You're going to end the game with Gree in your back pocket. That's a Giga Chat move in
I
some
mean,
ways.
it's a play.
It's like,
for
I
sure.
don't need it to beat you.
Oh man,
You look at the utility, though, between these two supports. There's a lot of it.
there is.
Crimson Pipe on the Bounty. Force Staff as well. Solar Crest, Ghost Scepter, Locket for this Witch Doctor, plus that Shard. He'll get the Greater Healing Lotus passed over to him. I mean, that's a lot of HP to get through.
Smoke out. Going for the Wisdom Shrine here. Shanks does manage to get it. And
Gets a value
gets
track.
away. Yeah, gets good track out. Got the Scythe, but the Shadow Realm also went down at the same time. Tino, he gets grabbed here. But remember, he's got that BKB.
And Storm.
So these little pokes are not nearly the same kind of threat they were before.
That's an early BKB from XM.
Boundless
It
strike on
shows-
XXS, trying to stop him from getting away, and a harpoon pulls him out of the shards. There goes the Death Ward, doing some damage. XXS with the BKB will get back to his base successfully. Still, though, Execration have worn through some of the resources of Extreme.
Not insignificant. That BKB on Storm is the only way XM can go in the fight. Got an ult out as well from that Kunkka, and they still have everything up. They could push here.
Level 25 almost for Palos.
He's big. He's really big in this game. He's evened out that gap versus Ame, and that's huge.
Oh, Tidal Wave doesn't actually pull him in. That is something to keep in mind. You're not the only one with a repositioning tool. The Spear from the Mars was great for the high ground defense of Execration. Got to be careful of this Tidal Wave.
Gonna chill. Back off. Maybe wait for that next Roshan. Honestly, shouldn't feel too pressured here. The way this game's been going, it feels like they're just slowly outscaling Extreme. Unless this Storm gets a huge gold injection. The Kunkka's next items, I don't think they changed too much here. Ame's pretty much capped. I mean, Satanic for the Furion would be the biggest one, I guess. That's what you're kind of worried about. Does he get to a point with that 6 slot that he can just stand his ground and take the ultra long fight? But you have double Basher between the Monkey and the Abaddon. You have ways to deal with this Furion even in a BKB or Satanic situation. This next fight for Roche is pivotal.
Extra 65 attack speed. Now, the ratting action is going to amp up for Ame. He's got his level 25.
He's running these lanes down.
Yeah, so this is going to be constant annoyance for Execration. Maybe you can win team fights, but you got to be careful. You still might lose out on some objectives. Obviously, these Treants are not nearly the threat they were when it was just the big old boy, but still.
Nice illusion rune for Palos running down that top lane.
Oh yeah, that
And
helps a
some
lot.
extra map control here. That illusion does some work. That is not a Manta. This is giving him full map control right now with Roche potentially spawning.
Dude, Swift Blink on Palos with this level 25 talent, his attack speed's gonna go insane.
No, you just sit there and you chain bash the Furion. Nothing Ame can do about it. I guess he has evasion.
Pulling him in. Palos trying to get him out with a Force Staff here. CML, they're still gonna hit Palos. And they got his ultimate. That's what they wanted out of that. Now if they can play it slow, still catching some heroes. Tino, he's going to be the first one caught here. BKB, and throws out the arena, protect himself here. Does not manage to get the catch there. Terrorize onto Ame teleporting forward. Got a Sprout. Beautiful one. Catches 2. And Ame starts going to work. He just demolishes this Mars. He already chunked him down before, but now no more protection of the arena walls.
Super well played from XG. Just start poking them down. They get a few key spells and items out from them, and then they pick their moment to strike.
And Execration,
not disciplined enough.
Yeah, they could have just waited it out for the Roshan.
Yeah, they had to be more disciplined there. Yeah. Not get caught off in that awkward situation. Defend a high ground ward, force XG into you. You would have gotten a good fight. Instead, you concede this objective without even putting up a real team fight. And this is the Aegis Refresher Shard you did not want to give away in this game.
Yeah, Refresher Shard would have been fantastic for Execration, and instead, it's going to benefit Extreme.
Not as good for their lineup, but the fact they take it away from the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Or the Abaddon is just massive here. Maybe give it to Jin Q for some multiple ults, but Aegis on XM to me is the big one. Like, this is so much more freedom for the Storm to go in and try and deal extra damage, not worry about dying when his BKB goes out. He has Cheese to play with as well. And Ame, he can always play with the buyback TPN. Has it available. He's looking to hold on to that, plus get to this Satanic. That would give him maybe 3 lives in the fight.
I do appreciate Extreme not going to the high ground. I almost feel like you just never go high ground if the enemy team is 5.
How do you win?
Well, you eventually get the pick off. We've seen plenty of European teams do that. Never go high ground. Just keep farming up. Eventually that pick will present itself. Then when you have the numbers advantage, you could go for it. I just think you're giving CML and Tino too much of an opportunity.
Well, that pickoff might be going straight into them here.
They might. 5-man smoke. Will they run into Jin Q? They should see some of these brambles, but they're going to ignore it. Pushing to the right-hand side. Maybe this is a better opportunity. It breaks on the low ground. Runs into XXS. This time around, they got the side device, but oh, the snowball pickup from Pelosin. XM, he runs interference, gets a grab on Tino. Meanwhile, the Death Ward does a little bit of damage, but it looks like his stream game should largely get out. Pelosin, he'll be Orchid. He's going to be the victim of this, but so will Tino. Ame, big damage coming out from the high ground positioning that he was sitting on, and Paulus is running away from Ame instead of into him. Not the position Execration want to be in. XM, okay, caught for a second there, goes back in. After all, he's got this extra life. Got hit by the Boundless Strike, almost dead. He'll fall now, but Big Bo coming through. Execration are getting wiped.
So much damage coming out from XXS there. He just lines them all up.
Oh, and his long sip catches Palos alongside the teleport too.
They're gonna buy.
They are gonna buy. Can they even get here in time? Palos, he's got Blink, but they got the grab on him before he gets the sweep Blink away. Oh no!
Can't escape your fate here, as the whole team's gonna buy, but his is not available. And all it cost Extreme was a Tusk buyback. Super nice fight from Ame. He's once again finding these incredible sprouts on the Abaddon that he can't get out of.
Yep.
And no one can bail him out. It takes so long to get a Force Staff there because the fight's separated. He's just laying into people. There's nobody combating this Nature's Prophet. Too many problems to worry about there with 2 lives on the Storm. The Kunkka wreaking havoc with the multiple boats going in. Execration just not able to find clear targets to focus down with everybody, and it costs them a lot. Plus, the snowball saves have been incredibly on point from Paulson. That's a dead Kunkka in the Hex. He does not come through at the start of that fight. He's been a problem. Big problem this game for Execration. They don't have a lot of AoE control to deal with him. That's going to be another lane here with the banner push. See what Ame wants to do. You want to go for Mega, or you want to go Throne?
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity here. They thought about going for Throne. Instead, it will go to the bottom lane, take 2. What about a third? After all, you've got this Nature's Prophet. His damage is overwhelming, and he's got this Treant.
Oh, he's going for it.
Lewis, he's going to have to get some really good... Oh, no, got his tree cut! XM knew exactly what Lewis was up to here, and there's no saves without the Abaddon. Lewis, he just tried to get out with a BKB, bound the strike. Now the arena trying to hold things in. Pelosi does get caught by the spear here. Shank's in trouble. XM chasing after him. Will deliver the killing blow. Gets that one and gets out. Now, while the Abaddon comes back up into play, there's going to be no Witch Doctor. A 4 versus 5, Extreme. They'll back away, though, respecting Execration's ability to hold. The spear goes out, stopping the teleport away from the Dark Willow. Meanwhile, Ame, he got caught by Palos a little bit, slowed down. Palos, not sure if he can take the fight or not, though, right now. Caught again inside the Sprout. Followed up by the Torrent. Spear goes out, hitting the two of them. No stunts follow it. Lewis,
taking the
he commits. Boundless strike
No
goes out.
Wukong.
Pame, oh, Hurricane Pike pushing him away.
Still
And
no
there goes
Wukong.
Lewis. He just takes so much damage so quickly. And Palos will live and die inside of the trees from Ame.
Oh, what a find from XG. No Monkey King ult in that fight. Never got it off. Never got to the level 25. The punch coming in from Paulson, absolutely on point in the position from Ame, just too strong, trying to gap close his Furion, cost them their whole team, cost them their game 2, and will cost them their run at EWC as Extreme Gaming get off to a good start in this last chance elimination bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they just turned it up in the last, 5 minutes. It felt like it was a very even back-and-forth game for so long. But Extreme, one thing you talked about, you highlighted this at the start of the series, right? When it comes to these elimination games, what really puts you over the line so often? Experience. And Extreme Gaming, they came into it, they're a more experienced team, and it showed in this clutch ending of Game 2. You push past that 40 minutes, Execration, you did not seem to be able to keep up with Extreme Gaming when it came to the decisions in these team fights.
I still like that they played with confidence going out. Like, they still were not afraid to jump blind up these hills on Tino. They weren't afraid to go for the aggressive smoke plays into Extreme. They didn't play passive. They didn't wait for them to lose this game. They were actively trying to win it. They just never got that secure enough team fight into the Roshan that was going to push them over the edge here. And I mean, we saw some of the weakness of this Witch Doctor Bounty Hunter down the stretch. I think the itemization was good. They had a lot of utility, but their spells are just not as impactful. One snowball save is basically outranking everything your Witch Doctor Bounty are contributing in terms of spell power. And that's why some of these heroes are just always popular in the meta, like the Tusk, like the Tiny, like the strong saving supports. Dazzle's super popular. Their spells are reliable, they're strong, and they have a super large impact in the late game always. And this Bounty Witch Doctor are a lot more reliant on getting snowball action, getting a net worth lead, where the value of their items outweighs what your opponents bring to the table in terms of raw spell power. They had good itemization, they got there a little bit, but that lead never ballooned. It felt like it was always within 2 or 3K. Extreme Gaming held on. They believed in Ame in the late game, and once again, he delivers.
Yep, did indeed. And result of it, Execration, we will be saying goodbye to them. I mean, I feel like at least we got to see them go out on a good game where we got to see them play their game and what they're good at. And they were a very deserving team to be here at the Esports World Cup. But that's going to close out this series. Pass it over to Shiver.
Thank you very much. Cap and SVG, Execration playing full comfort in this game number 2, and you could totally see them having a way more comfortable time in this game 2 compared to game 1, and even compared to some of the games they played earlier this week. But it wasn't enough. It was not enough, Jenkins.
Yeah, I almost want to say, maybe this meta is just a little weird for them, because I do think they prefer to play a lot of the off-meta weird heroes. You know, CML on Witch Doctor, he had some pretty impactful team fights, genuinely. It's just not really a strong hero outside of Pubs. Of course, he did end the game with the Griscree in the inventory. That's never...
Unfortunate.
You know, it's one of those things where, you can kind of want to use it to, complete a big item, maybe like an Aghanim Scepter. There was one point he could have used it for the Force. I do agree with Cap where, he said the next fight could determine the game, maybe if he had a Force Staff for one of these earlier fights. But, I mean, all in all, they went out doing their own thing. It was a much more competitive game. They were winning. Extreme had to, clutch. It's just that they did. They, legitimately, every player on the side of Extreme clutched later on to the game. We had the Monkey King getting knocked off the trees. You had the snowball saves, everything.
Yeah, you could really see or feel the difference of experience between these two teams. In that game 1, when Extreme Gaming just decided to dictate the tempo, reacted just in time, which turned the tides, hunted the enchanters. In this game too, clutching at the very end, maybe not being afraid in a lot of these late game situations, buying back on the storm, zipping in boldly and bravely with no buyback, things like that. But Execration put on a great show. I was really impressed with a lot of the individual performances from this team, especially Tino and Lewis. It was a lot of fun to watch them, and hopefully they can take pride in the way that they performed at this tournament.
Yeah, I would imagine they can. I think it is important to emphasize that this team, this was their only showing at an international LAN this entire year. So in terms of practice, especially if you compare it to, for example, Extreme Gaming, this was where they didn't have that. kind of practice. So this was their showing, and I think they did very well. And I'm sure that because they have stuck together for a long time, I'm sure they will. But we will hear from them a little later on. I do also want to focus on the team that did take the victory here with the 2-0. I think it's the expected result. Before we talk about it, though, we're going to send it over to Purge, who is ready to do his winner's interview.
Thank you, Shiva. Yes, I'm here with XXS of Extreme Gaming. I'm curious how you were feeling after that match. It was very, very close, extremely contentious. Were you worried you guys were going to lose that one?
就第二把呢，因为打得比较焦灼嘛，就感觉对面也是差一点就翻盘了。就想问你，当时你们有没有感觉焦虑呢？有没有感觉有压力？好像对面可能随时都能打回来呢？
没有吧？我觉得我们团战其实挺好打的，但是我们一直可能没有打好，然后就输了2波，不太好打。
I wouldn't say that we were worried. I think just the overall atmosphere in team was that any team fight we can win it pretty handily. It's just that we didn't execute it properly. I think we made a few mistakes, and they managed to get 2 team fights off our back, and which is what allowed them to have a bit of comeback. But I think we were pretty much in the driver's seat throughout the game.
Okay, well, one question I have is about Witch Doctor. It's a hero that Execration liked drafting. Did you feel pressure playing against that hero in the laning stage? Because that seems to be the strongest way to play the hero, but in the rest of the games, feels like every team doesn't care about it.
就因为对面选了这个巫医这个英雄嘛，然后巫医这个英雄，可能就是对线期的时候会非常非常烦，因为他对线期很强。然后但是后期呢，可能就作用也没有那么大。就像问你当时，比方说对线以及后期你是什么样的感受？有感觉就是感到这个巫医的威吓吗？
他对线其实还行，这把主要是那个大圣赏金给我这条路压力太大了吧，然后前面就比较难玩，但是我们都知道打到后面还挺好打，所以都蛮有信心的吧。
I wouldn't say it was so much the Witch Doctor. It was more of the Bounty Hunter and the what's it called? The Monkey King that was giving me much more problems. Their rotations were making my lane super hard, and like for Witch Doctor, we think that like you said, late game is not gonna have that much of an impact. So we were pretty confident with our team fight for the entire game.
Okay, and I was curious how much pressure you were feeling, considering that the rest of the tournament is single elimination, like one loss and that's it for you. Is that making you feel differently in this tournament compared to other ones you played in?
就因为我们现在相当于已经进入淘汰赛这个环节了嘛，然后如果输了的话，就直接就是回家了。就想问你，这样会让你感到很有压力吗？
没有吧？我觉得大家就是做好自己就好，不管是小组赛和淘汰赛，就是越打越好就好。
I wouldn't say that we are too worried about that. Right now, we're just focused on playing every single series the best we can. We gotta play better. We gotta play every single game better and better if we're gonna go any further.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Good luck on your future games.
Yeah.
The pressure is most certainly on, and having to play better, it has to happen because you're fighting better opponents every time, and we already know Extreme Gaming's next opponent in P-Vision in the next round. So definitely a tough run. We are starting today with 12 teams, and by the end of it, we'll be left with 4. That is a very brutal cut. And unfortunately for Execration, they're the first to feel that cut. But Extreme Gaming, they made a good step here in the right direction, Effie.
Yeah, I enjoyed hearing from XXS. Like, it's very cool how calm he always is. And it showed because he mentioned that he felt that they made mistakes and they were able to recognize that instantly, but they knew that the game was theirs. And he was standing there like, yeah, eventually we would have taken it. We didn't make mistakes. But even the ability to recognize what you're doing wrong within a game in that moment and then fix it also towards the end, that is something that only a team as experienced as Extreme Gaming can do.
Yeah, I agree. I think like what makes good Dota at the highest level is not never making mistakes. It's like very quickly recovering after you make the mistakes.
Yeah.
And seeing it within a single game is very good. This is very good, especially because when you can do that in the game, then you know exactly what to look at in the replay afterwards. And then when you're going up against P-Vision, which is, coming into the tournament, arguably the strongest team in the world, right? One of the favorites.
For sure.
You're going to need to either get quicker at fixing those mistakes or not make them at all.
Yeah, then this is definitely a good step for Extreme, as said. So we'll see them again tomorrow. We're very curious to see how they're going to be playing. But we do talk a little bit more about Execration, as they will not be playing. And I think this is a team that is going to stick together, Jenkins.
I think so. I think that they probably got some good scrims in here. You know, it's difficult to get scrims against some of the top like EPT teams. You know, we've heard BB teams say like, "Oh yeah, we only scrim top 6." You know, so it's like you come to a land like this, and what'll happen is that those teams will no longer scrim the top 6 because they don't want to reveal their strats in the scrims, and so teams like Execration that are seen as like some of the underdogs, that's when they actually get to pull out their strategies against the big boys and try them out.
Yep, I can't wait to see what they will have taken away from that and what they will take with them back to their region. And for some final words, we're going to head over to Purge for an exit interview.
Thanks, Cheever. I'm here with CML of Execration. I just wanted to check in with you after the game and see how you're feeling.
Kind of sad that we lost because of with that kind of game. It was a bit close. That's a game 2.
Yeah, it was extremely close. I really didn't know which way it was going to go. Your bounty hunter was getting you guys tons of gold. You're farming the Gree gold constantly. We're keeping an eye on that. Did you end up spending it in the end?
Yeah, I end up spending it for stuff.
That's a good exchange. So what's like the future like for you guys right now? Because you started off really good in the tournament. You drew 1-1 against some awesome teams. You had some close matches, and then obviously a very close game 2 here. What's your overall feeling at the moment with your guys' journey? Because it is a really big accomplishment to get here.
For now, I really don't know what's gonna happen for us in the future. However, during the tournament, we've been talking a lot. Like we've been learning a lot during this tournament. So during the group stage, we have like we've been screaming with the big teams. So we had a lot to learn, and then we're a bit excited going into the future, especially in our like region. To be able to experience that kind of experience is a big deal for us. So hopefully we're gonna be staying or sticking with each other so that we can prove it the next time.
And I guess in some ways this tournament format was very good for that because you guys only played 1 match a day. That's tons of time to scrim, right? And you nobody was probably, was it hard for you guys to find scrim partners or anything like that?
Not really, because most of the teams are like open also and scrimming with us and trying to see our playstyle.
That's great. So lots of opportunities there. And did you pick up any new strats or just learn updated meta or anything like that?
We've been looking into the like tournaments recently, so we've been able to like see the meta. However, trying it out, maybe it became harder for us because it's not really our playstyle. So that's why in the middle of the tournament we've been struggling because of the like we're trying to adapt to the meta here. However, I think we concluded after the group stage that we should just stick on our own playstyle, and I think it did us better sticking on our playstyle.
Yeah, that was what I was curious about because I feel like that's the hard thing for teams that come in as underdogs is that you have to adapt what you're comfortable with what the best meta is by other players. So what is that process like figuring that out?
I think it cost us some games figuring that out because in scrims we've been struggling also trying to try those heroes, and we tried it in the tournament also against GG. However, it didn't give us a good result. So that's why against BetBoom we were able to like just stick with us whatever our heroes are, even if it's not good for the meta. We just played it out. So I think it's better that way.
Well, that's great. It sounds like you guys are learning a lot from the experience, and you are probably going to get a lot better as a team as a result. So just appreciate you guys playing matches for us today, and good luck in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Purge and CMO, and we stand corrected. We were just given, well, I gave wrong information that the Gree was not consumed, but it was consumed.
We're going to blame the Dota devs for that one, actually, because the replay showed the Gree.
Yeah, it did.
The Gree, it was in the inventory, but no, he consumed it for the 4 stuff, like a good support player.
Yes.
What a great attitude. Like I think these guys have earned a lot of new fans in this tournament. Like
I think so.
What a fantastic attitude. It's really great to hear that they are like taking the opportunity to scrim all the big teams to get as much information as they can, and that they are trying to stick together because when they do pick the heroes that are clearly their heroes, it's weird, right, in this meta, but a new patch comes out, and if they hone in on a little bit more, like how do they make that strat work in this meta, there's a lot of potential there for these guys.
Yeah,
for sure. And he was so well-spoken and like had this aura of humbleness that I'm sure his team carries too, which makes me really want to root for them. And Jenkins is absolutely right. Like they had things and moves that they were making in that game that I didn't think other teams would make. And like when they were leading the charge and they were like going in with their Mars and they were just playing in their faces, they looked like they were thriving with that kind of style. So hopefully they can learn to refine it.
Yeah, that's a good word. Refine.
Yeah. And with that in mind also, if we think back about this game number 2 that we just watched, a lot of the fights at the start especially went their way, and a lot of that was due to their initiations, Effie.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's take it back to the highlights if we could. Basically, what I wanted to show you guys was that this game really was about who gets the jump, and more particularly if they could get the jump on the Storm Spirit. Here, Tino was doing a lot of amazing like Arena Sphere combos, catching the Storm so often. When he got the BKB, it got a little different, right? In that clip we just saw, they forced out the BKB, then XM kited out, but then they reconnected on Execration, and this is one of their 1 fights. So when you look at this game, it's like, number 1, can we jump the Storm? Can we kill the Storm within the duration of the BKB? If not, do we have enough gas in the tank to recommit afterwards? And they did early on. Like, unfortunately, as the game progressed, Ame got stronger and stronger, and like the gas became less gassy, but we'll see. Because this game was really cool. It really just was about who was getting jumped. Here we'll see, again, Tino looking for the initiation. Instead of Storm, he finds XXS, but he gets the BKB off before he can get the jump. Because this happened, every time Mars didn't get the perfect initiation, they would just lose the fight. Every time Mars died first or didn't get the ideal targets, this was a 1 fight for Extreme Gaming. So I wanted to show that here as well. And we'll see that, you know, Ame getting stronger and stronger, learning himself, right-clicking, etc., etc.
He was always going like right on the back line too. Like if XXS were to walk in and BKB, it's funny how much of an impact that has.
For sure, and then we'll see again that here, XM and his Storm gets caught before he presses BKB, and then it looks good for Execration. He did use his buyback here very well, but again, like taking these fights is about can we jump the correct target. Now we're going to see the high ground push by Extreme Gaming. Who gets a jump? Tino again. He finds Kunkka. Kunkka does not get the BKB off this time. There's no snowball save this time, and guess what? Execration win the fight.
And the big Witch Doctor ulti too. Big damage on the Kunkka.
Some good Gree action.
Yeah, I mean,
no Gree action.
Honestly, this is one of the big reasons that I think Mars is not a super popular hero right now, is that it really does feel like the games will often boil down to like who is getting the initiation, and it's just hard. It's just a hard thing to do, especially against some of the top teams. Like XXS walking in and tanking the smoke that we saw, this is not a like he happened to do it, right? Yeah. He's intentionally putting himself as the tank, as the guy with the BKB, the blade mail, tanky items. Like he's running in and being the first contact, right? So against really good teams, it's super hard, but still Tino was able to do it so much. So it's not a Mars meta.
It was very impressive.
And yet they almost won the game against Extreme, despite it not being a Mars meta at all.
Yep. And also, that's when the Tusk came into play. Like, there were times where Tino really did find the very difficult jumps, and then the snowball save would come through. Like, for example, at the very end, when Kunkka got snowballed through the arena, like, that kind of stuff was game-changing, but that's a very high level of execution required to do it, and it happened consistently throughout this game for Execration, where Extreme Gaming were on their toes, and they had to clutch the team fights.
Yeah, well, this series has come to a close, though, and that means we got to touch upon one thing before we move forward. This series obviously was very interesting for a couple reasons, but there's a particular hot take that Jenkins has on this one.
So, hey guys, this is Jenkins Dota here, and it's going to come in for the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib hot take / doctor's notes, and my take is going to be put on the screen here. Which Doctor is a good hero? And it's going to come up right here. We're going to see a big Witch Doctor play coming in hot.
Huge play.
That is definitely a cask from Witch Doctor.
He got him.
That is absolutely not the replay that I requested. Not even close. You guys did me dirty. Okay, he was having some good impact in the fights. All right. See, here, let me tell you the issue with Witch Doctor. Let me tell you the issue. You gotta go on him, because otherwise he's gonna wipe you. You got Maledict, which is BKB piercing, if you get it off before the BKB. You got the Witch Doctor ulti, which is doing big pure damage, so you gotta go on him. But guess what?
That goes through BKB.
Yes, of course. But guess what? He turns into a Death Ward. He turns into his own ultimate. Now, name another hero that can turn into their own ultimate. You can't do it.
Morphling.
Okay, other than Morphling.
Okay.
You know what? Doctors always tell people to drink water.
Brewmaster, he turns into his own ultimate.
He turns it to 3.
4.
We're going to go ahead and wrap up this segment now. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Suleiman Al Habib's hot take from Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you for that. Very, very insightful. I will say that I'm not sure if we're going to... It needs to be workshopped. Let's go for that.
I think so. I think because I thought that he kept the Griskery until the very end. So I mean, I was already confused on the Witch Doctor, but I think there's something here. I think the Execration have some very interesting ideas on their heroes. Maybe the Witch Doctor needs a little bit of workshopping.
Or maybe he needs to be workshopping on not on how to play the hero, but maybe just needs workshopping on the side of Valve.
Yeah, well, we'll add some like 5 more facets and see if it can work. Yeah.
Make the shard last super long. You know, split every direction. That'd be cool.
That is cool. That's a great idea. You should work at Valve.
Thanks. I just can just go turret mode. But, okay, never mind. We can take a look at what's happening here, because we are in our last chance bracket. We are in our phase 2 of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. Group stages finished yesterday. We got a couple teams that skipped this bracket, but all these 12 teams, now down to 11, are in the thick of it, because this is brutal, guys. We are gonna have elimination matches every day, and it's just a little bit painful sometimes, but it's for the greater good, because we only want the best teams to be in that 3rd phase of matches, and that means we're getting ready for our second series. What's up? I feel like I'm missing.
No, I just really enjoy Witch Doctor.
I didn't say or do anything, by the way. She just was thinking, like, brooding on the Witch Doctor
No,
and
I'm just
started
smiling.
laughing.
This series brought me a lot of joy, and it's, you know.
It was a joyful series.
Joyful
This was good.
A joyful series, even though someone gets eliminated. You guys are harsh.
But the thing
It was
is,
good Dota.
the thing is also, like, when I'm thinking, like, okay, which SEA team could win the whole thing?
Yeah.
For me, it is talent. So there's still talent in the pool, and of course, Extreme is the only Chinese representative here. So perhaps we could see another rematch between these regions. Is that possible, actually, with
Not
the
in
brackets?
this phase.
In the next phase.
If they both make it through, yes, but we'll find out if they both make it through, because actually our next series is gonna be Talon versus Heroic. And all that will happen after a break, so stay tuned. More Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup coming your way soon.
If I heard that you 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 way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you If I heard that you
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control when. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race. Close
Welcome everybody to Boomer Talk, put together by EWC. I've got myself, Cap, who's been in Dota for 20 years or something. Solo, how long have you been in Dota?
Same, 20 years.
20 years. Insania, how long have you been in Dota? And then how long have you been in Han?
I think total it's like 15 years, probably like 7, 8 in each.
Okay, okay. And finally, Snaking.
I think it's like 16, 17 years maybe, if you include Han and Dota.
Yeah.
So it's been quite some time.
Okay, so who among here played Dota 1?
I played like Battle.net Dota 1, and I like asked how to buy wood.
How to buy wood? That's a classic question. How do you get wood?
How do I get lumber?
How do I get wood?
Since 5.84 snow map. When Silencer put golem. Ul golem.
Yep.
And heal wave, like Dazzle.
Really?
Silencer does. Yeah.
Nice.
I don't remember that patch. I remember I played Dota before it became Dota All-Star. It was one lane. It was a 3v3 game mode. I remember back then. And then I think Ice Frog picked it up and then became All-Stars. And then it was like the first real Dota version of 5v5.
So what was your, did anybody remember their first hero? Because my first hero was also before Dota All-Stars. And I think the first hero I picked was the old Space Marine model they had in Warcraft 3. And the hero was like all auras and Windwalk. That's the entire hero. It was just like 6 different auras and Windwalk was the entire thing. It was really
That was
janky.
3 corridors or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first hero in Dota was Zeus.
Zeus?
Yes, and I was told use ultimate, and I asked why? Use ultimate, why? I didn't understand.
Aiden?
I don't know, but I remember I had a period where I played 2v2 with my friends.
Okay.
And I thought Venomancer Axe is like the most broken thing you can come up with. Because you slow with Veno and you slow with Axe, and they like, what can they do? They can't move.
True. Snaking, you remember?
I mean, I think my first hero was Faceless Void, because it was like the easiest hero to play. You just auto attack. You have two passive. You have bash and backtrack. You know, so it was like the easiest Dota hero. So I think that's what my friends told me to play. But I think the most like memorable for me was like the Gambler. It's not in Dota 2, but like it was in like Dota 1 for a little bit, and I thought the hero was like pretty fun. It was like super RNG based.
So how'd you guys get into Dota in the first place? Because I had a friend who played the Pokemon Malls, like the tower defense games, and that was the first custom game, and then I got introduced from that to Dota. What about you guys?
I was playing Warcraft since Reign of Chaos and Frozen Throne after, and I was playing a lot Battle.net, and then I tried to play custom maps, and one of them was Dota. So I started to play Dota a lot.
Yeah.
How good were you in Warcraft 3?
I was good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did you ever compete at all? Like any small? Like...
No big tournaments, but small regional tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was winning.
You won your regional LAN?
Yes.
Nice.
I mean, I kind of same. I didn't play. I played Frozen Throne, and I played Warcraft 3 because I realized you could like change your icon. You were like your peon when you started, and you can unlock like better things.
Yeah.
If you just played like and then so I just played that and tried. I was really bad, so it took me forever. But I just wanted like a different icon, so I was cooler than everybody else. And then I started playing custom maps. I played like Winter Mall Wars. I played a lot of Warlocks. That was like the one I played the most.
That's a really good game.
That was like the best game ever.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I got into a clan that played Warlocks. That was like all I did. And then at some point, Dota's like always there. So I was like, what is this?
I got into a clan do you guys remember Sheep Tag?
Yeah.
Yeah, where you build like the houses and
Oh,
stuff,
yeah,
and there's
yeah.
like
You
a
dodge-
wolf
yeah,
that's
dodging
going out.
wolves.
And there was like people who really try hard for Sheep Tag. And
Interesting.
I got into a clan for one of
Nice.
those as well, so I feel you on that.
I think how I got into Dota originally is I was playing with my cousin, and I was in like elementary school at the time, and he was in high school. I was playing with him and his friends, and they just told me to try out this custom game, so I just played with them, and they told me that, try out this easy hero called Faceless Void. I was like, all right, I'll just play it, and that's how I first got started.
So what was your guys' first team?
Like real team or like just any stack of 5 players?
Let's say any stack of like regular 5 players.
So I have a stack that I would consider like my first team.
Yeah.
And you would know some people. It was Kezu,
Yep.
Zai, me, this guy called Les QQ.
Not bad for first team.
Yeah, this was like, dude, we were all trash. Nobody knew us. Zai wasn't even in puberty yet. He was like, his voice was like a super light, like baby voice. And then this guy called Smack Donald. And we went to Dream.
Smack Donald?
Smack Donald.
That's a great name.
That's
You
pretty
should have
good name.
taken that name.
Smack
That's a much
Donald.
better name than Insania.
Yeah, probably. There are a lot of better names than Insania, let me tell you that. But we went to we played for like a year, and then we went to DreamHack, which felt like TI at the time, and we managed to get third. God knows how. Les QQ at the time was like our star player. He was like really good. And I kind of consider that like first team, first tournament, first. We played some online small stuff where like mouse pads and.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, there was something called UNGL.
I don't.
Okay. Yeah. First real team, I guess.
All right.
We're called Blackfade.
I had my original team, and we were trying to qualify for big tournaments in Moscow. We were playing versus Virtus.pro. It was Vigos. Do you remember Vigos?
Yes.
NS, Arsart, Smile. So Light of Heaven, very big players, very strong players. And we were even winning sometimes. We won one map versus them for EWC qualifiers. So my first team was my regional team.
Pretty sick.
I think I'm not gonna go over my Trash Han days because those teams are like
what?
I don't even remember like
Toronto shout out.
Like I don't even remember those teams. Like it was like Toronto, Swindle Melons, like
I remember these teams.
Like Tralfamador. Like I don't remember who else was even on my team. It's like so long ago. So like the first like most memorable team, I think it started after TI1. It was with Tides of Time, AUI 2000, Way Too Sexy, me, and Fogged. That was like the original pot and bottom. And then that's like the first memorable team we started. I think we first started playing in Sunday evening series cups, like on the NA Dota. It was like $100 prize pool for a Sunday cup. We just started playing those, and then I think that's how we first got started.
So people don't remember, but there was a little bit of controversy back then that you guys didn't get invited to TI, right?
Yeah, because TI2 was all invitational based. There was no qualifiers back then, and I think our team kind of peaked around the TI2 era. We didn't end up getting to TI, but then we scrimmed all the teams going to TI.
And I heard that you guys actually were beating a lot of the teams. And if I remember right, you guys were actually like regularly scrimming with IG?
Yeah, we were regularly scrimming with IG and Navi, which were the two best teams during that time period. And then I still remember when the first time we beat Navi, obviously I think they were on ping. It was some online tournament. But it was like a monumental achievement at that time because like Navi was known as like the best Western team that there was at the time.
So during the scrims for TI2, what was your success rate?
I mean, I don't really remember, but I think we have really good track record. We thought like if we were invited to TI2 at that time, we would probably be the best team. But everyone says that.
Sure.
But we truly felt it. So at that time, and then TI3 came around. We came in. We were a similar roster, but we was past our prime. We only got top 8. We were trash.
Do you feel like you guys like were ahead of the meta in TI2 era, and then by TI3 you were kind of behind the meta?
I mean, I remember the most memorable thing about during that time is like we were playing like these Rin Ranger, Earthshaker, all flame duels, and like we're just like have these 2,000 range skill shots, and we just like combo them, and like no one else was playing at the time, and like we had Ancient Apparition as well, so like we're just slamming these skill shots at the enemy. They don't even know what's happening. They just die from fog,
So all three of you guys have had very successful careers, and all three of you guys have had a period where you were on a team that was like on top. What is that experience like compared to just your day-to-day? So what I've heard from some players is that they're like, it sucks. Like I'm losing all the time. I'm just like, it hits my ego. I feel bad all the time. I feel stressed. But then you get to that peak, and it's amazing. What was Virtus.pro like at that point where you guys were just dominating every tournament?
That was hard time. We were bootcamping a lot. We could stay on bootcamp for 3 or 4 months in a row, and we didn't go home. So that was tough, and that was really hard. But I have so many good memories about that team. It was worth it.
Did you win? You won one of the MVPs for one of those ESL
First
ones,
one,
right?
It was ESL Hamburg 2017.
Yeah. Did you take the car?
Yes.
Yeah.
I bought GLC Coupe.
Okay.
Nice. Same question.
Yeah, same question.
About the car? I also want one. I also got one. But he has a nicer model. I have I guess, yeah, we're not Honda sponsored anymore, so I can talk about it. Yeah. I got a E-Class coupe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was more asking about what's it like, being on top.
Mercedes E-Class coupe.
Yeah, but you got to finish the meme.
I don't remember the rest of
The
it.
copy pasta?
Yeah, that one is so long.
Yeah,
the new E-Class hybrid.
Full paragraph.
Yes.
please.
Yeah, I don't remember. That was a good. That was really good times. Mercedes, if you guys want to get back into Dota, please, we would love to have you guys. Being on top and then not being on top.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, at least for me, at this point, I don't remember because in Han we had like a period where we were really good, and then
Yeah,
I
you-
was
you guys were very
truly in the dumpster. You know, like
Yeah.
bottom of the barrel, and then you have to claw your way back up. And I remember those times it was tough, but I feel like nowadays it's like expected Team Liquid like cycle, where like I know we're gonna be really ass at some point, and then we're gonna be good again. So I don't really like. I think when we're bad, I'm not too stressed about it anymore,
Okay.
as I was maybe before. I think maybe that comes with age. You just know that it's kind of like gonna come around. Keep working hard, do the right things. You kind of learn the methods to get good, and you know how to do it and how to get there. So then you're less stressed about like how to get back again.
Nay, I mean, you've been in the competitive scene for so long, and you had that period where you felt you were really good in 2012, and then you had some periods where you were playing on a lot of NA teams, not seeing so much success. But then you got to experience like the Falcons. You guys just dominated for that period of time. What's that like? The juxtaposition. What's the difference between like the highs and the lows when it comes to competing like that?
I mean, I think like what makes the high so worthwhile is because you experience all the lows and all the hardships leading to that point. I think it's like during all this time period where I was just sucking ass in NA, no one knew who I was, and you just kind of keep your head down and you keep working hard, and then you just need to keep thinking about how to improve. And then when you finally endure all those lows and you finally achieve the peak of winning a tournament, I think the biggest one for me was like obviously winning TI. And I think like once you achieve that, you look back and you're like, wow, these like 15 years that I've finally grinded to this point, it was all for this moment. And it's like a very emotional thing that that shows out all the hard work that you put in. It was not all for naught. There was something at the end for you, and it just justified all those years of hard work for me.
So because you put in that time, does that mean that you're going to stay competing for a long time? Because it took you so long to get to that high point, you want to be able to be there for as long as possible?
Yeah, I think especially a lot of like teams and people, they achieve success and then they are like, oh, I've made it. I don't need to keep working hard. I don't need to keep at it anymore. I can just chill. And like, I think for me, it's like, oh, I understood how hard it was to get into that high position, and I want to stay there. So I just pretend that nothing's really happened, and I just try to keep my head down and still work it the same as I was before I won. And I think that's what really it takes for you to stay on top, because everyone else is gunning for you, and you just have to keep working hard.
So I think that's an interesting topic in general, motivation on like, you guys have been playing for so long. How do you keep that motivation? It sounds like for Snake King, it's like experiencing like the lows for so long. The highs are just he wants to keep that. Solo, what's your motivation for keep playing for the so long?
I didn't win TI yet.
Yeah.
So this is my motivation. TI and probably Riyadh Masters also. It's almost the same type of tournaments. And I really wish to win one of them or two of them one day. So I'll try one more time.
Do you think that means that if you achieve that goal, if you were to win TI or EWC, do you think you would retire after that? Yeah, instantly? You'd just be like, I did it, done.
Yeah, come on, man. It's almost 20 years already of Dota.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Aiden?
On motivation?
Yeah. I mean, because you got your TI win.
Yeah.
Why didn't you quit yet?
I mean, to be honest, I think like I just have a really good group of guys. And I think if I didn't enjoy spending time with them as much as I do, I don't think I would enjoy Dota as much as I do. And I think like that really was like the major reason why I wanted to keep playing, outside of like the obvious answer that I think is the same for everyone, where it's like it's a lot of money and you're not going to make that kind of money doing anything else. But yeah, I don't know, good group of guys. There's William that we could get rid of. Would
Yeah,
be
you have to put up with
that would
him.
make life better, but you got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have some lows in order to appreciate the highs.
Precisely.
So,
yeah.
Snaking, anything else you want to add to that?
I mean, for me, I think a little differently. For me, I think it's like Dota has always been like a moving goalpost. You achieve one thing, and then like I'm moving on to the next one. I win this one TI, but I want the next one. I want to like have the most number of TI wins in history or something, or like I haven't won a Riyadh Master, so it's like there's just always something you can accomplish. And for me, it's like I'm just keep chasing this ghost that you know I probably won't be like able to achieve it, but I aspire to do it. And for me, I just feel like it would be so boring because I've played this game for so long, and I don't know what else I would do with my time. You know, what else are you gonna do? So might as well just keep playing.
I mean, I guess on that thing, I agree with like the goalposts. I think mine is just like moving away from Dota. Like the goalposts are moving in other directions and other things I want to accomplish in life too.
Like what?
I don't know, starting a family and stuff like that.
Yeah. What kind of goals do you guys have solo? Do you have goals outside of Dota? Like once you get that TI, what are you gonna do with the rest of your life?
I'll have a big farm, very big rancho.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely rancho.
Because you like animals, or?
Yeah, I love animals.
Yeah.
Really.
That's why you play Dota.
A lot of animals in these pubs, that's for sure. Snaking, what about you?
What I would do outside of Dota?
Yeah, I mean, like, what are your motivations? What's your goals outside of Dota?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's like definitely family oriented. I think I spend a lot of time traveling, spending time away from the family. I think if I were to stop playing Dota, I would definitely focus on like spending more time with my family, because I think I haven't done the duty I was supposed to do all these years. I've kind of just neglected them and just focused all my time on Dota. So I want to spend more time with friends and family, and maybe definitely look to maybe start a family of my own, because I just turned 30, and you know the clock is definitely ticking for all of us. At some point, you do have to think about when you want to start that process.
All right, fantastic. Well, I think that's a good note to end on. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you guys for the next one.
Welcome back to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. As you can see, some player arrivals there. We've got Heroic rocking up at the venue. They're going to be playing here in our second best of 3 elimination on the A stream. It's going to be up against Talon there as well. Both of them falling a little bit short in group stage, obviously now being in this first round of eliminations. But joining me on the panel to go through this elimination, Effie, you were here earlier, but Lacoste as well coming onto the desk.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be here and talk about some good dotes.
For sure. And Effie, how has the Dota been so far today?
It's been good. I mean, it's sad. We had our first elimination of the EWC, which was bittersweet, but also exciting. You know, it's teams have to bring out their very best. Like, there's no more room for experimentation and maybe throwing here and there. This time around, teams are cornered, and I think a team like Heroic will rise to the occasion.
Yeah, we're going to have a quick look at this, elimination bracket of exactly what the teams are facing up for themselves, because in our first group stage, there was the top team from each of the 4 groups advanced all the way to playoffs, and it did leave the rest of them all here to fight it out in a single elimination bracket. Of course, that game you were talking about where we've already seen our first elimination was Execration, unfortunately going home in the hands of a 2-0 to Extreme Gaming. So big props for them. They came out swinging. They were able to get the job done. They continue on. They'll be facing P-Vision tomorrow. However, over on the secondary stream that we have, you can go and watch Yandex up against Shopify Rebellion, and here it is going to be Heroic and Talon, and then that final series of Falcons Virtus.pro will also happen on the secondary series when it gets around to it. So yeah, jumping into our Heroic and Talon one though, I don't want to talk about too much else because these teams are already there. They're sitting down at their chairs. But Heroic, is that a team you've been impressed with? So far,
yesterday, yes, a lot. Like they played against Liquid, they took one game off of them, and then they also played another good series against P-Vision where they did extremely well, even though they did lose. I also like some of the setups that they did have, especially how they approach, because this is not a team that's going to be buying a lot of auras. We saw like big difference in teams that kind of are building into 2, 3, 4 auras. This is something that P-Vision did against them. So I want to see if Heroic is going to learn something from that series. I was looking at some of the heroes that they did play, because like Chen, he gets drums, then you have a carry that builds into Vlad's, and then you have your offlaners with 2 auras, maybe your position 4 will get a Glimmer, will get a Solar Crest or something like that. It was a bit too speedy for Heroic the way P-Vision played, but I also think that they might have learned something. I want to see them kind of do the same thing, because this seems to be the winning formula. And I was also checking whether, maybe they can play Chen, because this hero has 100% win rate so far at the tournament, and Cuckoo did play it a long time ago, some 6 months ago, but he has pretty good win rate, over 60%.
Yeah, we had this conversation last panel as well, but I think that Chen is very much a specialist hero. If you don't have a lot of experience playing on Chen lineups, just forcing him into a draft because he's done well so far isn't going to be good. So I think that really would depend on how often they've been practicing the Chens. For me, what I'm looking at actually is...
Wait, I want to quickly ask, is that like how the team, the whole lineup goes with a Chen, or also just a specific having a Chen player?
I mean, you need a Chen specialist player, but you need to have also practiced the Chen drafts and how to play around Chen and his timings. Like, if he's been playing Chen in pubs, but you haven't scrimmed Chen, I don't think it's time to bust out Chen, for example. But I just wanted to comment that yesterday, Heroic, they played 2 series. It went on for a long time. They had a long day, whereas Talon, they had a break day yesterday. So I wonder if Heroic, that kind of momentum, that kind of like going straight from a, high-stress best of 3 tiebreaker series right into the next series today is going to benefit them, or if Talon's break will have benefited them more.
Yeah, I'd say it benefits them, because I was watching them on camera yesterday, and they lost that first game against P-Vision. They looked pretty chill. Second game, they win it. There's the same emotions on them. Like you see Whisper, you see Schofield in the back of their chairs, just looking at the ceiling, trying to figure out what happened. But this is the team that can play like some really, really good Dota. I've been very impressed by Yuma, what he was able to do. Game 2 yesterday against P-Vision, Game 3 as well, where he kind of understood what the assignment was. So he picked up Divine Rapier, and they managed to close out the second game on Lina. Third game as well, he was playing Lina. He pretty much tries to do the same thing. Sells most of his items, sells Maelstrom, gets Divine Rapier, sells his Dragonlance, buys a Refresher Orb, and tries to play it from there. But this is probably so far, I mean, it's been, what, 5 days? But this is one of the best tournaments I've seen Yuma play so far.
Yeah, he looked really good, but also Schofield and Whisper.
Oh yeah, Schofield, we can not overestimate just how good he looked as well, for sure.
And Whisper, I bring him Whisper because it reminds me of like the olden days of the SA Glory days when these 2 players would play together, and it would just be like combo plays, back moves into impales, like running into the jungle, always making cool setups, and to see like a little bit of refresher in like the olden days of SA Dota was very cool. Also, just like Whisper playing Batrider yesterday, that was what he used to do way back in the day. Like, he was the Batrider specialist, the Timbersaw specialist, and we got to see him bust it out versus a PL. It gave me a lot of hope that maybe that old or former identity of SA Dota can be rediscovered here at the EWC.
And it's easy for us to give a lot of praise to Heroic because we got to see those extra 3 games for them, but on the side of Talon, the roster that we just got to have a nice little closer up look at, they've only done those 6 games from groups, right? It was down to the Mats, Dr. Neustadel, head-to-head, all of that, as to why they've been paired up against Heroic. And so we also don't have the same amount of data points for them. We saw Heroic bring out new things in that tiebreaker series for themselves, gives us more hope. But Talon, having a whole day off now, where does our fate sit with them? Because, like we said, didn't do so great in the groups, and we didn't see them in a tiebreaker situation either.
No, I'd say Talon, they had a pretty rough group. They were playing against Extreme Gaming, they were playing against Team Spirit, and they also had Navi. Like Team Spirit, again, they're back to their game, back to their A game. And then you also have Navi, who is powering up as a team. So them getting the last place in the group, I would say it doesn't say a lot, but this is a team that can do a lot. I think every single game when they're like when Mikoto's having a good time, rest of the team is also having a much easier game, especially 23 Savage. When they were playing Shadowfin, Mikoto didn't die a single time when they were playing against Extreme Gaming 2 days ago. So this is a team that can play very aggressive Dota as well. But I also think coming into this series that we are going to be seeing most likely 3 games series. Plus we're also going to be seeing a lot of long games. I think this is going to be some like 50 into 60, potentially 70-minute games because we've seen, like, this is elimination, first of all, and we are hearing some of the heroics roar.
Yeah, this time we can't blame the Valor guys. This is purely
this is what I like
the energy of the Dota guys. I feel like they've been brought up a little bit here, so
that's
it's nice.
South America. That's it was a Steenie yesterday. Today it's heroic. It's incredible. But on the topic of talent, like, this is a team that I really do believe in the lineup that they have. They're incredibly talented, and they're a
talented.
Talented.
Okay.
There you go. But
it's infectious.
Yeah, they're incredibly good, or typically historically have been in the late game, whereas they tend to struggle a little bit versus faster-paced teams that run them over early on. But I think their last series versus Extreme Gaming taught them a lot, because in that game 1, they kind of didn't play with Mikoto, they didn't enable him, and him as Puck couldn't really do that much versus XG when they were enabling XM. Then, in the second game, they corrected. They gave Mikoto the Shadow Fiend, and throughout the entire game, they were bringing the numbers to him. They were backing him up. They were TPing in when he gets ganked. They were making plays around him. They were smoking and waiting behind him, and they looked so different when they did that. So I really like Lacosse's point about enabling Mikoto.
Yeah, I know previously on Mikoto lineups, it's always been he's the shining player. When he's on, the team wins. But 23 Savage, how would you guys describe him as a carry player since his stint in Europe and now coming back to SEA?
I think you can feel the synergy between him and Mikoto coming out from the mid lane. WS a lot of the times will take the step back. He will be playing some of these aura buyers. Fast Aghanim Scepter on Dawnbreaker as well to try to help out 2 of his scores. 23 Savage, he looked good. I've always liked him as a player because I still go back to one of the old things. Back when you could use multiple neutral items, I remember him cycling between like 4 or 5 neutral items and using pretty much all of them. Extremely skilled guy, and the reason why they did so well at the Dream League is that he was popping off on some of his heroes, and I wanted to see 23 Savage maybe on something more fast-paced. We saw a good amount of Bristleback from the carry role as well. This is how they won a couple of games during that Dream League as well. But I also could see him, something I talked about, the way P-Vision played yesterday against Heroic, picking up Vlad's on his signature Morphling, and then building a couple of auras, and then going from there.
And speaking of Morphling, that reminds me of when we interviewed Talon after their series versus XG. They basically said that they kind of lost faith in Morphling, not in 23 Savage's Morphling, but in what that hero gave them in their first draft, which I think means that they've identified they want that kind of fast tempo utility style coming out of 23, and hopefully that is what we see today. I think the only exception that I would say is if TA is in the pool, who cares about fast phase? You're one of the best TA teams. Take it. If SF isn't the pool, you take that as well.
Yeah, they looked really bad that one Morphling game. I think he had the lowest damage on the team as well. He was really never enabled, but I'm not sure if they completely lost the faith in that hero, because we are seeing other teams as well trying to utilize him, and we can look at the draft that they got so far. Axe as a response to Shadow Shaman, because you can dunk him so you don't care too much about his foul play. There was also an interesting interaction between Shadow Shaman and that carry Hoodwink that we did see, where you can actually use the sharpshooter and kill Shadow Shaman immediately, because it first applies the break, then it applies the damage. So people are trying to figure out how to deal with Shadow Shaman. Axe has been figured out already, and we've seen different itemization from Axe. We saw 33 going for this pipe blade mail and then into a blink dagger, playing a bit more for the aura, delaying his blink dagger timing if it's a good game for it. But most of the other Axe we've seen like triple, even 4 ring of protections in the lane, making sure that your battle hunger is doing insane amount of damage at these early levels.
Let me get this straight, Lacoste. Are you asking for Miss Wink? Did you say we need to see Hoodwink versus Shaman?
He's just saying he sees the potential in
it's an interesting thing. Yeah, we're definitely
hate on it.
Yeah, BB team, they secured their spot in phase 3, and I feel like we might see the Hoodwink carry again.
Yeah,
maybe from them.
I was going to say maybe from them. At this tournament, I like to be a bit more overarching, a bit more broad there. Maybe not so much in this series, but I do love the fact that you're picking up and pointing out that aspect. The other that you pointed out as well, I feel that is still in the pool, has not been banned out yet, is that TA. You're like, if it's in the pool untouched, pick it up. You guys are a good team with it.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if it goes ignored after the second phase as well, but you know, Talon wanted to secure the Axe. They see more coming from that hero, and I think Axe has really proven himself to be a hero that you can't shut down, because we've seen multiple times in this tournament, like Axe maybe getting countered on lane or being pushed into his jungle early. What ends up happening if you don't have an active lineup that goes into his triangle, he'll just farm. Within a few minutes, he'll just get his Blink Blade Mail, he'll recover, and the game is very difficult to play around.
Yeah, pretty similar to Primal Beast, even though we are not seeing that much of a Primal Beast, but the hero that can always recover, there's always something to do on the map with Axe, and like we've seen also good amounts of Axe from the off lane, starting in their own safe lane, tri-laning with that Battle Hunger, getting the kill, then going through the Twin Gates, because you're not using that much mana. Battle Hunger level 1 is 50 mana, going through the Twin Gates also not going to be using too much of your mana, so you can still do a lot, maybe secure the kill for either yourself or your carry, and there's that Templar Assassin that you did mention, so now you have good ways of locking them down. You always have a BKB piercing tool, which is something that I think we have been not seeing as much. Like, I feel like a lot of these heroes, like, for example, I keep going back to BB Team because they really did shine in some of their games, where you have a Lifestealer, even Nightfall when he was playing yesterday, you have Rage into BKB into another Rage, and he just has a free, like, 20+ seconds what he can do. So having Axe definitely helps you out, shutting down some of these heroes. And this is also a hero that we talked about, Heroic, yesterday. They had a pretty good game in terms of dealing with P-Vision's lineup, especially against the Phantom Lancer, this Shiva's Guard that he did bring relatively early, and also being able to go for a different item build. He did go for 1/4/4 build on Dawnbreaker, making sure that he's going to be dealing slightly more damage and healing his allies for more.
Yeah, I wonder if you're content just putting the TA safe lane versus a Dawnbreaker, or if you potentially like it more on Mikoto. We don't see the matchup yet, but I do think Talon have had better performances on TA from the mid lane.
Yeah. This is something that they do really well, like this Templar Assassin, this Lina flex that they do have from the position 1 and position 2. We also haven't really seen Puck against TA matchup. I don't remember a single time, considering that Puck has been first phased quite a lot on 8, on 9 a lot of the times, but I also do like this Dawnbreaker and Phoenix as a response to Templar Assassin. These are not the heroes that can easily kill the egg. You have the damage over time. Dawnbreaker, I feel like they need a position 5 that can stop Shadow Shaman from getting the spells off, so you need some kind of a stun or some kind of a silence. Otherwise, things are going to get pretty difficult. You have Dawnbreaker Shaman. If TA gets caught off guard, if this is the lane that she's going to be playing into, you're just straight up going to die.
I would very much prefer to see Mikoto on this TA right now. I mean, maybe with this Pango coming out, and that is a Mikoto specialty, if it's not flexed to the offlane, maybe it is as simple as throwing TA safe lane. But what I do worry about is just the gate rotations. Like, if Phoenix is your 5 and you've got a lane with the Shaman already, he sets up a stun, Phoenix comes through the gate, they burn through the refraction with just 1 Fire Spirit, and she's very susceptible to dying. There's also no support that's protecting her right now from a play like that, but they definitely have to keep the flex open now that the Pango has come out. They can't really reveal their mid lane cards.
If they want to go for, like, I think Silencer is a good pickup. It's not your perfect laner for TA, but it's overall a really good game for it, because you have counter initiation for Dawnbreaker, Phoenix, Dawnbreaker with the level 15 talent. This is also the one that can, I was debating between two, because either you want to have something that can stop Dawnbreaker and Shadow Shaman in the lane, so you have a sleep, which is a lot of mana though, but also, you have to take an L, because Dawnbreaker is really good throughout the game against the Bane, where your Fiend's Grip gets cancelled, and also potentially, you know, taking away it from the enemy team. So I think this was pretty much the perfect pick for Talon, even though there are some of the things that are not going to work out the best throughout the game.
Yeah, it's a strong laner as well. It's got a little bit of save, but I wonder what Talon's entry into the fight is. Like, we do see their 2 initiators, but with the Dawn aspect, you can't really depend on like the grip to start it or the axe call to start it. Is it maybe that you want then Heroic to play on you and you play reactively? That could be like an easier approach for Talon to play defensively. Just let their carry farm, not be the one setting the pace.
The counter initiation on Heroics is really good, like using this Dawnbreaker. So maybe if, like, we've seen Pangos, when they are getting that first jump, when they are getting the jump with Axe TA, these are the heroes that are going to be building into Blink Dagger. Same for Pango, which will allow Bane to have pretty much a better entry to the fight. And there's also a little bit of a synergy between Phoenix and Dawnbreaker, because Phoenix ulti turns it into Daylight, and then Dawnbreaker actually gets the extra damage as well. It doesn't cause the lag anymore, and here's going to be another classic, another TB.
Strong TB pick here. Like, really good carry-to-carry matchup versus TA. Very good versus Bane. You can't really grip Terrorblade. His illusions will kill you. The only issue is that, you know, the Axe Call into the TA burst, that may get you before you can get your Sunder off. But if you're not killed in that duration, you Sunder and you turn the fight.
Well, what makes it the good carry to carry? Do you mean when it comes to team fights, the late game, the items?
The items that you buy, usually you go Deso. We've seen some Mjolnir when people were playing into these high agi heroes, which could be good against TB. We saw it against PL as well. I believe Mickey was the one who won the game. There was another one where TA did lose. But yeah, also a lot of physical damage. This is why this TB pick is really good. You are playing against Pango. Everything that Pango does have is physical. So you have TB. You also have a bit of a save, Dawnbreaker, Phoenix with the Sunray. And also there is nothing that can stop the healing. Like, I don't see anything on Talon who could be building into Spirit Vessel. Maybe Pango could if from the offlane, but then again, if you're not like getting the ball rolling, you could also fall off relatively quickly if you don't get the Diffusal Blade.
I just wonder now, Talon needs to take an approach to shut down this TB because he is a very strong win condition here. And maybe then you just have to end up putting TA on the safe lane because Pango, while TB is very good against him, he will rotate on him, right? Like, if you have a mid laner that can just run into him, kick him out of the safe lane tower early, like try to take parts of the map and then hope that you can outfight them before TB is strong, that's a good take. But then you're kind of off by the Dawnbreaker. This is why I really like this Dawnbreaker plus TB, because if they're making all the plays on Talon to shut down the TB, you do have means of counterplay, not just from Solar Guardian, but also Phoenix. Phoenix Supernova is one of the better counter-initiate spells in the game.
And there's a lot of damage over time as well. I'm looking what... I feel like Ember Spirit's going to be contested for kind of both of the teams. This Ember Storm Spirit, there isn't that much of a lockdown. Sure, there is Shadow Shaman, but other than that, Heroic, they don't really have much. Like Dawnbreaker, her spells are not that easy to use, and there goes one.
Yeah, the Ember, that's how hotly contested it is. You just gotta take it out of the pool. For Talon, I was wondering, is there that potential for the Axe to be flexed? Are they just the cores and we need to see another support that could do the early rotations instead, Effie, to shut down the TB and kick the TB out of lane?
I mean, I think a support Axe flex is very cool and it's really fun to see, but this one might be a little bit too difficult. Like, you can't really comfortably run people down with Battle Hunger in this game. There's like a lot of escape, there's hexes and shackles. So what analog hero are we looking at here? He already takes he gets the Ember taken out, the Quap taken out, Puck is also taken out. He loves his Void Spirit too. That hero is something that he
Yeah, we haven't seen much of a Void Spirit other than matchup against Puck, but it could be relatively good, you know, jumping into backlines. Analog, he does have a couple of these like specialty heroes that he does play. He also did bang out some Dragon Knight during Wallachia, I believe, and also was playing some Coddle. But this is a bit of a safer one. It feels like maybe they just needed somebody to start the fight, because Shaman, Phoenix, they're not going to be starting the fight. Dawnbreaker wants to counter-initiate, and then you can have Tiny, who blinks in, and then Dawnbreaker can follow up on that.
The tossbacks on TA will also be really nice. That's pretty cool. I mean, also an SA specialty. Like, every SA mid laner loves this hero.
You have to play Tiny. Your 4 and your mid laner, they need to play Tiny, otherwise you can't join professional e-gamer team in South America.
So my only issue, I suppose, with Tiny is that he becomes the very clear grip target, and maybe that's a nuisance, but if you're jumping on Bane and killing him anyway, you're fine. And this is Talon's solution for the Terrorblade, a hero to give them damage for it. AoE damage means to like run him down and kick him out. But as the game progresses, I think Terrorblade does really well against Leshrac.
He does. He definitely does. Unless we're talking about some like super late game. I think Leshrac does well, then he doesn't do well, and then if he picks up, you know, if he gets 6 slotted with the Wind Waker, with the Aghanim Scepter, then he does well again. But if this TB is staying far ahead, if he's having like Scotty, you're blinking in, you don't really have the backup for your Leshrac. There's literally no saves other than sleep. He could be running into a lot of issues.
It is support Axe.
Yes.
It was the flex.
I think there's issues with support Axe, but maybe they thought that the last pick Lesh was valuable, so they had to do it. My problem with support Axe is that they're going to lack bonus initiation, right? So now they're only dependent on the Pangolier going in, and you're playing against Solar Guardian. But it's cool that you called that out, it's right there.
Yeah, I also wonder if I call something out, is it actually really that good? You
Yes,
know?
it is. Yes,
It
it is.
is.
Believe in yourself. No, I mean, I understand why they thought the Leshrac was super valuable. The one thing is that Heroic does have excellent area control. Like, they have such a strong TV pick here. And even if the early game gets turned over, like if these big team fights happen, you've got Supernova, you've got the Snake Ward, like zoning the other supports from Talon. Axe is not going to have an early Blink Dagger. It might be hard, but Talon could just snowball the lanes and play off of that.
Is it a timing thing? Is Talon on this clock of you have to close out a game before the 20-25 minute mark, otherwise it's
No,
over?
not necessarily.
Okay,
Like
that's good.
they always draft to have something for the late game. We saw that like them scaling. We were talking about Pango, Axe, Leshrac. These heroes scale really well into the late game. But I feel like this one, you need to grab yourself some water because this one's going to be a long one.
All right, in for a long game. That excites me a lot because we've got two casters that love to cast 60-minute games. It's Kezo and Sunspan.
As long as the game doesn't suck, that's true. Thank you, Nat. I don't think that's going to suck, though.
It definitely will not.
This is actually the best series of the day. Talon versus Heroic. 3 60-minute games. Gotta get my voice ready.
3 times 60, let's see. How much is that in NA maths?
180.
Good job.
Ish.
Good job. You got that. But let's see here. The series definitely could go the distance. I would also say that it's the best series of the day. I believe that is what you just said.
Oh, yeah.
Is
Yeah,
it
that's
correct?
right. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, I do listen, so that's good. But let's see. So they did touch on it, of course, on the panel about the heroes and what is going to happen in this game. And overall, I kind of like what Heroic have going here. They showed it to us yesterday as well. They're very good when it comes to team fighting and type of wombo combos.
Oh, yeah.
They've got the Donald, you've got the Phoenix Egg, and you have quite a good TB game. So we'll say for Talon, depends a lot on their early game. How do they get off to a good start? WS on the Pango, he's had some very standout performances on this hero.
Talon on the other side. Love late game. They play very slow, in my experience at least, until you get to a certain point.
Okay,
and then
that's true. But the team, they're different. You know, players evolve, they level up. And WS, he's very high on the leaderboard. You know, his MMR, the number.
Yep, high number.
Yeah,
Good.
he knows what's up. He plays very fast, as can Makoto.
And he clicks very fast, too. Gets the bounty rune. Congratulations to him.
Good old 3-4-1 split, as we see a support Axe.
Yeah, this is something we'll talk about ad nauseum this game, I'm sure. Is that more of a, like, how much value does that bring versus, oh, this core will be more beneficial for our lineup. Let's just force this support.
Yeah, so it's generally more, well, it's the fact that you get a draft win, right? Because you do flex it away. So it's not because it's the best support, but it's by no means a weak support. Like, the way people play it now too, like you go the Battle Hunger, you do your Ring of Protections, and as you can see already, he has high base region, he has good damage, he has good armor, so he's just a good laner.
KJ is already taking heavy damage.
The problem for this hero is the post-laning stage. Like, you're minute 8 to, like, until you get whatever item you buy, which is usually a Blink. It takes forever.
Yeah.
So that's the weakness.
So, for this, do you go Blink first item, or can you go Blade Mail? I assume you have to get
go Blink.
I assume you need to get both at some point, though.
I mean,
right?
you would love to. The problem is you're a +4 Axe,
Yeah,
so...
exactly.
Can't dream too big. And when you go Blade Mail first, it doesn't really change anything for you.
Yeah.
But let's see. You know, maybe you want some support item too. I have seen some urns or drums, and you just run into the fight.
And WS playing the Pangolier hasn't been... How come we're seeing less of this hero?
I mean, he just doesn't seem as good. Also, overall, the hero has received, like...
According to you, it's the best Ags in the game, so...
Yeah, I mean, the hero is just not that good, but the Ags is very strong. To be fair, it does change the hero completely.
It does. It's
And
a
gives
very
him-
good Ags.
Yeah, it is.
Not number 1, though.
Never said that.
Truly not number 1.
But let's see. So Pango overall just, yeah, he's received some nerfs, but he's still a good flex. Gives you a lot of team fight, gives you Roche. So you're still pretty happy with it.
Yep, and remember, this is, of course, an elimination series. First day of eliminations are upon us. It has been, feels like it's been a long time. It really hasn't, I guess. As Makoto in that mid lane as the Lash sitting on 7-1. And the Tony, of course, 11-4 right now.
I mean, mid lane should be somewhat chill. It is tiny favorite when it comes to the CS, especially, of course, because you do out damage the Leshrac on the Tiny here. But we can see it already in the laning stage. Joachim is doing quite a good job on the Axe. He's also full HP. He's still got region to go, and they have good lane control. And if you look on Heroic side, there's no neutral camps for them to do anything about the current lane positioning, which should leave 23 Savage not too happy.
Yeah, he's forced KJ pretty much out of the lane right now, and Jokum has taken very little damage overall, so has kind of had a free reign as this Axe support.
Yeah, I also don't know why I said 23 Savage, because it's Yuma on TV.
You're just used to it.
It's the first 3 minutes of the game. Yeah, to be fair, 23 Savage, he does love his TV morphling, but not in this game.
There are certain players where you pick a hero, you think of them, although I'd say Morphling would be the first for 23, but it feels like everybody plays the Terrorblade these days. Maybe not as much as a month ago, but
it's just a good hero. We didn't talk about it too much, but seeing a TA, most often you will think about some of these illusion carries, your PL, your TB, maybe your Medusa. So it does make for a very good TB game.
KJ again getting harassed by Jokum. Gets him to about half HP for the Axe at least. Went for the 2 rings of protection this time around instead of the patented 4 that we've been seeing. Of course, we've been seeing the position 3, so quite a bit different. As, a mid gank already. Schofield with the shackle. Makoto's in a lot of trouble. And that is going to be the first kill of the game for Heroic. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nice. You get the Ava toss back into the TP. So very nicely done by Mr. Schofield and Analog. I mean, yesterday Schofield had a standout performance on the Nyx Assassin. And even in some of the later stages, I heard about his POS 4 Queen of Pain and whatnot. So yeah, he's definitely looked very strong in this tournament.
WS on the Pango takes the double shield crash facet, which, of course, I assume the normal one to take for the off lane.
Yeah,
we're not really seeing mid Pango too much right now.
You see very little of it. I think there's like too many spirits that are being played. The hero got nerfed a lot, like even your base damage, the damage on your spells and whatever it is.
Yeah, Jokum, he's going to be forced to TP out. We'll be fine. And they do have a bit of minus armor going in the way of Talon between the Pangolier and the TA, which combination of the meld and eventual death. So is Schofield getting really low, and the blood grenade is enough from Cuckoo. Very nicely done.
Yeah, love that play. Not something you see too often. But Bane, of course, it's one of the stronger +5s, especially when it comes to laning, as they do want to aggress a little bit onto Whisper here. And with that kill, Cuckoo, he's even out-leveling 23 Savage on this lane.
I feel like when I watch TA, it's even if they get off to a somewhat slow start, which is not the case here, they catch up every time. It just feels like that is the case.
I mean, Tia is just a very stable hero. Like overall, you lane well, and like you're saying, even if you don't have a perfect lane, you can fall back to the jungle. Once you get level 6, it's also very hard to like overtake the lane from this hero. But I like what Schofield is doing here, especially when it's like the early nighttime. You go to mid with the supports, and ideally, it's even like a concept I like a lot. You do some double sentry on mid lane. You just kind of cleanse it, as he did that already on the right side.
Jokum makes his way over. Schofield on the other side. Looking to gank Makoto.
Good positioning.
Yeah, blood grenade into the shackle. Jokum, though, what can he do about it is the question. Toss back onto the creep wave. Makoto's going to take a ton of damage from the tower and the avalanche. A nice kill for Analog again, as there's a Berserker's call into Jokum. As Schofield trying to just run it off. Blood grenade applied. Meanwhile, Cuckoo kind of surrounded. Gets a nice nightmare. Schofield pops a fairy fire. Jokum will have to try to run away, but now shackled under the tree, and the toss finishes the job. Double kill for Analog. Great turnaround from Heroic. I mean, that innate for Shadow Shaman is just absurd.
It's really damn strong.
It's #1 in the game, by the way.
I'm trying to see if I can fight it, but I feel like I have to give this one. Like, it is absolutely one of the best innates in the game.
We can look later, casually, but my feeling is it's the best in the game.
No, it's honestly super, super strong. But yeah, just the overall move from Heroic. If you're Talon, you have to put more respect now on the Schofield Shadow Shaman. If you're Cuckoo, it's kind of your job on the Bane to mirror his movement, because he's just kind of outplaying them, setting up all these moves. Now you've got the amplified damage and the early aggression from Heroic. And there's a Wisdom Shrine in 15. Do they want to aggress this one?
Jokum getting some vision. Only level 2 right now, by the way.
Yeah.
As Whisper will get the other side, and Jokum will trade.
I do like when teams give it to the Dawnbreaker. Like the early level 6 is something that can really, really speed up the game. So would assume a very early Solar Guardian to come out in this game for Heroic. And then they can look once more on maybe they have, they will have it for the 8-minute rune. So if you're Heroic, that's something you can play for already and start talking about at this point.
It does feel like they need that Blink Dagger on the Tiny, though, before the Solar Guardian really takes off, right?
I mean, not really. Like, Tiny's a good body. Like, you can just run in, because, sure, either they run away from you, or if they give you the touch, you Aver, Solar Guardian, you toss on the ground, so you're pretty happy with that. Because if you're Lesh, I mean, how do you want to play Lesh right now? You want to run in, make stuff happen, but it's not easy. I think your supports are not strong enough, and you're playing into too many spells.
And well, the stacking begins.
Oh, I think Mikoto has to be careful. Gonna have to check later if they can get around with the Tiny, because, yeah, like I said, with their early Solar Guardian available, Heroic do kind of have an early advantage when it comes to the map space.
WS opting for the Diffusal Blade as the first item on the Pangolier. I'm not even going to speak of Terrorblade because it's just going to be the standard across the board. Don't even click on them. Let's just switch heroes here.
He'll just keep farming anyway. I mean, we'll see both carries mostly sit in their lane unless 23 Savage, he's the one that has moves, right? You can go through the gate, you can go for meta and like try to take over the TA. It's really good if you can do it, but it's not an easy ask because you have so many traps all around the map that you just kind of see the move coming if you're 23 Savage.
And the Hex, there's the Solar Guardian that you're talking about, set up by the Shackle into the Starbreaker. More than enough damage. WS just the casual swash into death. A nice rotation from Whisper. Even though Whisper right now, in terms of the net worth for cores, is on the bottom at the moment. 800 difference actually between him and the Pango, despite this kill here.
Yeah, I guess they would have hoped that it kind of made up more in terms of like the mid matchup, right? Because Schofield has used a lot of time when it comes to helping out Analog in the mid lane. But Mikoto, he always looks good. Like even with some of these deaths that he's received, of course he had some stacks in the triangle. He's also now bodying 23 Savage, at least for now, in the bottom area.
And what kind of build do you want to see on Mikoto this game? He's going for the Kaya to start.
Let's see. Mostly what I see is like some Kaya, and then if you can get away with it, you do go for the Blink Dagger. Otherwise, you've got
Whisper. Slow to a crawl. There's the first grip of the game. Pulse Nova. Just more than enough damage. 23 Savage claims it along with the tier 1 tower. So in terms of farm, again, putting Whisper on the bottom there.
Yeah, I like how Talon have been using the heroes in like the past minute. As hold that for now. Rolling Thunder.
WS, oh, nice call. Sets up that kill, and now WS will continue on. This is the bigger one, of course, onto Analog. Mikoto out of mana at the moment, but they should have enough to finish the job. Indeed, they do. So across the board, 3 kills for Talon, and already a 2K lead. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was very nice stuff. You had Kuku with an early 6. They go behind bottom on the tier 1. 23 Savage, after taking bot tier 1, he's now here as well. Yeah. So very good usage of the heroes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of when position 1s leave their lane to come for a gank instead of just AFK farming.
I mean, especially when this happens, right? As hold that, Joachim. Oh, Foggy.
Oh, that tree, very strong indeed. Actually finds the distance. WS. He wants to turn something around here. Doesn't have the Rolling Thunder as of yet.
I mean, that was very nicely done because he was straight up dead to the Shackle into Dawn ult. First he gets to Fog, then Call into being out of range. Because, I mean, Dota, especially at the high level, it's a lot about a give and take. You know, you bring some heroes to the safe lane, you help 23 Savage to end up taking the tier 1 tower, so then he can give his space away.
The funny thing is, if he had chicken fingers, that's a kill.
Yeah, that's true. He would have hit him, Hex, and then you just get it cleanly.
What do you think of the single Serpent Ward? I mean, it's definitely really strong.
It's really damn good. Strong. It just kind of, I would say it's a bit player preference, but also, what do you feel like you need? Do you want to like force more when it comes to like objectives? Do you want to force the enemies to you?
Oh, nice deny.
Yeah, they should not allow him to do that, but nice job by WS.
Analog with the blink now, so we'll see if Heroic want to take this to the next level.
Let's see, they will go for the gate play. I mean, the only thing that I really dislike, I mean, because yeah, you lose the chicken fingers, right, which is the straight up Hex to catch people, but I value the Ward Trap quite a lot. Like, it is underrated.
Mikoto, half mana right now onto the high ground as he is being pursued. I think they saw a little bit there, and there's now going to see the creeps being pulled. And Mikoto, I don't know if you noticed, the sound effect doesn't go off if you don't stack there. He gets the toss, though, and this is going to be a stun lock into a kill. Nicely done from Analog and company.
Well, Schofield's being very aggressive. Of course, he's got the Dawn ult also to back him up. King Jungle's not quite level 6 yet, so the egg isn't yet online.
Yuma's going to spot WS, but more than enough time to get away. Still working on a defusal. As Analog, of course, that is the blink reveal of sorts.
got
like they'll pressure that tier 1.
Let's see. I mean, they have very good setup. Let's see how Talon want to kind of react to this one. Because you would have to fight into an Dawn ult. They're tipping top inside onto Savage.
Yeah, he's going to get Avalanche. Solar Guardian to follow. Toss back. Okay, a little bit weird.
Should be fine.
He should still end up going down here. Attempting to TP. Do they have a stun? This is going to be close. He does go down. Big kill for Yuma and Company. That was almost a disaster,
That was
actually.
very close.
The toss onto the creep outside of the Solar Guardian. Really unfortunate. On the other side, the Shadow Shaman did get picked off. And now a smoke from Talon. Analog already showing himself, uses the Avalanche, is going to get slowed up with the Blood Grenade. Fiend's Grip from the side. Makoto positioned nicely, and that just worked out perfectly for Talon.
I mean, that's really, really good. That also gives them the mid-tier 1, and I will say that Jokum has done a nice job at kind of recovering, right? You make some stacks, then Lesh can take it, you take the mid lane, you make more stacks, the TA gets it, you get more gold, because he's playing a support axe. He has Urn and Blink Dagger at minute 13.
I was not expecting that.
No, me neither. I mean, usually you see that, I mean, of course it depends a lot on like your game, but having stack clears is
Considering
very
he was
good.
level 2 at what minute, and yeah, that's pretty damn good. Will be Ags first for Whisper, still working on that as 23 Savage. He'll be able to get the Wisdom Shrine. KJ with the off-the-map plays as meanwhile, bottom river, Avatos onto 2 with the hammer to follow. Starbreaker not fully connecting. Attempted TP will not be successful, so 2 kills for Heroic. Feels like a very back-and-forth affair, which we were expecting coming into the series. I mean, just on paper, this should be the closest series of the day.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I expect this one to go the distance. I mean, even for now, like both teams are fairly happy with what's going on, right? You have, well, you have like the TB with mass team fight against the TA, so you're pretty happy the longer the game goes. Whereas your Talon, you're hitting some big item timings. We have Kaya plus Shield Rune on the Lash. You have Deso plus Diffusal available on Talon, which is very likely for them that they want to speed up the game. First Roach could be, you know, on the menu for them during this nighttime, which is up and coming in a couple of seconds.
There's a Diffusal for WS. If I was coming into this, I think I would give Talon the advantage. I feel like their biggest issue is just inconsistency, because when they're on, I feel like they can play with anyone.
That's true, but wouldn't you say it's kind of similar for Heroic? Because I feel like they're also... Like,
maybe a wider like there's a wider variance maybe.
Yeah, because like Heroic's power level to me is also like kind of a question mark. They do really well against really strong teams, and then I feel like they kind of lose the ball against quote-unquote weaker teams.
They lose the ball entirely, huh? Usually they're just dropping the ball.
Okay, my bad. I guess it is dropping the ball.
Losing the ball is even worse, my goodness. Whisper spotted out. Get the hammer to the other side. Still 1,000 away from Ags for the Dawnbreaker. So, talked about it yesterday, of course. First item Ags, very common right now on the offlaner.
It is the new norm. They pop the meta.
Yeah, Blink. And the toss-up, there's a Solar Guardian to follow. Jokum able to find the distance, but dies nonetheless. A lot of damage onto Yuma. Does have the Sunder available. He's going to get stun locked here, but Makoto is going to die first as Yuma looking for a target, but the Swashbuckle is enough. At the very least for Talon, they do get 1 valuable kill, but they have lost 2 in the meantime. Sleep. Is there going to be follow-up here? 23 Savage makes an appearance. A lot of damage to Analog. There's the inhibit into the Swash. Double kill for WS, and now Heroic on the run. Schofield. Attempted TP, instantly canceled.
Nice sleep by Kuku.
Killed off. And yeah, the Nightmare should theoretically set up another kill onto KJ. Gets the dive off, but look who's waiting for him is WS. Triple kill for him.
That was really good counterplay by them. And by the way, that was the most useful like 0.1 second grip I have ever seen. It stopped the Sunder animation the first time. It gave enough time for the Rolling Thunder to come through. And because if Yuma gets Sunder off, I don't even know if Talon have a counterplay there. And this is like, the reason that this is bad for Heroic is not just because you lose heroes. You using all your spells should give Talon Roach.
And this is with a shield rune too.
Yeah. Jokum, of course, saving Makoto there a little bit. And we have to pay attention to Yuma. Here he gets stunned the first time.
Sunder. Did he think about sundering Analog?
Yes.
I think he hesitated
he was sundering Analog, but then he got gripped and then he gets stunned again by the roll. Uh-oh,
speaking of Analog, oh man, another big kill for WS. He is completely dominating now. 3rd net worth overall in the game, 2nd on the team. This should set up a tier 1 tower for Talon as well.
I mean, this is a very strong timing that Talon do have in the game. You have the Deso, especially now with Deso charges, you have high-level meld. You're starting to get levels in the Lucky Shot as well. Makoto.
Oh, yeah, nice cancel again. As Heroic getting tons of kills now into an immediate smoke, so they want to keep up the aggression, it seems.
Yeah, as
they've definitely stepped or pushed the pedal to the metal now to another level. As 23 Savage might be spotted here.
He should be fine. It's not easy to catch him. I mean, you have to reach like the Hex or the Shackle. Let's see.
Schofield slow, very slow.
Yep. Like a
Hero has too many clothes. I feel like it really weighs him down.
That's true. He should run around naked.
I'd enjoy that. Nightmare from Cuckoo, so Analog likely not be able to catch up now.
He went for a Blade Mail on Tiny, which is not something you see ever,
pretty
really.
Strange.
I mean, it does give you armor against Tiny, against the TA, and it's very good against the Lesh.
Rolling Thunder into the call. Solar Guardian, not enough. The chop is there. And now Whisper. It's like that ult effectively wasted unless Heroic can try to turn this around. Avatos from Analog. They have enough damage to take out Axe at the very least, and they get the Shackle onto the Pango, but now they're trying to kill this Serpent Ward. The reflection comes out as Schofield on the run will drop onto the low ground as the TB ends up getting taken out. Makoto very low on mana, but Analog, he is surrounded by mostly members of Talon at the moment. Good Starbreaker from Whisper, but a big swashbuckle from WS, and Analog just stuck in the trees. And that leaves Whisper to his own devices. It's only a matter of time. Triple kill for Cuckoo.
And he's doing some good stuff on his Bane. All of his grips are like just doing a lot of work. He's sitting on 2,600 gold now as well. If you're Heroic, they need to take a quick step back and think about how you want to fight. Because if they start a fight together with like, you know, you jump in with the Tiny, you have the Egg and you have the Solar Guardian coming out, like when they fight nicely together, they're really strong. But they're not getting those fights. Talon are absolutely doing the right things, getting these scrappy and chaotic fights.
And now a massive lead for Talon, 8K in their favor. And I'd say they'd have the, you know, they're a very good Roche-taking team just with TA alone. Although in the pit, Heroic is going to be kind of scary.
Yeah, you are very good at taking Roche, and they will do so, but you need to do it with, like, you need to follow some steps. You can't just let Heroic, like, smoke over to you and take the fight there, because, like you're saying, their pit fighting is incredibly strong.
And Cuckoo roared with that shard along with the triple kill to follow, so he
very tanky.
Could be getting quite a bit of more farm as this game progresses. Actually has more farm than the Axe right now. Of course, I feel like as a support Axe, if you get Blink, it feels like, I mean, obviously you want more items, but that is the main thing you need for the whole game.
You've got like the core for like your next, what, like 10, 15 minutes, you're kind of okay.
Even a Force Staff now.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of good stuff. This Force, I like it a lot. If you think about how Heroic want to start the fight, it's some Blink, Ava, you do some Egg on top, Solar Guardian. If this Force Staff comes out before the tossback, it could absolutely ruin the combo.
Smoke from Heroic. Almost
Aurora.
had an aneurysm there.
Aurora not here today, Shannon.
Yep. I got Nightfall on the brain.
Of course.
You know, he's always on my mind these days.
I mean, Savage is getting close to the BKB. Maybe that reminded you of Mr. Nightfall.
Yep, true.
Heroic are looking for their own move.
The counter smoke now. And 23 Savage had something tingling, so blinks away. Good instincts. Looks like these smokes might combine very shortly as Roche might be the target for whoever wins this fight. Jokun pops. Oh, call misses though.
Quick Thunder Toy into Blink out by Mr. Schofield.
KJ going to be spotted. There's the Nightmare. Cuckoo, of course, with grip available. Not going to use it though.
And Cuckoo is very, very tanky in this game. You have 1400 HP on this Bane with an Essence Ring. Makoto as well. He got the Enchanted Searing Signet, so he deals a lot of magic damage. Like, he's been going kind of rampant when it comes to the damage output in these fights. So Heroic, they have a lot of problems to deal with.
Another pop smoke. Oh, Makoto blinks out. Man, they're dodging a lot right now. That's two smokes now from Heroic that have been thwarted.
So you've got the BKB completed on 23. There's a very high chance we're going to see them be a little more aggressive, like try to push back the map a bit onto Heroic to take over the Roche pit. Okay, Yuma's queuing up a BKB. If he goes BKB, I don't think he's allowed to go Skadi next. Like, this double item combo, especially when you're behind, is... I mean, I'm not going to call it illegal, but it's not good. I believe if you're going BKB, you need Daedalus to follow it up.
Would you say it's lit?
No. It's the opposite of lit.
Okay.
Because it's trash.
So dumpster.
Yeah. But let's see. Of course, you're down 10k gold. You're going to have to make some different decisions. I wouldn't blame him for buying the BKB, but of course, it's not the spot you want to be in as a carry ever at 23-minute mark, especially not as a TB.
10k lead for Talon. Schofield will likely be tanking. Another nice blink, though.
Gotta be a bit quicker. All we're seeing is smokes into blink dodges.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the greedy enchantment. Mr. Shannon, don't forget that.
Yeah, thank you. Keep count.
I have it on Mr. Cuckoo on the Bane.
Yeah, you can see the trepidation from Talon's side. They obviously can kill Roche relatively quickly, but if Heroic can sniff it out, they have crazy team fight in the pit. And Makoto just casually farming away, knowing that they could kind of force that once he gets a BKB. He's going to have that extra layer of protection. WS will show himself 1,000 away from Ags at the moment. Another blink. My man.
I mean, let's see about the map, because as I can tell for now, Talon are okay with just getting the BKB on Makoto as well, like get some double, triple BKB timing. Because I feel like they're kind of jerking Heroic around on the map a bit. As let's see, Heroic have had enough.
Committing, yeah. I like this play. Force the fight. That's where your team fight gets really strong. Serpent Ward in the pit.
You're letting them get away with this, Talon?
Rolling Thunder available. Analog in the shadow. Schofield with a nice hex. There's a Solar Guardian to slow them down. Analog with the Avalanche to follow. 23 Savage. 48 half HP. There's the grip, though. They get the Aegis onto Yuma. And I believe that is a successful engagement for Heroic, despite losing their offlaner. As long as they don't bleed out here, as the egg is placed. And 23 Savage is burning down, but he does take out the egg in time. So in the end, it is 3 dead for Heroic, as Analog's continue to be pursued. He's not being able to blink. Thanks to the battle hunger, Jokum continuing on, gets the call with the Force Staff. Yuma from afar. Nice Nightmare save for the time being. Toss not enough. Jokum will walk it off. So Aegis secured for Heroic, but they did lose 3.
So it is a nice play from Heroic. Maybe they didn't need to drop so many heroes after. Some people might think that this is good for them. I feel like it's not, because I think this first Aegis on Talon, you wouldn't fight into it anyway. Like, you would just play the map and get some stuff going. Well, of course, you will take this bonus that Yuma does have this Aegis now. Let's see what they can do with it, but you did have to expand a lot. So Talon, they're not too unhappy about this fight.
There's the BKB for the Lesh. 23 Savage in the meantime working on a Daedalus. Yeah, if the Aegis went the other way, it feels like it's one of those first Aegis, you get all the tier 2 towers. Can't really go high ground with it, right? I'm guessing that's what you mean.
Yeah, like I would have, like for them it's just better if they get to stall the game, because that's what they want, instead of it going like kind of out of control. Because, I mean, let's see if they can put this Aegis to good use, which I feel like it's still hard. I don't think the game has changed in terms of like the status.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if they just bled out the Dawnbreaker and everybody else gets away, then
that would have been cool, yeah. Let's see, at least the cooldown of their spells didn't really, you know, come back to bite them, as they have most of them back available, apart from the egg.
Cuckoo's halfway to Ags, by the way.
He is doing so, he's 6-1 and 10.
Oh, Analog. He's in a precarious spot. See, King Jungle gonna get chopped to the ground as the Lesh just barely survives. No, the last right clicks are enough from Yuma, so that is a big kill for Heroic. They've lost 2 supports, but as the Rolling Thunder will continue on, focusing on Analog, a nice Eul's to delay. But eventually, surely is going to be brought down here. Oh, Solar Guardian healing him up, and now WS is in a horrible spot. The right clicks from the TB are enough. Yuma double kill. Was not going to go the way I expected there at all. Yeah, 2 cores dead for Talon.
I cannot disrespect Yuma's damage on this TB. Like, TB has a very, very good matchup against these cores in the game, especially the TA and the Lesh. So definitely going a little bit too deep there. And I mean, it is the one hero that you have to respect, especially when it comes to the net worth too. Seen it from Yuma yesterday on the Lina and countless other games. And he is closing in on the Skadi. That's the first good item.
Yep, KJ, dead again. 1 minute out of the game. Wait, what did he buy?
He bought another Force Staff.
Man.
It makes sense.
I
I
love
can't
the
blame
big
him.
ticket items on these heroes.
Don't worry, he's got a GPM on his little enchantment. He'll get there. But I just like the 4-7 in general. When you like Heroic's draft is more about you go in once and you kind of need to make sure you win the fight. Right? You've got the Donald, you've got the Egg, they're all on the place, and TB being a transformation hero. He's on a timer as well. So that's something that Heroic have to respect later. They can't just full commit without being sure that it is a good fight. Cuckoo wants to steal the shrine.
I think he'll get it. Whisper
Sleep.
just needs to get Nightmare. There it is. The best hero in Dota to steal these.
Yep.
The question is, will he actually get away? Yuma?
Absolutely he will.
Is just going to hit some creeps. I mean, how big of a deal is that, this stage of the game? Not really, right?
It's not crazy. What are the... Yeah, for level 2 Phoenix Egg, it matters a lot. I mean, so actually for these 2 subs, it does matter.
Okay.
But I would say in other games where they're both level 12, I wouldn't really care.
Yeah, level 2 Egg is quite a big difference from
It's
1.
a huge difference, because you don't have the best egg hitters, right? Like Ledge can, doesn't love it. TA can, but you have to do it like during your BKB, so... Well, we're getting some big item timings on both the hard carries. Well, WS after the last fight is like, I'm going to buy a Ghost Scepter, and he will be immune to the Mr. TB.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Wait, can you use that during Rolling Thunder?
For some reason, you can. You also can during BKB.
Wait, they changed that?
Yep.
How long ago was that? That was a thing for so long.
It's something that kind of has to get removed. But let's see, Heroic are going for a backstab, at least for now.
Oh, Jokum again. Not able to get the initiation that he wanted. WS, though, gets a stun on the TB. TB's in a lot of trouble. Yuma getting brought down. That's life number 1. He's not going to have meta now when he comes back up. As the Egg does go off successfully. WS very healthy, though. Gets a nice shield crash onto 2 with a huge swashbuckle to follow. Analog tosses him back, but Makoto finishes the job as 23 Savage does fall. So one important member of Talent does drop to the deck. A Nightmare TP attempt, but the Bane brought down by Yuma. Double kill for the TB. Of course, with that shard, not completely useless without meta.
Lots of back and forth, but Heroic, they're coming out on top of these fights. Like, the sole reason that Yuma just gets to stand his ground and he gets gold out of all of these fights, that's the best thing that can happen for Heroic.
Oh, did the Ghost Scepter thing change when it became debuff immunity, maybe? Instead of just spell immunity?
I feel like it changed at a different point because it wasn't always meta to be able to do this. But it's definitely something that's way too good. But overall, I mean, Ghost Scepter as itself is already a great item. It forces you, like, later on course to get your nullifiers and whatnot if you don't already have a Purge. As they want to catch WS, they want to do a quick one here with Schofield and Yuma, who did show on the creep wave. So he'll be fine. I mean, you had Blink on Schofield, so maybe you could have let him go first, but either way, it seems fine.
Yuma's just too excited to hit creeps. Just one of those position 1 things, you know?
Can't blame him.
Yeah, 3K into his BKB. That's going to be quite nice.
I mean, he wasn't having the best game, but suddenly with like 2 fights in a row, he's on top of the board now.
Yep. Meanwhile, Analog with the utility mid tiny build. Seen the Yules before, of course.
Yeah. I mean, it's
the
honestly
mail,
pretty
like
good.
we talked about earlier, just extremely strange.
Yeah, it's not like he has to do too much. I mean, I will say I have seen Blade Mail like a few times, but it's usually when you were having a slightly better game. But all he has to do is stay alive, throw out a couple rounds of spells and stuns for his Mr. Yuma on the Terrorblade. Shard for Makoto, so we get some more split earths coming up from the ground.
Not bad. Yeah, you're effectively just getting the Blade Mail for 1 hero in the Lesh.
I mean, it is good stats, like in terms of armor, right, against the Pango TA, because they're highly physical and they give you a lot of minus armor.
True.
So it's okay. You do have a refresher on Whisper. I feel like he's been perhaps a little quiet in this game, but putting it to good use, because having 2 Dawn Nodes already, so you've got good timings from Heroic. You do actually have double BKB and refresher on your Dawnbreaker.
Cuckoo spotted. Yeah, Analog's going to have a BKB here shortly as well, so nice call from Jokum. Is it going to be followed? WS with the Rolling Thunder, only connects onto 1. There's the Egg. Going to be held in place with the Sunray. Looks like that's going to break the fight up, so pretty big ultimate down. Then again, the Rolling Thunder as well, much lower cooldown though.
Yeah, there's definitely a timing that Talon could look for later on. Yeah, Mr. Roshi will be on the deck for both teams.
That's a long spawn.
Well, Talon, at least they know about it fully, since you do have the TA. So
Very
something
true.
they could try to use to like play the map more open, because you know when you know that what the respawn is, the enemy team of course doesn't. They have to start playing around the area like a lot earlier, which
Yeah,
is
but
why
if
we.
you know that they know, then you can play around them, knowing.
Okay, then Sword, what do you do here?
You can see them forming across the map as Jokum popped up and popped out. Free kill for Yuma.
See, you do have a Hex on Mikoto, so he's a lot more dangerous in the next fight. He can absolutely just try to jump in. As long as he gets out from Yuma's right clicks, then he'll be able to walk in and out freely from the fight, especially with the triple force staff they have now, as Stormfree Savage will get one of his own for the Pike later.
Back on that Ags train for Cuckoo. 1,200 into it. You can do it. Gotta stay vigilant, my friend.
We'll
Don't
definitely
go for the
get
small
there.
items.
It will just take some time.
There's the nullifier on the Pango now.
That's a big deal. You can take away the Yules from the Tiny. You can the Ghost Scepter as well onto Whisper. It's such an incredible Ghost Scepter game, even for both teams. Like even with the Dawn, you go in, like Pango roll doesn't affect you, TA can't hit you. Active Rune will be an Arcane.
Analog steals it. Is he going to pay the ultimate price? Mikoto jumps in with the BKB, doing tons of damage to this Tiny. 23 Savage jumps in as well, but the Yules finally comes off as long as Whisper's ult. They do delete the Shadow Shaman, though, as Analog will take a few more hits on the high ground.
That was kind of big for Talon. That's the Egg expanded Donald and the meta as well. I'm a bit surprised how they saw Schofield. I don't know if they had a ward on him or if they had a specific high ground position to see him, but this is big. And this is before the Roshan respawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's one issue with Heroic's lineup is you have these long cooldowns that are in one location, right?
Yeah, well, let's see about Talon. They know exactly that Roche did just respawn. And now they also hear it because Roshan goes for the Belch.
That was a big one.
Oh, I think this is very scary for Heroic.
Yep, no Rolling Thunder right now, but Illusion's going to spot them out. Jokum, his Blink Dagger's going to get canceled. Yuma looks like he wants to fight, so he's out of the pit for the time being. He's kiting a bit as Analog gets an avalanche. Sunray to follow. Call, not going to hit. Actually does. Force Staff outside of the Solar Guardian. Gets Nightmared. As Yuma already pops the BKB. They delete the Axe to start this fight. See if Heroic want to go back in the pit. Of course, meta's down and Roche has changed locations. The Belch was too nasty. Needs to find something a little bit better air to breathe.
And I like that Heroic did go on the aggressive there, because if you just fall back and you wait, you just let Talon take full control, because not only did they kill the Axe, they also got the BKB out of 23 Savage. So that is going to be on cooldown for another minute, because any second that takes away now is absolutely in Heroic's favor. You want to get towards your egg, and of course, most importantly, the meta.
Oh,
Toss back onto Cuckoo.
Yeah, he's just instantly dead. 65 seconds, does have buy though. But this certainly opens up the opportunity for Heroic to finish the old Roche. Meta up in 10 seconds.
If you're Talon, you should be looking for a fight.
And another snake place is Mikoto getting really aggressive. There's a lot of damage on the Analog. Gets off the Yules, but you can see the Rolling Thunder onto the high ground. They delete the Shadow Shaman to start the fight. BKB already expanded for both Analog and Mikoto. Serpent Ward doing its thing against Roche. His WS is kind of in a weird spot. He gets tossed back into the fray. Yuma doesn't have the nullifier on him. Roche getting extremely low. 23 Savage wants to jump in. There's the egg place with the Sunray to follow. Snatched Aegis by Jokum. He's going to pay the price with one life as the Fiend's Grip fully extended onto Tiny, and one casual right click by TA to delete him off the face of the map. Meanwhile, Yuma in the pit gets chopped by Jokum on his second life. A huge fight for Talon. And now KJ stuck inside the pit. He'll be the next one sacrificed to the gods as double kill
dunk
for Jokum. As Schofield
triple dunk
gets dunked into oblivion. Triple kill for Jokum, steals the Aegis, and now just extends the lead for Talon. Firmly in their grasp now.
Oh, there were a lot of clutch plays in that fight. As Talon very happy to, well, get this Aegis snatch onto Jokum, because with Heroic getting that one, I think Yuma could have absolutely manned up in that fight. And they also expanded quite a few buybacks there. You had both Schofield and Analog buying back for them. So Schofield coming in with the dieback.
We'll see what kind of damage they can do to the buildings here. Jokum looking for a pick off. Ooh, actually really close. Whisper spotted. The hammer gives him a little bit of distance, but Makoto's making his way over. TP coming. Try to assist. I don't think that's going to happen, though. 23 Savage just destroys Whisper. And they actually find a Nightmare onto Analog. Rolling Thunder right on top of him as well, as Heroic are starting to drop like flies. Another Nullifier applied to the Phoenix. Fighting inside of the Heroic base. KJ and Analog drop to the deck. Whisper gets off his ult, but he's all alone. And the Nightmare keeps him in place as Jokum. Blink will get canceled. Refresher pop for Whisper just to get that kill. We can see they're continuing to bleed out now. Big Starbreaker, but most of the damage coming from the Lesh at this point. Yuma finally arrives, but feels like Heroic have just lost so much. An additional 8K net worth injected into Talon's veins.
That was very, very costly. Like the last 2 to 3 minutes, it went from a 10K lead to a 26K lead for Talon. And I mean, obviously with all this gold injection, they're getting so many things that just helps them more and more.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Well, Yuma's going to have to come in very clutch in this game. He's got the Daedalus not too far away from himself. Because, yeah, they need all the damage that they can get. And they need a clean fight together. They need more of these tossbacks or Schofield to get in with a good Shackle. But I will say that supporting cast from Talon, they've been really on point. Defensive 4 staffs, good steals, nice aggressive calls.
Yeah, they've been very crisp.
And the Ghost Scepters are a big problem for Yuma to deal with. There's no aggressive nullifiers. There's no like super big magic damage that will kill them when they're in those.
It feels like an item that Dawn or Tiny need to go for, right?
One of them needs it, but...
I mean, I don't think Yuma can go for that.
He can't. He has to dish out all the damage. Someone else has to do the job for him. Maybe Analog can. It's not an item you love to buy. Dawnbreaker would prefer to buy it. But he's far away on Whisper. Well, it is just something that they're going to have to deal with.
Talon in commanding control right now. Don't have any of the barracks yet, but we'll see if they want to wait for Roche, if they want to continue to just control the map and bleed out Heroic from every orifice.
Very nice. Talon, also a lot of their spells getting quite a lot stronger. You got the Dazun Bloodrite on both the Lesh and the Axe for higher spell AoE. Yeah, especially with Leshrek's Innate, even more AoE to just stack it all up.
True. All right, so for Heroic, is there a next power spike that is going to make a difference, you think?
For me right now, it's the Daedalus that did just come out for them. And the rest is too far away. There's like no refresher on Phoenix anytime soon. There's no nullifier. So right now, this is one of the biggest injections of power they can get, which is why I kind of like that they're flying out of smoke currently to look for a fight. For me, they can still make it happen if they find the fight that they want. Maybe find an angle, go around, have your Tiny go in first, use your first Dawn ult. Like, they need to start the fight on the ground and lock it in. Jump together, Dawn ult, drop the egg, kill 1 or 2 guys, and have the meta available.
Yeah, Heroic look like they want to fight. They want to contest this eventual Tormentor, I assume, is what Talon are grouping up for. I don't know if they've timed it correctly, but...
I think they have. It is up very, very soon. Makoto, of course, has the Boots of Travel too, so he can come at any time.
Coming from the south now from Heroic's side. Illusion will spot Cuckoo and Jokum. Analog could get a big avalanche here. He's going to try to focus on one here at the top. 23 Savage already at half HP, taking a ton of damage from Yuma. He's deleted. Big kill for Heroic as Whisper pops the refresher. Cancellation of the TP on the Bane. That's going to be a second kill going the way of Heroic. And Jokum just barely getting to the high ground. Fire Spirits trying to find him. Does blink out. Has a TP if he can find a little area here.
Maybe without Tranquil Boots, he actually would burn out to the Sunray there. But this is what I like to see from Heroic. They understand what they need to do. You go for your timing, you make it happen. And very, very good punchback here. You do kill the top net with TA. Of course, this also allows you to get the map a little bit back in control. Schofield, don't forget to fully complete the shrine.
I think he wants the 25 on Yuma. Fair enough.
That makes sense.
And he gets it. So 30 seconds extra meta duration.
That's quite nice, especially when you like pair it up with the cooldown talent.
Actually try to go for the high ground here. A Sunder from Yuma onto the support. Schofield feeling pretty healthy as a result, as the Serpent Ward is doing a pretty good amount of damage here.
Schofield, careful.
Yeah, you do need to be careful, young man, as Joachim can't finish the job with a dunk. So a little residual damage onto the high ground, but doesn't force any buyback situation from 23.
You did at least get the BKB out of Mikoto, which means it could help you buffer a little bit through the meta cooldown. But yeah, 25 timing on TB is pretty nice, because on 15 you have the cooldown talent, on 25 you have the uptime. So just overall lowering the downtime you have on this one. Similar thing can be said for Mikoto with your 20 and 25 talent. Makes it easier to kind of cut through illusions as you hit multiple things. You have a secondary nullifier coming out on 23 Savage. Okay, so that's interesting. Because they do already have one on Pango, but he wants more aggressiveness just to make sure that he can latch onto one of the targets.
Dawnbreakers never go shard anymore.
Not really. It's like very late in the game, to be honest.
Why? It feels like it's so good. And he went for the hammer 25 talent as well.
It's one that feels good, especially now when you do have... Oh yeah, so he didn't go for the cooldown, huh? Yeah. Because especially when you hit 25 with the Starbreaker cooldown, the shard is like even better.
Yeah.
But I will say all of the other things he's picked up so far, they're just more value than the shard.
Yep, the hammer becomes a pseudo blink with that ridiculous range.
Yeah, and the speed. It's hilarious.
Heroic trying to set up a trap here. They scan just in case. Another scan. See, Mikoto is kind of close. The scan, well, whose scan was that?
Did he go low ground? It was both Radiant.
Okay. Oh, he's going to be spotted, though.
Toss back, Hex.
Have a toss back into KJ.
He's
Solar
just
Guardian to come. Yeah, that's an easy kill. That is a huge one for Heroic.
That was kind of funny. So Talon used 2 scans, which both barely missed. And had Mikoto walked on the high ground, he would have seen the Phoenix, but he walked low ground. So good catch from Heroic to get all of this done. Because this is 80 seconds. Like any death in the mid to late game, it costs you a lot when it comes to the map presence.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this extends the game. This is what Heroic wants.
Yeah, and they're going to get some tier 3 tower damage.
And Roche is up. If they see that Roche is up, oh, they're obviously going to push the high ground first. They're going to get the tier 3. This is going to force the rest of Talon back, no doubt about it. WS with the Rolling Thunder, not able to find a connection, though. Stuck inside now.
Bad driving.
Very, very rough. As the melee barracks is taking a ton of damage, I do believe this is a dead barracks in favor of Heroic.
Ooh, that's a freebie.
With a 22k deficit, they strike first.
Let's see. If Heroic go over to check that Roche is up, you could force more mistakes here out of Talon. It's 40 seconds on the Lash and your roll is on cooldown.
That's all right, 23 doesn't appreciate that as Analog finds a Bane onto the triangle area. And he's going to be surrounded and easily brought down, so hemorrhaging more units
Gem
per
on
Talon.
the deck as well.
My goodness, what is happening?
Time to
Heroic
check.
will certainly go into the pit.
Yeah. Talon will absolutely buy back and take this fight. You have roll available again, and Mikoto, when he spawns, he has Boots of Travel too. So he can be anywhere at any point. So eyes onto Talon again.
Oh, Whisper. He's going to get gone on, so he can't use that Solar Guardian. Nullifier applied and dunked to the ground. Does have buyback, though, so they do have to be careful as the rest of Heroic now trying to get some revenge. 23 Savage into the trees.
Uh-oh.
Melded. Avalanche does hit, but they don't know. Oh, my goodness. Is he actually going to get away with this?
This is going to... If they get him, it's back. There's no way.
All right, so he does get away with it, it seems.
Okay, so same story can now be said for Heroic, but they did give up the full Roche position. If a fight breaks out, Whisper will instantaneously buy back and come back in with the ult. But Talon, they should be looking to, I believe, force this Roshan fight onto Heroic. Maybe set up the area with some traps.
And the bottom is pushing, though, their base. They do have to be careful on the Talon side.
Yeah, I don't think this is something they can care about too much at the moment.
Into the pit they go, and this looks to be a Roche for Talon then.
They're sending an illusion over from Yuma, but it's quite late.
No, it's way too late.
Yeah.
Fire Spirits are coming, though. Maybe we go for a dive play. No, 23 Savage will pop the BKB just in case, gets the Aegis, gets the Refresher Rod. Meanwhile, on the other side, WS with the Rolling Thunder. Gonna kill off the Rasta. Did use the Serpent Ward, I believe, as Yuma able to TP out. Doing considerable amount of damage, but not enough to get the barracks here. And still, the creeps in the bot side do have to be addressed. And of course, Bane with that shard can at least do something.
He can semi-depush, yeah. Needs a bit of time, but he can make it happen. Still working on the Aghanim Scepter, but at this point he's not too far away on the Mr. Bane.
Looks like we got a 60-minute game incoming.
I believe so.
I feel like Talon, this is where the inconsistency kind of shows up. Maybe it's lack of discipline a little bit. It's like they were in firm control of this game. Obviously still in the favored section here. Trying to protect this Roche banner. We've seen how valuable that can be, but it looks like it will get cleaned up by Heroic.
They were just using it as a prank.
I guess
just
so.
Drop it and leave it.
Yeah. Not respecting the Roche banner, it seems.
Yuma getting himself a refresher just to make sure that if maybe the first jump or if the fight drags out, you've got a secondary meta and BKB. I like that choice.
3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Schofield.
He's spotted by the night vision.
Was to get the blink off though. Is Makoto with the Shivas. Attempted TP. And they find him. Not the biggest kill, but they'll take it. Meanwhile, Whisper gonna force out the BKB from Jokum. Now Heroic back to the base they go.
I will say that I'm a big fan of this early nullifier that WS did get in this game against all the supports, especially against Rasta. Once you have the shard, you can like use your Ghost Scepter in your little innate and try and get out with the blink. But whenever you just rolled on from a Pango with nullifier, there's no real counterplay for you to be had.
Kuku's almost at the dream, guys. We've been waiting all game.
He's getting it.
You can do it, buddy. Not gonna have buyback here, of course. But the Fiend's Grip now going to be much harder to stop. Of course, a single avalanche will do it.
If you're quick on it, like right at the cast, you can make it happen. But he's also got very high cast range. Right? He's got the Monocle, he's got the Aether Lens himself.
All right, Rolling Thunder. Onto the Phoenix. Solar Guardian is expended, so a little bit of panic there from Heroic.
I mean, a different strength that Pangolier has within his arsenal. Super low cooldown.
Back. Jokum getting force-staffed back into the base. Oh, the Fiend's Grip actually does get set up onto Yuma. I don't know if there's going to be follow-up here. Gets tossed back.
Oh, BKB on Whisper.
The Rolling Thunder again, I do believe. Looks like the Rasa will expend his life again. As the Serpent Ward is placed, 23 Savage does have to be a bit careful. Respect that big old juicy snake. 60 seconds, Shadow Shaman. Buy back up.
Every time they have Pango roll, they can just look for a poke. You've got the 25 CDR talent, you've got the Octarine Core yourself as well.
Yeah, it's really nice.
I mean, you did have to use your BKB on Savage, but he's got an Aegis to back him up.
Still a minute on the Aegis, so you would think Talon would push the envelope a bit here.
They will at least try. It is not easy to break Heroic's high ground. Also, Analog is about to hit a very, very strong timing when you do play this utility Tiny, which is your Octarine timing with your 25
All right, I think they were waiting for the MKB for 23. He gets that, the overwhelming blink now for Makoto. Relatively big power spikes. 23 is going to force the BKB out of... Oh, actually gets the Fiend's Grip off. But Analog trying to save his teammate. It's going to cost him his life. Has the buyback, though, as Phoenix gets evaporated. Makoto forcing Yuma back at half HP right now. The Nightmare, there's the one buyback for the Phoenix. 23 Savage. Oh, you cannot go through that wall, young man. Gets force staff, though. Analog.
Double force
the
blink.
BKB, not able to find the connection, though. Now we'll have to back away. So 2 buybacks expended from Heroic. Still, Aegis, 20 seconds. Probably a little bit too close for comfort on the side of Talon, so maybe this is just a full reset.
He did expand a lot of BKBs, right? That's Yuma's first BKB, Analog's BKB. And Whisper has no refresher, no BKB either. So if you're Talon, even without the Aegis, I feel like you could look for a play. Just about whether or not you will have the vision for it. I mean, if I'm...
Aegis expired now.
If I'm Analog right now, I'm telling my team, yo guys, let me get 25. I'm getting my Avalanche CDR talent, and I can pretty much buy out my Octarine core soon. Which this is a huge deal for this Tiny. Like this double timing together can make a big difference.
Oh, Makoto going very deep, gets the Hex, the initiation onto the Tiny Analog. It's a dieback, 2 minutes on the deck. Rasta follows suit as Yuma shadowed by the Egg, and this is just a reset situation again from Talon. Knowing that Analog doesn't have buyback is a refresher coming for Jokum. Support Axe BT dubs. Insane.
Yeah, they're really owning on a lot of the spell casting here when it comes to Talon. They're 3, 4, 5 especially.
And Roche Banner being used appropriately this time. Tower taken out. Don't have to worry about the Serpent Ward or the Egg. This will be somehow the first set of racks for Talon.
With 53 minutes and a 40k lead.
I don't know how that's possible, actually, but it is. 23. Force the buyback onto the Rasta. Jokum tries for the initiation.
Force F again.
Yeah, force F from Yuma onto the low ground. Pops the BKB along with the meta. You can take out the Rasta. This is going to be a dieback for him. Looks like that'll be an easy cleanup for Makoto and company. His Whisper cannot save him. Starbreaker not going to do too much. In fact, the Fiend's Grip from afar, isolating now the Dawn. That is going to be the death of Whisper. Chopped to oblivion.
Call.
And a call onto Yuma. The buyback into the Solar Guardian. It's not enough. Yuma drops to the deck. Doesn't have meta now. Buys back. It's only the 2 members of Heroic left against the 5 of Talon, and that means tier 4 towers are all theirs as WS taunting away. Blink Dagger for Yuma. 23. Gonna focus on the tier 3 first on the mid lane as there's a jump in from Makoto. Gets the Hex. That is a huge amount of damage, and that is gonna be game 1 in the books for Talon. As we expected, it took them a while.
I'm not gonna lie.
As is their style.
We're definitely in for a very good series. Not surprised this one goes the distance with 54 minutes in just game 1. But yeah, I gotta say, like, hats off to the supports on Talon. Both Kuku and Jokum played an incredible game on their Axe and Bane. We had WS as well on the Pango. Pretty flawless performance. You know, maybe a little bit of mistakes here and there, but I still see a lot of good things from Heroic. You know, in the mid game, they need to shape up maybe a little bit on how they fight together. But yeah, Talon looking definitely a little bit better here in this game 1.
Not too shabby at all. I feel like they could end the game so much earlier. 50-minute racks with that much of a lead.
They had, I would say there were definitely a few mistakes here and there that slowed down the game a bit for them. Like especially this one time Heroic did the long wraparound on the Tormentor where they got 23 Savage killed first out of the smoke. That did delay the game a lot. And the high ground defense from Heroic is quite strong.
MVP for me though, Jokum. 15, 8, and 9 on the Axe. Ends the game with a ridiculous amount of items. Somehow, position 4 Axe looks incredible.
No, he definitely knows what to do. He laned well. He, you know, got a lot of stacks going where he got a lot of gold. He gets some space on the lanes. And their spellcasting, like for real. WS, Jokum, Kuku, the trio of them, they did a lot of solid stuff in this game.
Do you expect this to go 3?
Yeah. I see Heroic coming back here in game 2 for sure.
All right, Nat, do you agree?
I feel like I have to agree because this is something that my analysts also claimed before the series started, that these 2 teams very equally matched. We can definitely expect a lot of fun and even a potential 3 games, but right now this is only game number 1 of this elimination best of 3, and there was a lot of back and forth, but most of the control was in the hands of Talon here, Effie.
Dude, Talon looked so impressive. When you called that night, you said, could there be potential for the support axe? And I was like, surely not. Surely the support axe can't do that much. I mean, they need that blink initiation. He's going to have it way too late. Guess what? It didn't matter if he was support or core. He did end up getting that early blink dagger, set up so many kills. Like, what Kuku and Jokum were able to do for the early game of Talon was crazy. Like, they were getting grips, they were setting up, like, getting calls from Fog, just so many key kills came off of the backs of the support play that I just have to applaud them here, Lucas.
Oh, absolutely. This was an insane showing from Talon, but it could be like crispier. Like I feel like some of the kills that they were getting, it's still not, you know, 100%, but it's good enough to be able to close out the games. We kind of expected this game to go very long, and it did go post 50 minutes, but we can also see some of the strengths from Heroic, but Talon, they are at least in this game number 1, they drafted a really good draft for themselves. They surprised them with this position for Axe, and also WS. This is one of his most played heroes as well, playing his signature Pango from the offlane. Even though on interior on paper it doesn't look too good, considering that he's playing into TB, but he's hitting his timings, he's hitting his rolls every single time. Like if you want to learn how to play Pango, you can definitely watch this guy.
I feel like WS just really, I don't know, they all played well, right? But right now, this is one of those games that I look at, and this is reminiscent of one of the first times that we saw WS join to the scene. He was this new offlaner, everyone's sort of having this question mark around him, and then he pulls out the Pango, right? And this game round, the way that he plays really reminds me of what that wow factor and X factor about him was. Everything was so min-maxed with this Pango. I was so pleasantly surprised.
I mean, he ended the game with 2 deaths, the least of his entire team, and like it felt like every aggressive move they were playing. We talked about how it was the sole Pango initiation.
Yep.
Guess what? If this guy's on the Pango, that's enough. Like, he was getting so many nice little choke point angles, making a lot of space. Later on in the game, when it started to get longer and harder, it basically was just easy for them to play off of the Pango initiation and to disengage, wait for that cooldown, try to get a pick here or there. Like, he definitely led the tempo in terms of how they wanted to take the fights in the late game. You could tell they were his calls that they were following.
Well, there were a lot of things going on from all those team fights. There was obviously an Aegis steal as well in that one. Ultimately, Talon taking it, but let's slow it down, Lacoste. Let's take it back to a little bit of an earlier part.
Yeah, let's go like 40 minutes backwards to see what was going on, because this team is really good at also doing stuff in the lane, where this is the first Bane ulti, like 9 minutes in, he is level 6, and they're making the rotation relatively early on. You see Mikoto making a move, 23 Savage as well, and what's going to happen is they're going to be able to secure relatively early tier 1 tower, and also on the mid lane, they're also making another move. This is the team that's going to be like making different moves on different side of the map at the same time, knowing that there is no Dawnbreaker, there is no ulti that's going to be able to come out, and the rest of the team, again, Mikoto with the TP, he's going to connect with the rest of the team, making sure that they are going to be getting multiple kills, and this is how you are going to be snowballing throughout this game. And yeah, it's just very important that they, with these type of moves, they are making stuff happen on the map, not showing too many heroes. You can see that there is guys showing in the mid lane, sorry, in the top lane, but they're also making a relatively early move, making sure to shut down Tiny, who is pretty much the playmaker for Heroic, getting a Blink Dagger on Axe plus earn 13 minutes into the game, which is pretty impressive in terms of what he was going to be able to do throughout the whole game. And again, on one side of the map, you have Cuckoo setting things up with his Nightmare. Cuckoo had an extremely good game, and just this is 17-20, like literally 20 seconds after, you see Mikoto trying to set things up something on a different side of the map. Again, rest of the team, they did go through the twin gates, and they are making sure that they're getting another kill. Plus, they're also going to smoke and try to make something else happen on the map. So very fast pace. I think they learned a lot yesterday from the P-Vision versus Heroic series, where they needed to speed things up.
I mean, look at that 3-man ball of theirs. Why? You know, do you need a Blink Dagger next if you have a Bane nightmaring people back into you? Do you need an Atos or whatever on Lesh if you've got this Bane setup? Like, this Bane nightmare setup just enables so much. And we saw in those highlights that Lacoste showed us, if a target got gripped, they died within 2 seconds because of the massive damage output that Leshrac does. We actually saw this hero combination a lot from VP. They love to run it as a support though, but they've been playing a lot of Bane plus Leshrac, and I can really see why. Yep. Also, the aspect of Bane accounting for the lack of Blink Daggers, I didn't even consider that, but this hero corrects for so many flaws within a draft. I think it should even be bumped up in priority now.
Potentially, yeah, it's a BKB piercing tool, but I think they also studied on Talon how to deal with the Dawnbreaker, because every single time they go to Dawnbreaker's lane, so knowing that there's not going to be this global presence later on with the refresher and everything. But there was also another clip, another good timing. Talon, I think they really understand the timings that they need to do in this game, how to shut down the enemy. And it was relatively early into the game, like this is 16 minutes we're talking about, where they pick up the Deso and they're ready to take the fight. They got a little surprised by the whole squad from Heroic being here, so they're going to lose Joachim, they're going to lose Mikoto as well. But again, this is WS. He's going to be getting triple kill in this one. Nice swashbuckle, Sunder blunder a little bit, not able to use it. We've seen it a couple of times where the Sunder doesn't get used and they don't win the fight. And again, Effie, you talked about this Nightmare being kind of a key spell to be able to set things up. And again, Cuckoo having a good of a positioning to make sure that everything is ready, and then WS is going to be able to clean up another Nightmare onto the Phoenix, making sure that he's going to be getting the kill. Trap is already there, Trap is set, and that's going to be almost a full team wipe for Talon.
I'm really impressed with how Talon were kind of able to engage Heroic. I know that there's that mind of view of like, okay, we're going to be a 5v3 here. So Talon actually end up committing and bringing 23 Savage to this one and go, even though we don't have the numbers, there's still so much utility in our belt to be able to take that. So I'm impressed by Talon to be able to actually execute that. And then a little bit like, should Heroic have just backed out there? Would that have, you know, in hindsight, we could see it was the better call, or were they in the right mind thinking we need to take this, we need to be able to have the first big 5-on-5 fight go our way?
I mean, at that point, the net worth was even, and we talked about how strong of a Terrorblade game that was. Imagine if he had gotten Sunder off, or if he had Sundered Tiny, because he did consider, like, should I Sunder my ally? And then he just figured that he could get the enemy Sunder off and hesitated there. But if they hadn't done that, like, Heroic were very capable of winning that fight if TV didn't get focused down the way that he did. And we're actually going to see what happens if TV is a good game in the next highlights, if we could play them, please. Because at some point it did look like Talon were losing grasp of the game a little. And this is really where it starts. You can see Yuma after he got that Aegis, after Talon did the Aegis play, they're fighting here on the side. He gets the last hit on Makoto as he runs away, which is huge. But watch the way that he kites here to the left. This is like pretty scary because if he dies here, he dies with no meta and it's insta-loss fight. But WS goes in, he sidesteps, you know, doesn't get stunned by the Pango here, and then, you know, Dawn comes with the ulti, you get this huge kill on WS, because up until this point, you're down 11k net worth, you get 2 core kills, and all of a sudden, there's life for Heroic. After this, like, they feel emboldened, they make a smoke play, they're looking for their pickoff here, and because Terrorblade has Aegis, he can be a little bit less careful in his positioning, but Joka missing the initiation is huge here. When the initiation is missed, you can just have this like Sunray controlling the area, then you lose the Aegis, whatever, he's respawning, now he's going to respawn with meta, they're going to take the fight, and because of this, that's when Talon started to look, you know, a little bit shakier. So it was actually so heads up. When we look at that clip before of them killing that Terrorblade in that mid lane, minute 16, imagine if they hadn't, because we're seeing what Terrorblade is capable of doing versus their lineup in these 2 clips.
Yeah, I think this is something we talked about, the Lesh TB matchup as well, where Leshrac is going to be like dominating the matchup relatively early on. This is where TB is getting to his items with his Daedalus, with his Scotty as well, and then Leshrac gets to his items, to his Hex, Overwhelming Blink, and Shiva's Guard. This is when it gets a bit more difficult for TB, and in the end, they were able to close out the game as well.
I kind of want to talk a little bit more about this TB. This is such like maybe a minuscule thing when it comes to the factor of how you play TB, but one thing that I noticed on the way that Yuma was building him is kind of skipping over and completing that Hurricane Pike. We obviously on the other stream had a TB game going on over there as well. If you guys wanted to check it out, it was the Shopify series, and we have Tomato, and he kind of completes, well, he completes that Hurricane Pike, and fights seemingly go better over there compared to here. So how important is it to complete that compared to skipping over it and going for that, okay, I have to complete Scotty, I have to complete Daedalus?
It does allow you to play slightly longer fights. With the Pike, he in the end did finish it. I've seen TBs do it like 50 minutes into the game. So maybe he's thinking, I need Scotty. It's very good against the heroes that they do have, these range heroes, Lesh and TA. But I also want to have more damage. So you're like, do I upgrade that? I want Daedalus as well. But I do feel like you kind of need to have that for maneuverability in the team fight. It allows you to maybe get the Sunder off in a fight, which is one of the like biggest game winning moments potentially coming out from the fight.
I think it also is like, if BKB shifts in priority as an item for Terrorblade, which was a high priority this game because he was getting stun locked and couldn't Sunder, then you can't really finish your Pike. Because if you're going Pike into Manta into BKB, you've done way too many defensive items and you're going to lack in your damage output. So he just prioritized himself that BKB is the defensive item I need, and he didn't want to waste any gold on Pike.
Well, it's been a pleasure to break down this game 1 for you guys. Obviously, it is no means over for either of these teams just yet. There's still a very big battle ahead for them. So we got Heroic and Talon. It's an elimination, best of 3 in a game number 2 after this break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back to Dota at the Esports World Cup. We are in our second elimination series of the day right now. And Talent, they're already one game up. They are one game closer to be able to progress into the next round for themselves. Unfortunately for Heroic, it's not looking too good, right? Backs against the wall, and it was a well-fought game number one. High expectations for what's going to come into game two as well.
Yeah, they did manage to make a comeback yesterday when they were playing against P-Vision in that second game. So this is definitely a team that can bounce back. Coming into the series, I think a lot of us did expect and still do that this is going to go to 3 games. But I also want to point out something that JoeCam is doing really well. Like this guy during Dream League, he was playing a lot of Magnus as well, cliffing like 3-4 people on the cliff. He also did steal Aegis in the previous game as well, which turned around the fight pretty much. And also, like, he did the same thing during Dream League when they were playing against BB team as well, which did allow them to win that fight. So this guy, you got to check his PC. He clicks very fast. Jokes aside, like, he's very, very good. One of my favorite players that did come out. Like, I think he powered up real nicely in the last couple of years as well as a player, kind of fitting in. And I think this is the perfect kind of environment for him to be able to shine, because he is doing so much in this position for Axe that he did do in the previous one, did really show the strength of a player.
I mean, Heroic seem to agree, right? They take out Axe in that first phase. They respect the flex to offlane, but now the flex to 4, because that really was a clinic by JoeCam. Heroic, for their first pick, take the Shaman. And I just want to say something, like, every time, not every time, but a lot of times, I've seen Shaman in this tournament. His game looks so despair. Like, last game, SCO is 0-17 and 18. Right? I've seen so many. I've seen so many Shaman games where his score is like 0-8 and 9. Like if the game
I even
gets
remember
tough,
Soxa game as well, and you're just like, Soxa is such a consistent position 4, and he's still having struggles in a Shaman.
For some reason, it feels like this hero, when the game gets hard, just feeds. Like, it struggles to actually cast its spells.
Everybody wants to focus him. Like, you don't want to give Shadow Shaman free spell casting in a fight. It's pretty much like, I'd see, you see Silencer before he gets the ulti off, Ancient Apparition, these type of the heroes that you want to take out immediately. Shadow Shaman is definitely that guy. And also another Pango that's going to be coming out for Talon, not necessarily from the off lane, but seeing what did happen, I could see WS playing it one more time. And also this Bane pickup, it was really, really good. It did allow them to stop Dawnbreaker for what she wants to do, and I would not be surprised if they take it out, maybe not necessarily straight out the phase, but wait it out and then take it, because this is also a hero that can shut down Pangolier. Pango doesn't like to play into any kind of BKB piercing tools, into leash mechanic. That's why they banned out the Puck as well, because now you have Quap, you have Pango as well. Two very maneuverable heroes. I think Shadow Shaman is not going to be having a good time again playing into these two heroes.
Yeah, I mean, the Vayne should look tempting now for Heroic, because we saw the destruction that Pango is capable of, and they need a solution for it. Like, if they had a means of a BKB piercing tool, and outside of Bane, what can you think of? Like, in the past, it used to be Wyvern, sometimes Grimstroke, sometimes Primal Beast with a BKB and a Pulverize.
Grimstroke, that's a name I haven't heard in a while. I wish I can hear it, but my boy's dead. He's been dead for a while now.
But I do think some emphasis should be placed on countering this Rolling Thunder.
I agree.
I mean, another way to counter Rolling Thunder is to have like a turret type carry that can just kill him while he's rolling. You know, something like a Lina or a Draw Ranger.
They had DB in the previous one, but they didn't have that much control, so definitely lacking a little bit of it. I mean, now if you get Bane for yourself, and then you have Monkey King, you have Bane with the Wukongs, like, he's straight up not going to have a good time. I think Wukongs is also one of the tools that can deal well with Pango, where he comes in and still needs to be careful. Heroes like Medusa, Leshrac, even DP, these type of heroes, Pango doesn't like to play into, because he can die during the Rolling Thunder, plus also the turrets that Effie mentioned.
Well, they're thinking pretty long about this one for Heroic, what exactly they want to pick up and reveal. Okay. It is that Bane. Do you think the conversation is a little bit, are you guys comfortable with this? Like, do we think Bane is going to struggle at all on our roster?
I think Bane just doesn't struggle from what I've seen. Like, so long as you have a hero that can capitalize on the Nightmare setup, you're always going to have a play to make. Like, if your lane is going hard, you just go to the mid lane, you set up a kill there, you secure runes, you have a means to deal with the Pango now. But I would like to see some follow-up to the Bane.
Yes. It's the best hero in the game also to deal with the XP runes. He can just walk in there 7, 14, 21 minutes in, and if there's not more than one hero, he's going to be stealing your rune. This is the hero that I wanted to see for Talon in the previous one, but they opted to go for Bane, which was a better overall choice because they were playing into Dawnbreaker, and they wanted to have some kind of a stun, something that can interrupt Dawnbreaker from going on top of the Templar Assassin. But this is a good one. Like, two supports that can make early rotations, and also making sure that Shaman's not going to have a good time, and neither will Bane.
Yeah, and you can cover your Pango initiation. Like, Pango can now start the fight. You don't have to worry about him getting gripped. You're just going to cover him with Global. Whichever target you go on is going to die. It's also going to stop any, you know, sneaky smokes that they might do where they full duration shackle your carry while he's in the triangle. You can protect him from a distance. And on what you said about the Wisdom Runes Lacoste, it's been so funny because I've even seen Bane's cliff people at the Wisdom Rune
It's
fights.
an insane spell
Like,
with Facet.
It cliffs people. Why does it cliff people? Do you think that spell should ignore terrain? Because I'm starting to think it should.
Probably.
It should not. I mean, it should not have free pathing. Like, it should just.
It pulls you down. Like,
I
it pulls you from the high ground.
That's ridiculous, and I think it should be balanced so that they move. But if they hit a wall, they hit a wall.
I don't know, let's give him maybe a couple of more months for Bane enjoyers.
Right?
Bane is not having
I feel
that.
bad for them. It's been at least like over a year and a half since they've got to see their boy in competitive, so you gotta let it go for at least this EWC, and then maybe we can read the patch notes afterwards.
After seeing Monkey King and Queen of Pain, like, this matchup gets pretty difficult for Monkey. So they will push this Monkey King to the side lane, play it as a carry, and then they will have Ember Spirit in the mid lane. Queen of Pain can play that matchup, but she can also go to the safe lane, and maybe they want to find something else potentially that could come out.
Or go to the off lane. We've seen a lot of people follow Monkey Kings to the safe lane. You know, off lane Queen of Pain, you dagger him, he doesn't really farm that well. And you can just put the Pango on mid, you see the Ember Spirit.
Monkey would not have that good of a time. You're playing into Queen of Pain and Dark Willow, especially at those early levels. You're really not doing much. One Bramble, one Shadow Strike, Blood Grenade. You're really going to be struggling dealing the damage. If they want to run Pango in the mid lane against Ember Spirit, also they could run Queen of Pain. Like, I think they have a lot of possibilities that they could do with the heroes that they just drafted, having this flexibility.
Yeah, I really think you should shut down the Monkey King, though, if you get the Queen of Pain, because a lot of teams look at it as the counter pick. So I really hope that they're willing to follow him to whichever lane he goes with this hero.
And I also love this ban, this Lycan ban that Talon did, because they know that WS, he plays Lycan, so seeing Dark Willow, Silencer, these type of supports could be relatively vulnerable against this early timing coming out from Lycan, so they decided to ban it out, which I think would give them, like, if you have Shaman, if you have these type of heroes that have Summon, Undying plus Lycan, it could be pretty difficult to take the fights in certain areas of the map.
Yeah, pretty heads up. We also didn't touch on the Ember Spirit, but this is a great Ember Spirit game. Like, if it does end up being a Mikoto Queen of Pain, lanes incredibly well. You just Sleight of Fist dodge the Shadow Strike. Both supports on Talon don't really have a means of catching him outside of Global. Willow Spells are not very reliable for catching an Ember Spirit. The Flame Guard is going to go a long way. He can build a Mage Slayer. This hero can provide a lot for Heroic right now.
It's going to be interesting then what this last ban is going to be for Heroic, who don't have that much reserve time either, right? They're doing this ban straight into their final pick here.
I mean, they take out the Terrorblade. They just want to remove the difficult to play against carries.
Yeah, but who else is that? Like, okay, Ursa.
Potentially preparing for 23 Savage Morphling that could come out, and now he needs to find a hero. I would say this would be a relatively good Medusa game. Monkey King can build into Diffusal Blade, but this is one of the counters to Doom as well, and he loves to play that hero.
I think if Vayne gets a full grip on Medusa,
that's
she
also
loses,
a lot of mana.
That's a lot of mana lost, so it might be a bit harder to pull off, but nice call it cost. I think they do have a good means to up the tempo on Heroic, though, before Medusa gets strong. Especially off of the Ember Spirit and the Monkey King getting that early Diffusal Blade, running at Medusa's lane, trying to kick him out.
I'm not the biggest fan of the offlane Doom. I feel like this hero does fall off. We've seen good amount of position for Doom as well, and I kind of prefer for Doom compared to the offlane. You can still build into auras, like you can get drums, you can get Crimson Guard this game, potentially you are playing against Medusa, but carry Doom just fits so much better, and not sure if I like it too much.
I actually prefer offlane Doom in this one because Mikoto's on the Queen of Pain. You know Monkey King's going to have a strong lane, build an early Diffusal Blade. I think Doom does not have to do anything about Medusa, just Doom the Queen of Pain, get her out of the fight, save Medusa for last. We've seen the issues that Talon run into when their carry can't join fights early, and that's the Medusa archetype. Like, she takes time, she's going to AFK jungle, she's not going to give them the carry's ability to join, and I really do think that if Heroic gets some good skirmishes, they can make the tempo too difficult for Talon to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, game one, the lanes are very easy, I was going to say, but even. Do you think it's easier now for Heroic to be able to combat even lanes and have a lot more of a progressive movement out of them?
I like their lineup more compared to game number one, but I also want to see Talon move their heroes to the mid lane. Dark Willow, Silencer, just try to run over the map. These heroes are very good at putting early pressure and try to get the ball rolling from there.
All right, well, Sunspan, as you're taking a sip of your water, would you also like to take us into this game?
Yeah. All right. Sure. Let's do it. Got the hydration station going on here. Can't wait for game number 2 between Heroic and Talon. Loser of this series is out. Winner moves on, though.
That's true. So that's usually what happens with the winners. They either move on or they end up winning the tournament.
It depends on the tournament. Let's be real here.
Wait, what bad thing can happen when you win?
Probably Midas most.
Oh, okay. That's
it's perfectly normal.
Nice throwback of like to all the people that were here 8 years ago.
Yeah, they
watching
all
the
5
best
people
tournament.
that remember. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
remember.
So yeah, interesting lineups. We've got a few heroes that were picked last game, of course, but a lot of new ones.
Yep.
Let's discuss. Kazoo.
Where do you want to start?
We can start with the Medusa, I guess. Let's start with the most boring.
Okay, I don't actually... So it is a notorious counter when it comes to the Doom, right? You don't care about being Doom because you don't really use any of your spells. You're still going to deal a lot of damage. You don't really easily die to it either. But it's very slow. Like Medusa as a hero against this draft that Heroic have, I would say it is a pretty damn good Monkey King game. Like when you play against Silencer, you want heroes that are fast, that can make stuff happen when Global is down.
Yeah.
Let's hold that for a moment. King Jungles finds the Nightmare.
Yeah, immediately canceled though. 23 Savage was the one to do so as a big shield crash with the
double
Bramble
jump.
follow. KJ is dead. Cuckoo with the first blood. Brain drain forever.
Uh-oh.
And it looks like another one will bite the dust in Whisper. So WS with the second kill. 2 kills for Talon, double brain drain stacks for the Silencer.
Yeah, that's a big deal for the pregame. And now Talon are going for a smoke themselves.
Oh, wow. Not done yet, huh?
Yeah,
Greed. Greed.
I mean, they might just get away. Their level 1 is honestly quite strong. Like, Doom is kind of whatever. Like, even Ember is not that good level 1. So let's see. As Yuma has the position as the Tango.
Yep, Tango's very quick.
Gets slowed up, but should
cursed a
be
bit.
fine.
Yeah, so this is just a play to get some wards and the bounties, of course.
But yeah, we'll have to see how the early game kind of goes. King Jungle's looking for a new Nightmare to take the bounty. Will be successful.
Will it cost him, though? Double shield crash. Jokum doesn't really have much left, so will likely just be some extra damage for the road.
Yep. So to go back to the Medusa, it is a good Medusa game if you get there, like 30 minutes plus, you know, you get your couple items.
Don't Talon always get there, though?
Sure, but there's a difference getting there even or being down 20k gold, because that could happen.
Yeah, true.
Because if I look at Heroic, you have Monkey King, you can make aggressive moves onto him. Like, Monkey King can abuse some of these heroes in this game, same with the Ember. So the early game does matter, like, quite a lot. I mean, let's see, for Whisper's item build in this game, like, if I'm already looking at the Doom, I would like to see auras. I would like to see drums, I would like to see Crimson against the Medusa and Pango combo. Very powerful.
How come we're not seeing more Silencer right now?
Hero is still good, but...
I mean, when they changed the fast, I thought he was going to be dead, by the way. The,
No.
the double global seemed insane.
I mean, double global did make the hero very strong, probably OP, because it had very few counterplay, right? Like, you needed to do multiple things or Yule yourself, which was like kind of the only way to go about it. But if it's a good, you know, if it calls for a silencer, the hero's still good. Like in this game, if you look at the two supports and Ember, they do struggle a lot.
Curse on to 2 now.
But Schofield did get his hands on Rasta again. Of course, he did look very good, especially when it came to the early game. Made a lot of good moves.
And in terms of the mid lane, Makoto playing the Queen of Pain versus Analogs. Ember, how do you like this matchup, typically?
It's a very skill-heavy matchup. Both of them should farm a lot. It's a lot about, can you fake out, you know, the dagger? Because generally speaking, when you play co-op right now, you do want to get high levels of dagger and just like spam it on your opponent. But of course, as Ember, you can dodge it. You also have the Flame Guard to go about it. So a lot of mind games when it comes to this lane, but both should be very happy.
Well, when you dodge, does it dodge the whole thing?
If you time it properly, absolutely.
But there's like...
You need like your slide needs to...
But Mischief can't. Just, I know...
Correct.
It just gets rid of the first tick, right?
Yeah, Mischief dodges damage, not like full thing. As Cuckoo got a kill onto Mr. Schofield.
Yeah, the brain drain's going to be kind of crazy
It's
here.
already... This is out of control. He has Giga IQ. He's already +3.
That's nice. Now, we've seen this snowball before. We'll see if Cuckoo has it in him. I mean...
He does. He kind of popped
He
last
can
game.
be, yeah, absolutely. He can be a greedy boy at times. Take some residual damage here from Schofield, but
we'll see. Overall, I did like Heroic's draft last game. Slightly less than Talon's. This time around, I will say that I like the tempo that they're bringing. I do like the switch up a lot, which is why, you know, for Talon, you do secure the late game with the Medusa if you get there, but you do leave yourself susceptible.
And you did bring up the Monkey King.
I did, which is one of Yuma's better heroes also, and he should have a good game. Like, yeah, he's set up for a good game. You lane against Pango, so you're going to be very happy down here, of course.
And what are your thoughts on the Facet? Because this is relatively new.
I mean, I think this Facet is really, really strong. Like, it seems like Monkey
taking
King
the
will,
place of a soldier in the ult.
Yeah, like just the fact that you know where, like, the enemies don't actually know which one you're going to, and you can kind of just like dodge stuff and be safe. Of course, they have global to play into.
All right, finally, the brain drain brought to an end. Whisper gets credit for that one.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on the top lane a little bit more, because I also see that 23 is kind of low on mana, and it is a lane where Medusa, Silencer, these heroes do not protect each other very well. Which is another thing later. Like, if you're Heroic, if you can bring a +1 hero into this lane, like maybe, you know, Ember rotates, Monkey King gates, especially with the Bane, something I'm kind of looking, you know, for Heroic to do and try to make it happen later.
4 minute. KJ will snag the water rune. Analog will be a bit annoyed by that. As a Shadow Realm doing quite a bit with the Shadow Strike on top, so the double Shadow spells, bringing Analog pretty damn low.
Yeah, Schofield is holding the rune.
Yeah, so he will end up bottling one. A little bit earlier rotation from the supports than we're used to seeing. Typically it's the 6-minute mark when they get truly aggressive here.
I mean, it's much needed. Like, one water rune, like going to one guy instead of the other, can really swing this matchup.
Yeah, that leaves this 1v1 matchup, which Yuma is going to be more than happy.
WS is doing very well at Whisper. Did have the Lotus, and now also has the Salve to top himself back up. But WS doing very, very well in this bottom lane, especially now that Joachim was leaving. He's ahead in the CS over Yuma's Monkey King. So I would say it's a... I mean, they're quite close, but it's still very nicely done by him.
Is Rasta the best support in the game?
It's, for me, it would have to be between Rasta and Bad Rider. They kind of share it. For me, maybe Bad Rider is slightly better just because he changes the game a little bit more. Maybe I'm biased.
So Rasta is getting through consistently.
Well, yeah. You know, that's because people think he's worse than Bad Rider, because Bad is always banned.
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm actually backing you up here.
That's why it confused me.
I feel like you were thinking I was sarcastic.
Yeah, I got a little bit offended there.
All right.
Oh, the brain drain man.
Yep, Cuckoo pretty damn low. Trying to walk it off, but Whisper will get the better of him. There was TP from Jokum. Bramble is going to be avoided completely from Whisper, though. Will be A-OK. Meanwhile, Nightmare in the mid lane. King Jungle. Analog. Looking for the Searing Chains. Do they have the damage? It's going to be close. Absolutely. Makoto drops to the deck. And Analog going to be extremely happy about that. Their CS is effectively even right now, so this kill likely puts the favor in Analog as he's going to get the regen rune as well. It's actually perfect timing from the heroic side.
This is super big. Like all of these early moves, first of all, I love it because your Monkey King can just freely 1v1 bottom, right? There's nothing pressuring him. Secondary, if you pressure the enemy mid lane, and Makoto, very likely, he has to TP to the mid lane. So now he didn't get the active rune. And if Heroic make a move now to either the top side to dive with a collapse or to invade the Wisdom Shrine, Makoto does not have a TP to kind of, you know, help out with this move. So let's see if Heroic want to try to use this timing to collapse on one of the side lanes and outnumber them.
And makes his rotation over. 23 Savage can take the Boundless Strike with the Shackle to follow. Cuckoo, obviously not level 6 yet. They're taking all the mana out of 23 Savage. Pops the Lotus, going to get a decent amount back. It's a 3 versus 1 in this little tree area. WS coming out to play, though. Now Whisper on the run. Cuckoo likely to be taken out by Yuma. The Jingu does end up stacking here. So the Doom looks like 23 Savage next on the list. Nicely done from Yuma and company.
Uh-oh. King Jungles, he's also stealing the Wisdom. This is some... I really love this macro play from Heroic. I don't think there's a better way they could have used their 5 dots on the map. You abuse the Queen TP, you dive top all together, and you use the Bane who can actually steal the Wisdom Shrine. This is huge for them in this early game.
When it comes to... I mean, there's no better support taking the Wisdom Shrines, right?
When it comes to stealing?
Yeah. How much comes into that decision process of picking the hero? Or is it just an icing kind of thing?
It's a bonus. I wouldn't say it's like what makes or break it, but it's like, oh, this hero's so good, and then you go, yeah, and also I can do this.
Right. So it's similar to what the, I mean, I guess the old Tormentor is more relevant, but when you have a support that really has a good shard, like, oh, maybe that puts him a little bit ahead of this support because you're going to get it for free as opposed to like a Pugna or something.
No, for sure. It's like similar with Rasa too. Like if you don't have a stun against this guy, like in lane, he just kind of owns.
Wukong's command on top. Okay, they did not properly coordinate that.
He had last word on him by Silencer, which means Cuckoo kind of saving Makoto there.
Now KJ is going to take the brunt of the damage. Sonic Wave, it hits 2, including the Monkey King is Yuma. Will take the Scream of Pain, but WS misses initially. Will have to roll back, and Yuma eventually will be taken out. Question is, how much damage can he do on the way? As Analog will be able to clean up Cuckoo, but now has to remnant away completely out of mana as Makoto will continue the process. Swashbuckle into the shield crash. This will be the death of Analog as well.
Triple
kill from Makoto, and I mean, after dying, it looks like he's going to be very happy with everything that's transpired this game because it led to this triple kill.
Yep, that's top net worth Queen of Pain for you right there at minute 850. I mean, perhaps at the start you needed, who was it? Like Analog to just pop the chains instead of the slide combo because you couldn't.
Oh, he doesn't have. He doesn't have mana for Doom right now. Whisper.
Well, he did have Stick, but it was a long TP, of course, since KJ had to TP first.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah. It was a good idea with the play. But yeah, that is something, that is the one hero in this early game you have to respect. Talents, like WS on his Pango, he did it last game, he'll do it this game too. He is by far their strongest team fighter and skirmisher at this point in the game.
Early 1K lead for Talent. Analog taking out some creeps right now. Whisper still looking for that first target to Doom. Getting really low actually already as the volley comes out from 23 Savage. Makoto going to follow suit with the rotation. Whisper literally stands still as he does from time to time. Schofield already expending the Serpent Ward. Again, goes for the singular Serpent Ward facet over the chicken fingers. Not a fan of fried food, I suppose.
Yep, unlike us. We like those.
Oh, yeah.
But the early timings, right, it does matter a lot. The fact that Talon are getting like some of these kills. Analog, gonna dodge the dagger. Because you're down 2k gold now, and I'm just gonna say it, your supports do not enjoy playing into Global Silence, and you're currently behind and have failed some moves before this is even online. That's Cuckoo. He's not too far away from it. It is a very good Medusa game later if you get there, and currently 23 Savage very happy with his game.
I'm Shackle in the mid lane, but a TP support on the way. Makoto not going to be too scared. Cuckoo with that brain drain. Still something to fear. And like you said, hasn't even hit that level 6 yet.
Yep, he's one.
We'll just amplify it.
He's 1 XP away from getting it.
Literally 1. Go ahead and click it.
It doesn't look like, this looks like 8.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm checking.
This little warp there. Looks
15.
like 15. Yep. Okay. Of course, KJ not level 6 either, so can't go for this Fiend's Grip play. But Jokum was shadowing anyway, has the Bramble to cancel.
I mean, the state of the game, this definitely favors Talon at this point, if they just get to hold it like this.
For sure.
This Cuckoo kills a little creep and does have the global available.
Looks like Yuma working on the Echo Saber into... Is that an Echo Saber into Deso?
It is for now. I mean, he might keep it at that, to be honest. We'll see.
Is that a normal build for kicking these days?
Echo Deso is like the most aggressive build. I have seen it. I think it's good when you get away with it. It's more of a snowball build. I mean, it shreds through all the heroes. Maybe not so much Medusa, that's more later. As they want to go for a little collapse play once more. Good scan,
though. Yeah. Manta almost online for 23.
Let's see if 23 Savage will accept the hit here. He does not have a level of Stone Gaze, but of course they do have the global. They're scanning, so they know he's under the tower for now.
Searing Chains finds the Dark Willow to start. Curse Crown will connect as the first Doom of the game goes off, it sounds like. There's the global, though. The Doom is applied to 23, who will just simply TP out. Meanwhile, Analog finally will take out Jokum. That took quite a while, but we'll be happy with the kill nonetheless. Yeah, dooming a Medusa, not the best hero in the world.
But you do force like a reaction, and global being down, it opens up all your other heroes to make moves now. Like Whisper at least can be like a big body, you know, with the Scorcher still run through. So I was kind of like Heroic, try and see, like go for a smoke with your Bane, maybe bring Yuma again. Because they did also have to use this TP on WS, so they know that he is stuck in the top area. This would be a big one. Not an easy catch, though.
Makoto already exiting, but they're going to smoke and go for it. KJ with the Fiend's Grip now. Makoto chilling in actually a perfect spot right now to break that smoke. Now Yuma on the trees.
Well, Talon can read this move. They know what's happening.
Blink out from Makoto. Actually going to apply some pressure to Analog, who I believe is just baiting. And there's the Fiend's Grip. Of course, no global science to come from Cuckoo. Wukong's command to follow. Do they have the stun lock? Do they have the damage? Makoto's fine. Shield Rune activated after the fact. Blinks away. And in fact, Analog will die to Makoto's hand instead. So the bait and switch not happening there for Heroic at all.
I kind of thought, looked like as if they could maybe kill him, but no. Good old Bondage Queen of Pain with the Blade Mail just returns the favor.
I'm really happy this hero has come back into the meta. Very cool.
I mean, Quab is a very satisfying hero to both play and watch. Especially, you know, being able to be flexed to multiple roles. We see it carry, we see it mid, we've also seen it off lane in the tournament. 14-minute rune coming up.
This KJ can take the brunt of the damage here from Jokum and company. Even a Bedlam use, easy kill for Jokum. That's basically a 1v1 as Whisper, completely drained of mana. WS gets off the Rolling Thunder. The rest of his teammates are nearby. Analog actually might get caught here. Uses the Remnants to get away, so no connection found from Talon, but still with all these heroes grouped up, could try to take this tier 1 tower.
Talon upstairs super happy with what's going on. You're up 4k gold. It looks like you're even getting this tier 1 for free, and you do have the global again to back up anything that you're doing on the map.
Yeah, this has felt like a pretty clean game so far for Talon.
And you've got the Manta completed as well on 23. Sub 50-minute Manta in a last pick Medusa game. Not what you want to see here if you're heroic.
I mean, how often do we see Diffusal forced against Medusa? I mean, Monkey King is a hero that could go for it. It's not extremely strange.
He is absolutely a good Diffusal hero, so you can do it, but I honestly wouldn't mind if they just itemize to kill the rest. Because Medusa, unless you, until you get to your third, fourth item, you don't deal too much damage. So we'll see if that's what they want to go for.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Blink available on Whisper.
Yeah, and Heroic, they absolutely have to do something with this. They are just bleeding out. Yuma, you get the Hex into the Boundless. Not the best layering, as a nice Terrorize will allow WS to get away. Meanwhile, top lane, Makoto looks to be finishing off KJ.
Yep.
And the Scream of Pain does just that. Talon just getting everything that they want.
Their positioning on how they're using their heroes on the map has been really, really good in both these games. You have the Silencer top, even though he was in the Nightmare. Let's hold that. Schofield looks like he is giving away some donation.
Yeah, Bedlam.
Eventually.
WS gets credit for that one. 6K lead for Talon already.
Because Talon are basically owning this game as 4. 23, he's like the late game security. But I just like that they're playing in groups. You have the Willow down bottom with the Pango. He's just protecting, making stuff done. Because, yeah, Heroic, they're not finding a way into this game.
It hasn't been pretty yet. And with that in mind, I have to hold that thought as KJ looks to be dying again. Takes off the Nightmare for fellow Makoto. His analog, they want to try to do something here. Yuma makes the transition over as well as the Global Silence is activated. Cuckoo will pay the ultimate price. But can they get the cancellation?
Infernal.
Yes, Infernal Blade to cancel the TP, but Makoto does have Blink relatively shortly. There's the Doom. That will be a kill one way or the other. Eventually, Makoto will tick out. Double kill for Yuma, who ends up getting the last hit there. Much needed for Heroic.
Yeah.
And they made them use the Global Silence, which really didn't effectively do anything here.
No, this is absolutely huge for them. Because they need this, and this is what we want to see from their draft. You're playing this Monkey King. Global is now on cooldown. You still have fast heroes. You have both your supports that can abuse the global downtime. And you have Ember and Monkey King. And Yuma very close to his Desolator.
I mean, considering the deficit that they're in, do you think, you talked about it being a snowball item in the Desolator, is that the right choice then?
It is. No, for sure. Especially now with the stuff that just happened, keep it rolling. Even though you're behind, they're strong if they go together. All they need to do is play around the Global Silence. Go for a play, poke it out, go back, and then fight again. Even at this point right now, they have a timing if they want to go for. Global will be on a 50-second cooldown, unless they want to fully wait for the Desolator onto Yuma. Which, like we said, is kind of close. About 1 creep camp. Who's cosplaying the little black dragon.
Scary. Until you look at his face, and it's like, that's just goofy.
Yeah.
Makoto, Boundless Strike. KJ in the area for a Fiend's Grip. He gets off the Blade Mail, so a lot of it will be reflected. Will they get the damage? Essence Ring pop, but the last right click from Yuma is enough. Another big kill for Heroic. Is Jokum. Actually, a missed swashbuckle from WS. I mean, this is going to be a kill one way or the other, but it's still just a support.
Brain Drain be stacking up to 12, but it is the Deso completed and you're getting Makoto out of the game. He's had a couple of back-to-back deaths. I think he also misclicked his TP while dying. I don't know if he would have had time to blink out. It was very close. It's Talon going for some double gate action.
Whisper just farming away. This would be a pretty good pickup for Talon if they can find him, but they'll end up going to the north, so likely be avoiding.
Well, they know Jokum is around, or someone is around at least. Somebody took the Lotus.
Yep, Yuma taking a considerable amount of damage here, but now all out of resources for the Dark Willow. Well, I say that. Terrorize into the Bramble. Attempted TP, but canceled and dead.
First Deso stack for Yuma into a Jingu. See if they can use it for anything. WS.
Yeah, Cuckoo making his way over as well.
For the Brain Drain.
Indeed.
+1.
Yuma's still in the tree line. Has the Boundless to get back to full HP with that Jingu stack. I assume that Yuma will have to go for an MKB at some point this game.
Yeah, he'll definitely get that later. I do believe that what they're going for now is the idea of ignoring the Medusa until Savage is strong enough where you really have to pay attention to him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's going the Butterfly into the Skadi. Butterfly, of course, not just good for survivability, but also your overall scaling. It's about the best farming item you can get. Keep popping out those waves with the Manta Butterfly combo. You're very happy. Whisper closing in on a BKB. So it's one of the next timings Heroic could play for. Of course, when you play against Silencer, you need a double or triple BKB timing.
Through the gate they go. Smoked up for the Heroic side. If they just go for the old Tormy.
Yeah, Talon looks to be trading this for a Roshan, though.
Yeah, and that is a newly picked up Butterfly as well. So we'll see who this ends up benefiting the most. Partially probably depends on the shard. It will be KJ, so a good one for the longer stages of the game.
Yeah, it does give him some scaling and survivability, but against Silencer it doesn't do too much. And yeah, them getting this Aegis is quite big for Talon. I like also the 23 Savage. He had Skadi queued up at first. I think he understands that if he goes Skadi, it is kind of easy to ignore him. So just go the Daedalus. You know, make it so that they cannot just ignore you or they die.
Well, considering that they're ignoring him already, is Aegis the correct choice for him?
With the combo of him going the Chrysalis, Daedalus next, I do think it will be. At least at this stage right now, if Heroic were to fight, they still can ignore him. But I will also say Mikoto, he's died a little too much for my liking, considering he has Global to back him up.
Yeah.
BKB onto Analog.
Well, Global expended as Mikoto will be found by the Rasta, now blinking away as now the pursuit. Yuma gets off the balance strike onto the Quap with the Wukong's command to follow. Mikoto gonna get help with the Terrorize to get the hell out of dodge. Meanwhile, the Rolling Thunder, Yuma looks like he's gonna be safe, turns into a soldier. Meanwhile, the Doom applied to the Pango, so just has to roll away. Actually gets a nice stun onto Rasta just randomly.
Oh, more catch.
Serpent Word to follow though. And that looks to be a dead Mikoto at the end of the day. Double kill for Whisper. So Heroic getting the kill that they originally wanted. Mikoto kind of sticking around maybe too long.
Very awkward there from Talon. Like, you're using the Global to like bail out Mikoto. But these Heroic heroes are very, very strong, which is why they're very good against a Silencer lineup. Like, sure, you Global, you run away. You think you're going to run away from Ember Monkey King? No way.
Yeah, and of course, Medusa for 23, not even remotely close, I don't believe.
Absolutely. No, he was far away. And that's not really his fault. I think they need to understand where does he want to play, which is the next lane you're pushing into, then gather there together.
Now 23 close to the Chrysalis. As KJ using the Horsey, gets the Fiend's Grip. 23 though does have his ult to counteract this completely, and that's going to cost KJ his life. Meanwhile, Yuma on the tree line. Sonic Wave does hit. He gets to the low ground, but we'll find the Quap nearby. They get the Yule's cancellation, and Yuma looks to be dead. A big kill for Talon. 3 minutes on the Aegis still to go. And 23 is still just farming.
And he's got the Aegis for what, two and a half more? You know, he used his Stone Gaze to protect his support there. Job done.
Stone Gaze into jungling.
Very nice.
The classic.
Well, they will open up the map now a little bit. Potentially just even both the tier 1 into the tier 2 here for Talon.
Lead hasn't really grown though for Talon, so
No,
Heroic
not really.
definitely sticking to this game plan, as the tier 1 bot will be theirs.
I like the scan from Heroic, because there was a high chance that Talon aren't just here, but also smoking towards the bottom side. I mean, where do Talon want to go for this? Because they are incredibly strong together. You can either help Savage to go take this tier 2, or you can show him and smoke your team to the opposite side of the map. Because Heroic down bottom, they're getting away with a lot.
Yeah, looks like it. On the tree line. Taking out the creeps, the 23 can't really push anymore, so back to jungling. Still about 1,000 away from finishing the full Daedalus, and that's when he will be taken to the next level.
Yep. Giga
Problem is
Ward.
that kind of aligns with the expiration of the Aegis, though.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, Talon should be looking to either take a tier 2 in this timing or find a smoke on the map. I mean, of course, they're happy with what's kind of happening, as Mr. King Jungle Laroni is dead. Boom. Brain Drain in range, very nice. So that will be the tier 2 into the outpost, which will definitely help Talon when it comes to the overall map state.
Well, a Yule's online for Makoto now. We'll see how much that helps him in terms of survival. We'll spot out Yuma, who gets the Wukong's command off at half HP, turns into a soldier.
Uh-oh.
Attempted TP. Oh, the Yule's at the last moment, so Makoto already getting value out of that. And this will lead to the death of the Monkey King eventually. Turns into the soldier again onto the other side, making it a little bit more difficult, but same result.
Back-to-back deaths for Yuma here.
And the Doom from Whisper onto the support, and this is mass TPs from Talon. Try to turn this around with the Stone Gaze from 23. Whisper will not look him in the eye, but he's going to get picked off nonetheless as WS just owning here, as Jokum will actually survive in the end. I mean, even if that was successful, it's a support.
Heroic are absolutely losing control of this game right now. They brought it back from a big deficit to, what, 1K? And now it just trickled up to 8. And similar story as last game. They have their timings available. They need to come up with a plan now. You have BKB available on Yuma. You have triple BKB available. Wait for the next Doom and make a plan of how you want to fight. You can Doom the Pango or the Co-op and make a plan of how you deal with the rest. Because if you make one more blunder like this game is absolutely going to be out of hand.
Certainly on the way to that point already. When he turns into a soldier, can we tell which one it is?
I haven't cast enough Monkey King to pay attention.
Grab. Bane's gonna get taken out. They cancel it.
Terrorize.
Terrorize comes out onto one. Yuma pops the BKB, actually deletes Makoto, so a big kill for Heroic, but it's gonna be at the cost of Analog. WS in the cover of his ult actually ends a little bit in a precarious spot, but will get away eventually. So mid laners die on each side. I assume at this point that benefits Heroic, considering the deficit, but...
Yeah. No, it does. Let's see what's going to happen here. Savage just hitting away at the tier 2. I mean, he's untouchable currently on this Medusa.
Yeah, it does feel like one hero that can kind of bypass this methodical, I don't need Aegis necessarily to hit the high ground.
Yeah, you basically have it somewhat built in. Giving himself some vision with the illusions, got the Dragonlance pulling the top wave as well.
That is a considerable amount of damage. Serpent Ward placed from Schofield to try to get rid of these creeps. But 23 will get the tower successfully.
Yep.
KJ gets the Nightmare. Onto the high ground, 23 goes. He's forced there. He's going to continue pushing. Lotus applied, gets the range barracks.
It's
he's trying to finish that Dragonlance now.
It's a very, very good Lotus Orb. And it looks Heroic are not, they're not putting up a fight.
They're actually just going to give up the full lane. My goodness. All right. Well, Talon, no reason to stop now. They're not going to stop you at 1 or even attempt it. Why not just continue?
They need to come up with a fight and look for a smoke angle, go around. I cannot believe them to give up both racks for free.
There's no way. Smoke on the back line for Talon as 23 gets another tower. Analog on the sideline. He's going to pop a smoke. Jokum is aware. Blinks to the high ground. Analog spotted. Curse Crown applied. Going to slow him down a bit. 23 just continuing to hit the buildings.
Whisper is showing on the map. They know he's not here yet. Will TP to the base.
But he gets the melee barracks. I mean, that is... I don't know. I feel like you've got to try something.
Yeah, something is off. Well, so the only thing I can see, the only rationale, which I don't agree with, but maybe you want to fight Talon out in the open somewhere, like on this next Roche. You're coming up with a good plan to go around, but you could have done that at your base also.
Yeah. I mean, if that's the case, Talon just 5-mans everywhere.
Yeah, because it's not like you're getting like a really big timing. Maybe the next one, well, it will be losing your Bane, as Talon will find Mr. King Jungles. In the next biggest timing I see is the MKB on Yuma. But even if you get that, it is really not easy to kill 23 Savage.
No.
There's a global to back him up against the supports. He has a Lotus Orb from WS, which I really, really like. And he has a Pike himself. I think this is very, very good itemization from the entirety of Talon.
Dire are scanning.
Yuma on the tree line. I mean, 23 is not a target they can go for without the full lineup.
Shield Rune on Makoto as well, which will make it even harder.
Another tier 2 tower bites the dust, so 2 barracks. Not the full lane in the top, but the range is kind of irrelevant. Talon in firm control of this game. And Heroic just feels like they're just too scared to take a fight. Whisper, attempting to force something. Will pop the BKB, gets Sonic Wave though. He's gonna drop if he's not careful. Makoto, or WS I should say, in that Rolling Thunder gets away from the Wukong's command, and that's 2 big ults down for Heroic. As 23 is getting a relatively low. He's gonna get some cover thanks to WS. Makoto in the area as well. Searing Chains onto 2. Analog gonna try to force the issue, but KJ on the sideline will drop. Makoto finishes him off with a Scream of Pain. Analog continuing to try to pursue to try to get some core kill in this engagement because they've only gotten the supports, but he's just getting kited. As 23.
Schofield?
Schofield pops the dust, and he will drop eventually to 23. As WS looks like he's gonna get a nice shield crash, and the Lotus to get away is a double kill for 23 Savage, able to finally take out Yuma, and Analog will follow suit. And this just might do it, honestly. Talon. It's gonna take a bit because they probably want to wait for the Aegis just to make sure.
I mean, Heroic nearly even had it in this fight. You had 23 Savage completely out of mana, but both Makoto and WS in this dragged out fight just kind of clutching it out multiple times. Good Lotus Orbs, so much damage being pumped out from all of them.
You're gonna be waiting quite a while. This is a long spawn.
Yeah, I guess they don't really care, huh? Maybe Cuckoo will play the good old Roche Scouter. Shouldn't let the highest IQ player do that, but that's okay.
Of course, if they knew the buyback situation and the Roche situation, they would have pushed bottom and at least gotten the tower. But Talon in no rush at this point. They won that fight without global. Didn't lose a single core.
Yeah, let's see if Heroic can come up with a new plan and how much time they will have also to do so. Because you likely have to execute whatever plan you got against an Aegis Medusa.
This is almost maximum timer. You can see 13 seconds would be the maximum, and there it is. Now this will likely secure the win for Talon, unless Heroic can do something truly heroic. Yep. The MKB, like you talked about for Yuma, might be online by then.
Okay, so they're kind of all inning their items. I see Whisper just bought a Blade Mail. Just maximize any damage output you can have. MKB coming out soon on Yuma, so it will be a last stand.
Yeah, so 23 with the Aegis and Roche banner. It's only Roche number 2. That's going to make the push in bot extremely tough to defend from the Heroic side.
How can you deal with 23 Savage twice? I don't know if you can. Maybe you try to you smoke around. You need to kill the Silencer and doom the Pango or the Queen. But Queen now has Lincolns. And you don't have much time to execute this.
And 23 just doing the huge. Analog will put a Remnant out, but they're going to lose their tower pretty shortly. They're going to try for the backstab situation. Whisper, not able to find the connection initially. Again, uses the Doom on the Willow as Yuma on the tree line. Try to finish the job. Makoto going to force out the BKB of Whisper, who just will not give this up. 2 supports die in the back line on the Heroic side. Finally, the Dark Willow drops, but at what cost exactly? Makoto, Searing Chains. Yule's going to counter that. WS in the meantime gets the inhibit onto Analog as Yuma going in for the kill. The Sonic Wave only onto Yuma, but has the mobility for the Queen of Pain. As I believe 23 Savage is not even close to this because he's just getting Mega Creeps.
He doesn't care.
He's just playing his own game, gets the Mega Creeps.
His team is killing all of them in the meantime.
They don't even need them. That is crazy. Going for the tier 4s now as the TP attempt canceled at the last moment. Analog, this is painful to watch. Just the slow death of Heroic in this tournament.
GG.
As GG's come out. And that was, I was not expecting this result.
No, I did not expect a 2-0 either.
I was expecting Talon to win the series, but in this fashion, that was actually pretty ugly.
No, I really like Heroic, and I had a lot of faith in their draft too, to be honest. Like a lot of the tempo that they can go for, but I feel like they didn't make it happen. A similar kind of thing that happened in game 1, where when the mid game comes, not really the best combination of, using your timings, but Talon just looking good. I'm really impressed with a lot of, especially how they move on the map, like macro-wise, how they protect each other, the itemization they go for, just understanding what you have to play for. You buff up your Medusa, like all the way you can. You have a good Lotus Orb timing. You have full damage on 23 as well. At some point understanding that they don't want to deal with me. Well, I'm going to kill them if they don't. So overall, I'm very, very impressed with Talon. They look very good in this series.
Indeed, and they will move on to the next stage, which will be tomorrow for them, to see if they can get to stage 3 of the tournament. Unfortunately for Heroic, this is the end of the road. Very unfortunate because they are very fun to watch. Generally, it feels like that, especially game 2, they did not show up.
Now, there's something in the mid game that I feel like just didn't click. Maybe also some of the pressure, or just, you're playing into the global that makes it harder for your supports to do something and kind of make it happen. It's just hard. I'm not quite sure truly what happened. I just feel like Talon had their number when it came to how to play on the map, responding to the early moves. Maybe Heroic got thrown off as well by some of the earlier defenses. Honestly, I can't really pinpoint, but mid-game, just a huge problem for Heroic.
23 Savage, 7-1 this game. Feels like if I could look at his hero damage this game.
You can also look at the damage he's received, because I don't think he was contested very much.
Damage dealt to hero. Okay, he was actually first on his team, which shocks me. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, I think his illusions maybe randomly like split-shotting and whatever's happening, and in the lane too.
He did hit a lot of buildings this game.
He did.
My goodness.
Split-shot being an ability.
That's right, Nat.
That's right. You guys are so good at your job calling out all the abilities there. And it was a tough one for Heroic fans out there to watch this. I think also for the players themselves, after being in tiebreakers not even 24 hours ago, to potentially be second in your group, to now unfortunately being our second team eliminated from the Esports World Cup. It's been a tough journey for themselves, but also on the other side, massive props to Talon. We weren't always favoring them in these drafts, but the way they executed, the way they played it, and a last pick Medusa to go that uncontested here.
Yeah, they just looked a step above when it came to the mid game, the way they fought, even some movements in the early game that they made. There were outplays going on.
It was very crisp.
Right? It was just, okay, so if I'm 23 Savage and I play these 2 games, I'm so happy with my team right now. Like in that game 1, you have this unit of your 2 supports and your mid laner running around. You're just chilling. No one's touching you. They're making space all over. Second game, same exact thing happens. You get to play your game peacefully while this support duo of
Heroic?
the support duo of Talon really popped off today, because we're always praising Makoto, we're always praising WS, but I think Jokum and Kuku really had an incredible showing.
Oh, absolutely. They dominated. We said that they need to play like very early game oriented. They smoked immediately. Like they find them. Level 1, they get a double kill, then they smoke to the bottom lane, try to get something out of it. They get the block as well, so the Bane can't get close to it, so the lane is in a good position for them, because Pango doesn't really want to play into Monkey King straight away. And then again, WS, another game of Pango, another flawless game. He did die 3 times in both of these games combined, which is pretty impressive. Yeah, the first game was 50+ minutes long. This one was slightly less, but overall, what a performance for him. Coming for the next couple of games that they might be playing, you definitely need to have this Pangos on radar if you're playing against him, because every single time he's having that good of a game.
Yeah, making that space for 23 Savage, having the freedom in the way that they draft to allow him to pick up the hero that he wants for himself. But going back to the sports that you're talking about, Effie, the silencer being one of them. I know in qualifiers he was kind of looked at, really just more of a flavor for each team. So the fact that Talon picking it up when people were really overlooking it and it working out very effectively for them is also another impressive feat.
Yeah, it looked so good for them in terms of just protecting the Pango, right? You want the Pango to go in, not get gripped. You want him to control the pace of the fight, and that's what happened. It also really helps if you're getting like +2 int from the start of the game. I feel like in that early game, every time I looked at Silencer, he was collecting int somewhere. And I was to myself, okay, this is just all good for Talon. Whereas for Heroic, I feel like something happened and they faltered in terms of shot calling, and they had different ideas, because I think that their draft was very capable of high tempo. We saw that when they came to Medusa's lane, pressured her, they were really able to kick her, kick her out, kill her. And the Monkey King didn't build a Diffusal Blade, which is what you consider the typical counter to Medusa. So actually, Medusa was playing with no Diffusal Blades, with his Queen of Pain popping off, and versus a Doom. So silver platter.
Well, very quickly before you guys want to talk some more, because we need to hear from some other people. We've got Purge standing on the stage with one of our winners right now.
Thanks, Nat. I'm here with Yoakum of Talon after a very convincing 2-0 win. So how are you feeling about that victory?
Feeling great because we 2-0 them. Normally, yesterday we only draw always. So it's kind of give our confidence back.
Did you think it was going to go this good?
Yeah.
That's good. Very prepared. In game one, basically both games, I thought you owned. You played extremely good. Your first game, you played Axe 4. I know the hero's been a little bit more popular in different roles lately. Can you talk about why that is?
Because I see so many people playing the Axe, even post 5, post 4, and post 3. And I see also post 1 also in the tops game. So I think the hero is kind of broken. And it's kind of counter the Shaman and Dazzle hero. It's popular right now. Yeah.
So what, I noticed you didn't have a BKB for a long time when you're playing Axe, because there's just other stuff you have to buy, I assume. But how much does it change the playstyle since you have to worry about getting disabled?
Because the fight is kind of chaotic. They have so many team fight hero compared to us. We kind of need to take a long fight. So I kind of like BKB. Yeah.
And what about game 2? You played the Dark Will. You had tons of great catches, really good Bramble Maze as a whole. Is that one of your favorite heroes to play?
No. I really hate Dark Will.
Well, but you're going to play it for the team anyways, right?
Yeah.
Who would you rather be playing instead if it was better in the meta?
Sorry?
What hero would you prefer to play if it was better in the meta?
Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik's kind of bad right now. What does Rubik need to be good?
Need a strong post 3. So I can learn.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, hopefully you get a strong pause 3 in your next game. Thank you for joining me, and good luck in your next matches.
Thank you.
I can't believe this man is going to stand there after winning a series, elimination series 2-0, and go, yeah, I hate Dark Willow. Not my jam, you know? You play like that on a hero you hate.
He takes an L for the team, for himself, just that the team can win. Now, what a team player he is. But yeah, Dark Willow, haven't heard anybody hating on the hero. Maybe those who play against it, but playing the Dark Willow, not really.
She's so fun. She has a billion spells.
Yeah, the only people who hate Dark Willow are people who play Turbo and have to play against her. That's it. That's where all the haters come from. Otherwise, I feel like you can't hate on her too much.
Well, apparently Dockham does, but if you know what, give him the Axe. He put that game on his back when he was support Axe. Maybe that's where he
Yeah, maybe that was the
thrives.
difference, right? He did so well in game 1 playing the support Axe. He's like, oh, playing a Dark Willow, you're just like one of those passive supports again. I don't get to go.
Anyway,
What was it,
you don't
15
get to
and
dunk
something?
people.
Yeah.
Like, it's a completely different sound, you know, when you use Terrorize or Bedlam compared to Axe. But I believe we have maybe some of the clips to show how they managed to play this early game, and they played it to almost perfection. I think Mikoto was very slippery, even though he was not playing Fish this time around. He was playing Quap, but yeah, he was very good at dodging some of these fights. I can understand what Heroic were trying to go for, where they were trying to kill him, because they understand that Mikoto is that kind of a game changer. He's setting the tempo for the game, and again, he did the same thing. He did die a couple of times. He did have 5 deaths in this one, but they were not ready to close it out because they had way too many problems. You had on the other side WS, who's free farming because he was relieved some of the pressure from his lane, and you also had 23 Savage as well farming on the other side of the map.
For sure. I think the supports played so well with Mikoto's Quap, and there were so many moments where it looked kind of dangerous, or he got away with low HP, made a big play, got a key kill, and there was a moment where they set up a kill on the Queen of Pain, right? They had the Nightmare that stacked with another stun, and the highlights are here, Lucas.
Yeah, highlights are here indeed, and we have some of the Queen of Pain highlights pretty much, where she is going to be ready to clean up. This is where Jokem gets the deny on Arcane Rune, which could make a lot of difference if Analog could have picked it up, maybe lowered the cooldown, and that just didn't come through. Yuma, sure, he's going to be getting the kill, but a very nice Sonic Wave, and WS, he wants to connect with the rest of the team. He wants to be able to join, even though the Rolling Thunder, the first couple of hits didn't really connect immediately, but they're going to be ready to clean it up, because right now, Analog, he used all of his remnants, and you have Pango plus Queen of Pain. These two heroes are very good at chasing, and then you end up with getting a triple kill to Mikoto, kind of trying to salvage the fight as well right after. They're trying to set things up with Doom being level 6. King Jungles uses Nightmare, but it's not good enough. They are missing a little bit of a timing here. It's a bit of a longer TP, so Mikoto manages to slip out, manages to get out of the trouble, and minute after, he understands that he can help out the other lanes, because he just blinked out, didn't TP at all. So TPs to the top lane, they're going to be managing to kill Whisper, and also you see that Schofield used the Shadow Shaman wards, this big ward that's going to give over 200 gold to 23 Savage as well. So very crisp moves coming out from Mikoto in the first couple of minutes after the laning stage, and then he's in the bottom. They understand, Heroic, we need to kill this Queen of Pain. She does have way too much. Mikoto already with the Blade Mail, he blinks in. Cuckoo doesn't have Global Silence ready, but guess what? He does have Shield Rune, so they're again trying to make the kill happen. Schofield a little bit late to the party. Mikoto gets the Shield Rune, gets the kill, and manages to get out of the trouble.
Yeah, that last clip was the moment that I was mentioning. It feels like, so the Nightmare mid that you showed us on Queen of Pain and the Doom TP, that's a bit of a misplay. That's just them stumbling a little bit. That there, he pressed Fiend's Grip when there was half of the duration of Shackles left, or I mean of Ember Chains left. Like, if he had waited for the rest of the Ember Chains, like Monkey King was coming, he would have had an extra second to plant his Wukongs. It would have been an extra second for Shaman to join the fight, right? So it just feels like Heroic, they did not bring their A game today, unfortunately, but they really played well yesterday, so I want to applaud them for that.
Yeah, it's always by the slightest of margins that we unfortunately see teams kind of fall into these positions. And like you said, it is just that small thing of going early on a shackle, kind of a double stacking a little bit when it comes to those stuns and those roots there. So it's a tough one. And unfortunately for Heroic, they are eliminated here from the Esports World Cup. But before we say a proper goodbye to them, we've got Purge standing by.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I'm here with Kafs, the coach of Heroic. How are you feeling after that match?
We're all sad. I think that's the main reason the coach is here. No, but like we thought we were playing really well. We had really good games against really good teams, and we just did not show up today.
It's unfortunate. They were very tough games. Game 1, you guys had a lot of deaths, but there were some moments where you had some decent team fights. Do you want to talk a little bit about the first game, especially?
Yeah, game 1 I thought we had better scaling. We just needed to play our game, and then we took some good engagements that like we didn't have to, but they were good, but they just ended up bad due to bad execution. And then they got way ahead, and the game got hard really fast, and we kind of played comeback, right? So we had some good team fights, and we almost bought it back. But yeah, I think that was game 1.
I'm curious a little bit what it's like to be a coach watching games on the verge of elimination, because we've talked to players before, and obviously it's a very sad situation, but what's it like as a person that doesn't have the control? You just have to sit there and watch to see what it's like.
Yeah, like me and Manguso, we both just feel powerless in these situations. There's nothing we can do. The job is already done, right? So like we just hope that the job that we did is gonna be enough, and that we have a good day, and we trust the players a lot to deliver, you know, and they usually do. It's just a bad day.
And what's it like between games 1 and 2? Like, what do you focus on giving them constructive criticism? Do you focus on like what went wrong in the draft, or are you just looking forward to game number 2?
I thought we looked a bit not warm up at the start of the game, and we had a bad early game. And then I just told them to just play a bit more for our timings and try to play more our game. And for draft, I tried to adjust and give us a bit better of an early game with a bit like better lanes in general and better early game. Yeah, that was basically it. I didn't like try to talk too much. I think there wasn't that much to talk about.
Okay, and looking forward, you guys are qualified to TI, so how are you going to spend the next upcoming time? What are you going to work on? What are you planning for?
Right now, we really need a break because we've been together for almost 3 months, 2.5 months, I think, practicing non-stop, like for qualifiers and then playing tournaments and then boot camping for tournaments.
So we really need a break, and then we're gonna do a really long boot camp as well for TI. Everything's planned. We found the right balance, I think, and we just hope to do better there.
Well, that's great. You guys still have accomplished a lot this year, so I'm very happy with your success so far. And I'm sure that break and both the boot camp are going to be really helpful. So good luck in the future, and we very much thank you for playing in this tournament.
Thank you to the fans. Sorry to disappoint, and thanks for supporting us.
It's always hard to say goodbye to some teams, but it's nice. Caps there giving a little bit of shout out as well to all the SA fans. I'm sure had a lot of faith in them. Would have loved to have seen them go further. Us too. We love that SA flair, and seeing Heroic yesterday again in that tiebreakers today. It wasn't the same level that we saw them as yesterday, and it's unfortunate in a single elimination. You don't really have that time to slip up. But with our second team now eliminated from EWC, let's see exactly how our bracket is shaping up. Just earlier today, we did see Extreme Gaming take a 2-0 against Execration. Right now, Yandex and Shopify Rebellion, I believe their series is actually just concluded as well. Here, the Talon and Heroic, Talon taking it 2-0. And of course, there's still one more elimination game to happen. Falcons up against Virtus.pro. That's happening on the second stream as well. There's no more games happening here on this stream for us. But for you guys, how much have you enjoyed today's games? Obviously, the bittersweetness of saying goodbye to two teams, but seeing other teams really step up when the pressure mattered.
Yeah, a lot of 2-0s. A little surprised with the Yandex getting the dub in this one. I don't think it's been updated, but yeah, Heroic not putting the fight that we've seen them do yesterday when they were playing against P-Vision and Liquid. Not their best performance today, but nothing to be ashamed of. And Talon, full force pretty much. This team, definitely, I said it at the beginning, that this team didn't have the easiest group. They were playing with Spirit, they were playing with Navi and Extreme Gaming. We still see those in the tournament, and I feel like their matchup against Tundra Esport is also going to be very interesting. Tundra not on top of their game at the moment, and Talon, they are powering up.
Yeah, I love to see them power up. I mean, we did say goodbye to Execration, another SEA team, but there is one to carry the torch, and that's great for the fans, it's great for us. We want to see Flare from different regions. With that being said, we also have to say goodbye to Flare from the South American region.
It's hard when you see like an SEA and an SA, because it's two regions that you want to see continue, and then it's like one of them unfortunately has to go home.
Yeah, it's just how it goes. It's a gauntlet. We talked about Heroic yesterday, maybe having fatigue or maybe carrying the momentum. They played 5 total matches yesterday, 2 series. The series went on for a very long time. Maybe they used up a lot of their, energy in that day. Maybe today just didn't click. We don't know what it is going on, but they've got a very bright future ahead of them. They talked about boot camping for TI, so maybe there will be more resurgence of SA Dota.
Yeah, a break sounds like what they needed right now. Unfortunately, not in the way they wanted, but out of the 4 games that we've been able to see today, both across that Execration and XG series and this current one, Talon here as well as Heroic, there was one player that stood out above the rest of them. Today's Sony MVP is none other than the man that Purge interviewed himself. It's Yocam. How could we possibly look over that position 4 axe play in game number 1 here in this best of 3?
Yeah, he definitely delivered. Also managing to steal the Aegis. This guy is very quick when it comes down to it, showing that he also talked in an interview about that this hero can be played from different roles, but very interesting player. I would say highly underrated during the Dream Leagues as well. He was, they were winning this off lanes, even some matchups that they should not be winning thanks to his great plays that he's doing and the synergy that he does have with WS.
Yeah, and of course that Aegis steal in that game 1, that was game-changing, because that was when Heroic were gaining their momentum and making a comeback. Had he not clutched that Aegis, maybe that game slips out of control.
Yeah, I think it really does, right? And you're just like, this is felt like a Hail Mary in a game that was in their control. And so this just shows just how competitive everything is going on right now. But yeah, Sony MVP, definitely there for Yocam. Anything else that you guys have learnt from today over the elimination series? And obviously the 4th one that is yet still to come over on the other stream?
Yeah, I think my assessment so far is that really experience is the king in elimination brackets and these gauntlet style runs. Like, we saw how much potential and talent that Execration showed in the earlier days. Today they go up against XG, who have so much experience. These are veterans, these are S-tier players. They didn't get nervous, they didn't falter, they clutched towards the end. Same here with Talon. These players have so much experience. They already have really good placing at the EWC from a couple of years ago. Their experience got them through the nerves.
And yourself, Cost?
Yeah, seeing the different regions and different teams picking different heroes. Some of the heroes that got like really nerfed, like Silencer, and you also see the Spangolier, and putting them to a good use also gives me a lot of faith coming, seeing the rest of the tournament, how it's going to shape up, because we saw a lot of interesting picks so far, but seeing also some of the old school classics as well. This is what I want to see, understanding what's really good in a situation. I think some of the team did recognize what's really good, especially Talon in this series, and they brought it back and they got that dub.
It's been a great day of Dota. It's over for us right now on this stream, but there is a fourth and final team that needs to be eliminated from today, from the Esports World Cup. So head on over to the other one. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more Dota and a couple more eliminations.
It was you that put me in. Promise